FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Cam has had as good a spring training as anybody. He and Jeremy Payne are the two best springs. And there's a ball down the right field line. Fair ball. That's going to score at least one run. Jeremy Payne is on the move. Tony Parrish, Chico waving him home. And Cam Smith started out Astros' career in this stadium with a 2 RBI triple. And he is fired up.
Of course he is, man. Of course he started it with an RBI triple. The only thing that was disappointing is he didn't start it with a home run. Cam Smith last night in the Astros exhibition game with the Sugar Land Space Cowboys. There was good stuff happening over at the Yard last night. Good to have the fellas back in town. Opening day on Thursday. And we're going to hear from Bob Nightingale here in just a second. But it looks like it's really looking like, Seth, that the people who want Cam Smith on this opening day roster, starting in right field, it is skewing heavy towards them getting their wish right now.
I guess, okay, what school are we in? Because I feel like I might be aligned with most Astros fans in that I'm really intrigued and I'm hoping just for my own personal enjoyment that I get to watch Cam Smith on opening day. Yeah. And yet, there's no part of me that's going to be upset or PO'd if they don't elevate him. If they decide that, if the baseball people decide that they just want to be sure to have him get some extra experience watching, consistently better quality and caliber of pitchers in Double-A. In spring training, you're going to see some major league pitchers. You're going to see some single-A guys. Yeah. Just go work on some things and be absolutely sure. I'm going to be A-okay with it. So I'm really genuinely, I think, in a point, that rare moment in sports fandom where I'm cool with whatever the team decides.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in. As you're laying it out, I'm thinking this is a great spot to be in. Because the practical thing and very explainable thing would be to send him to the mine for no other reason than to get that extra year of arbitration on the back end. There are administrative reasons and probably, if we're being honest, baseball reasons, although none of them offensively have shown themselves. Yeah. He's not shown any holes in his offensive game yet.
He hasn't shown holes, but he also hasn't really been exposed to the entirety of the challenge. He's faced on average, according to the advanced stats and what have you, about a little bit less than a Double-A pitcher.
Yeah.
So I you know what? The analogy I would make is on the pitching side of it, Spencer Arrighetti last year, who he said he realized he had that moment where he realized midway through the season, like, okay, I can't get away with the same stuff that I got away with in Double-A. Yep. So, and he had to adjust and tweak his game, and he showed a lot of progress. And I think from the Astros, they might look at it and say, yeah, and we think Cam Smith is ready to make that adjustment in the majors as well.
I think so, too. And so this is why I think it's the best of all worlds. Especially, it seems like you're of mind. You're more on the practical side right now of sending him down there. Am I right about that?
No. I mean, it's a horrible place for a sports radio host to be. Is that I genuinely see both sides of it. Personally, I want to see Cam Smith. I want to have a summer to remember.
Yep.
But But I'm leaning more towards, hey, there's no reason to rush this right this moment.
That's what I'm saying. And I think you laid out where I was going with this perfectly, which is that, well, the flip side to what it is that you seem to have the possession arrow pointed towards right now, the flip side is he's on the, there's the practical part, which is totally understandable, and then there's the part that looks like is going to happen, which is awesome. I mean, it makes opening day. Not that opening day with the Astros isn't must-watch anyways, but to me, second to a Yordan Alvarez at-bat, if we're power ranking the at-bats that we've got to make sure we're not getting up to go to the fridge to get a drink during, it goes Yordan Alvarez and it goes Cam Smith for me if he's on this roster. Bob Nightingale of USA Today covers MLB, and he joins the guys on Area 45 on a pretty regular basis, especially this time of year. Patrick Creighton asked him last night if Cam Smith is going to be the everyday right fielder.
Yeah, he will be. They're going to give him a chance. We'll see what happens. I don't think anybody saw this coming, that he would be ready this quickly. So kudos to him. What do you have? A first at bat tonight? Was it 2-run double, 2-run triple, something like that?
Triple.
And very, very impressive. But yeah, I mean, all the scouts that saw him early on thought, okay, he's got a chance to be good, but no one saw it, this quickly.
This is where, Seth, this is the get ahead of ourselves part here, like way ahead of ourselves. But this is where I need to listen in on Chicago radio at some point over the next couple days. If Cam Smith makes the opening day roster for the Astros as the everyday right fielder replacing Kyle Tucker, what are they saying? I'm sure they're thrilled to have Kyle Tucker on the team, but I'm guessing that if Cam Smith makes this opening day roster, I'll point out as well, Isaac Paredes had a home run last night that was the classic, again, off of a Sugarland pitcher, but the classic type of home run, which is the reason why it was a line drive down the left field line that barely cleared the wall below the Crawford boxes.
Yeah.
So, he hit, he's averaged 25 or so home runs over the last couple of years. I think the expectation, his over-under in Vegas is 25.5. I'm going over on that. Because the feeling is 81 games out of the year, he's playing in a ballpark that's tailor-made for his swing. We saw that last night. But if Cam Smith is the everyday right fielder and you got Isaac Paredes, I'm curious how much clamoring in Chicago there will be as the season rolls on, especially if Cam Smith has a good year, that, hey, we got to get Kyle Tucker locked up or this trade is going to look like a complete bust. To get 1 year, unless he leads you to a World Series,
right?
1 year of Kyle Tucker for 6 years of Cam Smith, 3 years of Paredes, and then I think it's 4 years of Hayden Wisniewski. Dana Brown's looking pretty good on March 25th right now with that trade.
So this will be, if he makes the opening day roster, it'll be 12 games faster than Wyatt Langford of the Rangers last year.
Okay.
He had 44 minor league games before making his opening day roster.
Okay.
The two fastest, the fastest ever was in Conviglia back in 1986 for the Rangers. 0 games of minor league experience.
Straight from Okie State to Texas Rangers. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So it's really exciting, and Wyatt Langford did a good. Wyatt Langford in his rookie year ended up with a 111 OPS plus. He was a slightly above average base player who only had a couple of dozen major league or minor league appearances. Pretty damn impressive.
Very.
So I'm all on board with it. There's zero part of me that thinks that Dana Brown is pushing or rushing this. If Cam Smith had the kind of spring training where, wow, he showed a lot of promise and he showed good judgment at the plate. Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, the numbers don't tell the whole story. Then I would have deep reservations.
Yeah.
But it's not just dumb luck that's given him the performance he had, and the baseball people just seem to be gushing about it. For anybody that wants to say, spring training doesn't matter, don't read too much into it. All right, well, the actual baseball people are drooling with their eyes wide open about Cam Smith's performance. Yeah. They have no hesitancy about talking about how impressive he is. Espada a couple days ago flat out said, hey, I was he proved me wrong. I said we were only going to keep him at third base because we wanted him to be able to focus on getting at bats. But he was doing so well that they just went ahead and threw him out into right field.
We should point that out. Last night in right field, he made a really good play going up against the wall on a ball that he showed great range in going and getting. And he's a big dude. He's got long strides, you know. And then he had another one though that was I forget who the hitter was, but it kind of hit an opposite field one that was spinning away from him.
Yeah.
And he kind of misjudged the spin on it, and it bounced off the wall. Like, there was that one, just the optics of that one compared to Jose Altuve having balls bounce off his glove and his chest and things like that. I'm like, all right, I can live. You know, like,
right. I mean, it's when, people ask us a lot, hey, what's the big deal about going to the outfield? They're pro baseball players. It should be no big deal. I mean, honestly, go to any high school game and watch at ground level the spin on some of those balls, the way the wind carries them and everything. And it's a lot to adjust to and to do it unconsciously to get to the point where you're just not thinking about it. So that's a concern. But I think with a rookie, you're always wondering, all right, how many things do we want him to be working on at any given time? You got to try to simplify things as much as possible. And I feel they're confident enough in Cam Smith that he does a lot of stuff really well already, to where if he has to just be focused on one thing at the plate and one thing in the outfield, that they'll be able to deliver it to him and feed him a steady diet of manageable improvements.
Yeah, I'm encouraged that this is going to be a better lineup than last year's was, and we'll see what happens. You still got Jake Myers in this lineup, obviously. Whoever's playing second base is going to be a below-average major league hitter, assuming that Altuve's not playing second base. Nightingale talked about that last night too, about they could pull the plug on this left field thing 30 or 40 games into the year. There are a lot of options available to a spotter right now. The issue is that there's no option where you wind up with an elite defensive team. You're winding up. You're the only options you have available to you that line up create at least two major issues for you defensively.
I think that if you're looking for upside here, where you had the one ranking where the Astros are the 12th or 13th best lineup in baseball right now in the preseason rankings.
Yep.
I think that obviously Cam Smith is a huge variable. I think that Jazenzo, with the spring training he had, is a huge variable depending on when and where we see him. Yainer Diaz might be one of the more discussed guys, who is already a really good hitter as a catcher by catcher standards, but also is in that boat we're talking about with Cam Smith. He's working on a lot of stuff as a catcher to the point where you can only focus on so many things at any given time. As he gets more comfortable in his role as a catcher and can maybe stack on and build on what he's done as a hitter, that I'm kind of just – I've got him waiting in the wings of my subconscious as a guy that might be a breakout player this year.
Oh, yeah. Yainer, I agree with you on that one. He's not getting a lot of attention this spring, and he's proven he's a legit big league hitter.
And then Pena, obviously. I think that Pena, again, without reading too much into spring training – but the results are there on paper, and you can see it. But it's more the results are there, and you can see it in the things that he's worked on, both offensively and defensively. A lot of it's just been like economy of motion type stuff. Getting rid of the extra wiggle, both as a batter and as a. That's what it looks like in spring training.
Yep.
All right. Damn it. You done got me all excited.
So you're in now. You're all the way in.
You got me all, yeah. If they don't have Cam Smith starting out there in right field, they're yellow. Yeah. That's what they are. They're yellow.
What are you, yellow?
You flipped me, Sean.
All right, good. You
radicalized me is what you did.
All right,
you coaxed me right into the Communist Party.
We'll talk more about that. And we'll talk more about Seth now being a commie at 7 o'clock today. We'll get to all that. Hey, up next, Albert Breer, who was the one who had the reports of the toxic environment in the Texans' offensive line room. In his Monday column yesterday, kind of gave a little bit more context around what exactly the Texans are trying to accomplish with this offensive line project that they are working on right now. So we will get to that. We'll do a little headlines later on in the hour coming up next. But first,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot was made of Albert Breer's comment calling the Texans offensive line room a toxic atmosphere last week. The word toxic got a lot of people triggered last week. So.
Yeah, it got people triggered, and because it was tied to Laremy Tunsil's departure,
yeah.
I think I felt like some people were reading too much into it, as Albert Breer saying specifically that Laremy Tunsil was responsible for the toxic atmosphere. Now, maybe he was suggesting it, but he never explicitly said that.
Right.
So he added a little bit more context to the situation, perhaps, which jives with the way I feel about the whole scenario.
Jives with the way we've been talking about it for, it feels like months now. And certainly the days since the Albert Breer says this. He says, I think the Houston Texans' handling of their offensive line issue is really smart. After the Laremy Tunsil trade, we took you through what happened in Houston to push the transaction. In short, D'Amico Ryans feels like the culture he wants across the board is in place on defense, but not on offense. I mean, this sounds like week 7. You know what I mean?
It's exactly the circle of swarm results would tell you objectively.
Exactly
Our
right.
very subjective rating would tell you objectively that, the defense had way more circle of swarm guys on it.
No doubt. So he says, D'Amico Ryans feels like the culture he wants across the board is in place on defense, but not on offense, and that a toxic atmosphere in the offensive line room was a root cause. And while Tunsil wasn't a bad guy, he was actually well-liked, in parentheses, he says. He wasn't the type of leader to turn the ship and needed to be as one of the captains. And we've been saying, like, Laremy Tunsil getting elected a captain the last 2 years felt very strange and suspect.
Well, this is the whole problem, is that there would be almost two camps of some people saying, get the hell rid of him, but then there would be other people that would defend Laremy Tunsil and saying, well, no, people liked him. They elected him captain. Right, because we're talking about two separate things. You've got likability is different than leadership. It can be an element of leadership, but being likable is not the same thing as being a good leader. And when you've got the entire side of the ball on offense looking like they don't quite get it as a group, some individuals do, but as a group, they just didn't get it. Yeah, those guys, because the offensive captains, they don't get it. And it's a kind of a problem when the guy they look up to, when the guy that C.J. Stroud says is a pro, is the guy who C.J. Stroud says is a pro because he doesn't do nothing extra at practice.
Yeah.
That is not what D'Amico wants.
Yep.
He doesn't need these young guys on offense looking at Laremy Tunsil and thinking, yeah, that's the goal, man. Get really good at what I do. But meanwhile, none of these guys are as talented as Laremy Tunsil.
Yeah.
You always got to remember that. That's a big dynamic in NFL locker rooms. Is that the guys who aren't as talented look at the guy who does the least but gets the most out of his talent. They're like, oh yeah, I want to be like that guy.
Right.
I'm sorry, your parents didn't gift you that.
You're going to need to come out of a different womb. Okay? Yeah.
But they start thinking, okay, that's the standard. I want to get to the point where I don't have to practice if I don't want to.
Yeah.
And it's hard to establish a culture that way.
No doubt.
It doesn't mean that Laremy is actively poisoning them or anything.
No.
It's just that it's a bad. We are. Just like every other mammalian species, we learn by imitation.
We do.
And we imitate those things which we would like to become.
Well, and if he's going into it, and I have no clue as to what the leadership environment is in the Washington Commanders offensive line room, but if Laramie's not put in a position where he's supposed to be this beacon for the other guys, it's going to work out really well for Washington, that trade, I think. I mean, he's going to play well for them, I'm pretty sure. Breer says some other interesting things here about this. He says, this is Albert Breer, SI in the article. It's a pretty extensive article about a lot of things going on around the NFL. So he's gone, he being Tunsil, in a move that took a lot of stomach from Ryans and GM Nick Caserio, and Houston's looking to rework the position group. They're doing this by giving themselves a lot of options with more potential to come in the draft. The part that's interesting to me there is he points this out as being a super gutsy decision by D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. If I had to guess, Seth, purely a guess, this decision to move on from Laremy Tunsil was a lot easier for Nick and D'Amico than it's being painted right here.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it comes down to, is an expression that I've heard, it was a special ops guy talking about it, in the military, saying you got to be sure you're eating your own chow. That if whatever you're asking people to eat, you better be eating it too.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, the K rations ain't all that delectable, but you got to be sure whatever propaganda you're putting out there that you're living by it.
Yes.
And D'Amico puts out a whole lot of positive propaganda about the way you're supposed to operate as a team. But when you're financially rewarding guys who don't necessarily operate that way, it's sending a mixed message. So I think in a lot of ways it was probably D'Amico over the course of a couple years realizing, like, all right, man, we got some guys that just aren't marching in step with the others, and we got to be sure that we're really adhering to everything that I'm preaching.
Well, not even just matters more than anything else, but also just the rhetoric out there. You know, there were times during the year where the offensive line was clearly a major issue, and it felt like it was either being ignored or we were the ones taking the crazy pills, you know.
Yeah, it was an unfair narrative or a lazy narrative that the offensive line wasn't good. Yeah. I'm like, all right, I'll throw the tight ends in there too, but they suck.
Yeah.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Just ignore what's happening in front of my eyes?
And look, D'Amico and Nick have working eyeballs, and they're both really smart football guys. Yeah. They know what they were seeing out there on the field. But again, that plays into, like, D'Amico at times would be critical of the defense in press conferences, and he would seemingly be protecting the offense at times. And that, I would imagine, if I'm on the defense, I'm like, what the hell, man? We're doing our job, you know, compared to that offensive line, at least. So Breer says, to be clear, talking about guys like Cam Robinson and Trent Brown that they're bringing in, you know, Blake Fisher's going to get a shot at this thing here. He says, to be clear, none of those guys are Tunsil, nor is there someone in this year's draft class who's regarded the way Tunsil was coming out. But the Texans won't be asking these guys to be that, which kind of plays into what you've been saying about just trying to get five guys working together who may not be superstars, but they're average offensive linemen.
Yeah, the Cam Robinson and Trent Brown dynamic is interesting because I think that, for one, like, Cam Robinson has a certain Laramie Tunsil element to his game, but I do think that Cam, because he's a really good pass protector, he's not a very good run blocker. I do think he's more willing to run block. I think there's just a natural lack. He uses length and his hands really well in pass protection, and it works for him. When he tries to play with power, he's not as gifted athletically as Laramie Tunsil. So, but in terms of playing the way they want them to try to play and grasping the run game, I'm relatively optimistic about Cam Robinson right now. With Trent Brown, I mean, the biggest thing about Trent Brown is, like many incredibly large human beings, their bodies, ironically enough, tend to be frail because they're so big. The old Manute Bol, the Andre the Giant dynamic, Yao Ming to a certain respect.
For sure,
he's 6'8", 360 pounds.
Yeah.
He's only played one full season in the last 6 seasons. Yeah. So I think they look at, and he's coming off of a patellar tendon tear.
Yes.
So I don't think they're looking at Trent Brown as anything more than just like Cam Akers last year. Let's get him in the building. Let's see how he does. He's got familiarity with both Nick Cali, Cole Popovich, and Nick Caserio.
Yep.
So let's see what he does. And also, if we have injuries or something, then we'd feel comfortable playing him. And as one of my viewers on my live stream yesterday brought up, really good point, it might also be a nice trade chip at some point.
Yeah,
if his patellar, just like Cam Akers was.
Yeah.
If the patellar tendon heals and he's doing all right, and they get to the trade deadline and they're doing okay health-wise on the offensive line, they might be able to just offload him to a team where he's got familiarity. They're desperate.
Bucks. NFL, that's nothing, you know. So, text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Paint me a picture, guys, in Seth. He says, Seth, paint me a picture, please, of the starting O-line if we had to play Sunday. Leave out the positions, leave out the draft. Love the show.
All right. This is maybe the biggest argument going on around right now, a cordial argument of people in the Texans fandom sphere, is what exactly will Titus Howard do on opening day?
Yep.
I mean, I've seen some people feel like Titus Howard is not long for this team because they've signed these offensive tackles. He's going to be on this team.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be very shocked if he wasn't. They redid his deal and pushed money off into the future.
It would be a silly financial decision to get rid of him right now.
I think going from right to left, I think week one, it's going to be Titus Howard at right tackle. Mm-hmm. With the guys on the team right now, I would put Ed Ingram at right guard.
Okay.
I think Jarrett Patterson at center, mostly because Jarrett Patterson has seemed to do better at the mental side of the game, making the calls and all of that. Mm-hmm. So especially with a new offensive coordinator, I'm anticipating that he's probably going to pick it up faster than Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
And then at left guard, you would have Laken Tomlinson, and at left tackle, you'd have Cam Robinson. And I'd feel, this is the big if.
Yeah.
I'd feel good with that if it turns out that Nick Caley is indeed a good offensive coordinator.
Correct.
It's kind of a big if. We just don't know. We don't know if he'll be good or not.
And Popovich, too, is a big one, the position coach. This July, along the offensive line, is going to have like the drills in camp, the 11-on-11, are going to have a completely different vibe. Last year, the offensive line was basically in ink on July 27th or whatever. I mean,
which I was decreasingly happy with as camp went
along.
No,
I don't think it was deservedly so either. In retrospect, it wasn't deservedly so, especially at the interior parts. These positions are all up for grabs to some degree. I mean, some guys are more entrenched than others, and Titus Howard will be one of the five, but where, You
would hope so. Looking into the thinking on the offensive side of the ball last year during training camp, where Foley Fatukasi, Mario Edwards, Tim Settle, basically anybody that played on the interior, Kurt Heinisch, looked like they were going to be all pro.
Yeah.
We'd watch it in camp, and the offense couldn't get a snap off because even without any contact, there was such deep penetration into the backfield that, and a lot of time, and the offensive tackles were barely practicing either.
Yes.
So it was from all directions.
Yeah,
the defensive line was just decimating the offensive line. I think that they probably, I'm guessing the offensive staff thought, we'd like to have a competition, but all right, if this is our best option as we see it right now, we got to try to get these guys better and get them as many reps as possible because they're getting their butts whooped every single day.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be really different. There's some, we should maybe get to these later when we have a little more time. The very next section in Breer's article yesterday, he's got a whole section on Stefon Diggs, like goes deep on Diggs. Diggs visited the Patriots last week and left without a deal. It was framed as a getting to know you and getting to know your torn ACL kind of meeting, that sort of thing.
Right, yeah, and that, which happens with older veteran players a lot. It's a genuine, not a sales pitch or anything, but just a get-to-know-you type of scenario.
Breer's got multiple texts from people on the Texans staff about Diggs, and I'll read them here. A Texans staffer texted Albert Breer, loved him, loves football, practices hard and with purpose, wants to be coached, didn't have any of the game day stuff that people talked about. He's a much warmer person than the stigma that follows him. I'll be hopeful about where he lands. Another one said he was great, super competitive, great practice player.
This is the key with Diggs, I think. And this is where I don't know if the Patriots are the right fit for him. I thought Breer hit it on the head when he pointed out that in Houston, it was clear that there were other good receiving options on the team.
Yeah.
And that Diggs acknowledged that. So credit to Diggs for acknowledging that. But it was different than, say, the situation in Buffalo where Diggs was really the only name-brand scary receiver. Mm-hmm. And that when his targets were diminished, his competitiveness and his genuine belief was that, look, you got to get the ball to somebody, and I'm the guy.
That's right.
That's where things started to go awry. So I don't know if he goes to a team where there aren't other wide receivers that he respects or that he thinks are really threats and options. I don't think it would be as pretty as it was in Houston.
Yeah.
I think that, which is uncriticism of Diggs at all. I credit him for understanding, having the humility to realize, Nico Collins and Tank Dell, if they get the ball instead of me because they're open, hell yeah, go for it.
Yep.
But I think that's probably, if I'm a team that is looking for kind of like the Texans were last year. It's why the Commanders might have made a lot of sense for Stefon Diggs.
Yep.
You go in, you got Terry McLaurin, even now with Deebo Samuel, it might really make a lot of sense with the Commanders. But I don't know about the Patriots. That might be asking for trouble.
We'll see. Maybe
a young quarterback.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Dre, you got a quarterback in his second year who's coming off a 3-14 season.
That's like the old Jeremy Shockey dynamic, where you got a young quarterback, you got this tight end who's hyper competitive and feels like the best thing for the team is to get him the ball, and Eli would force it and force it and force it to Shockey.
Yep. All right, let's get to some headlines in the next segment. Good things going on out at Dyken Park last night. The Astros going against their AAA affiliate, but I think we're on the cusp of a pretty fun opening day here on Thursday. Rockets back in action tonight. An injury that completely turns the women's tournament on its head for basketball. We'll get to all that coming up next.
Hey, I know you guys love owning a house. It's awesome. It's awesome.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Cam has had as good a spring training as anybody. He and Jeremy Payne, the two best springs. And there's a ball down the right field line. Fair ball. That's going to score at least one run. Jeremy Payne is on the move. Tony Perez-Chico waving him home. And Cam Smith's heading for third. He is going to start out his Astros career in this stadium with a 2 RBI triple. And he is fired up.
Yeah, man. Started his career down at the old Cacti down in West Palm Beach with a couple of walks and a couple of bombs. And he starts off his Dyken Park career with an RBI triple against the Space Cowboys last. That was Cam Smith, and the reaction on social media very predictable, Seth, with the quote tweets of that video of that RBI triple, which is Cam Smith just made the club. Cam Smith just made the roster.
I guess if you look at it from this perspective, with a young player, it's spring training is compressed. You don't have that many. You don't have a big sample size, so you try to take the old even-keeled approach as a baseball person and say, stuff he still hasn't seen. But he's passed every test so far.
Yes.
I mean, one of his really good hits in spring training was, I can't remember if it was a home run or a double, was against a major league pitcher. He's faced on average in spring training, he's faced about the level of a double-A pitcher.
Yeah.
Which, all right, when you're facing double-A pitchers,
shellac 'em.
People get, and you do really well, those guys get elevated to the majors.
Yeah.
So since he's been with the Astros, there hasn't been a moment where you've thought, oh, well, maybe he's just not ready for it. So without thinking about the way things are traditionally done or anything, you haven't seen a reason not to elevate him.
That's
other than old school baseball logic. And if there's one thing I know about the Astros, old school baseball logic is about as it's worth about as much as a hay penny.
Yes,
yeah.
a hay penny. That's the thing. I think you just struck. You hit on something there. Yeah, he's faced on average a double-A pitcher, and his OPS is over 1,300. It'd be one thing if his OPS was 850 against the double-A pitcher. No,
right.
he's destroying them.
He's just absolutely annihilating them.
Right. So
it's you know what he is at this point? He's like the kid that has to play up an age group.
Yeah.
You have no choice but to play him up an age group.
Yes.
Because he's destroying all the other 12-year-olds.
It's
almost unfair.
Yeah.
It's unfair to keep him down competing against the 12-year-olds, both for the kid himself and for the others.
Meet your new teammates with these pube mustache with the 11-year-olds.
That's where I told my brother with my nephew. My nephew's a really good hockey player, but he's young. And my brother was an excellent wrestler. He's seen the downside of parents that push their kids too hard. Mm-hmm. So my brother was just resisting my nephew playing up an age group.
Yeah.
But it got to a point where all right, well, this is just, it's not fair to anybody if we don't elevate him.
Yeah.
That's where we are with Cam Smith. Don't hurt his development, Dana Brown.
No.
Plunk
him right there.
Kid's going to end up being a high school dropout if you don't give him some challenges.
Put him in the 5-hole and let's go. Here was Bob Nightingale last night on Area 45. The fellas had Bob Nightingale on USA Today, covers MLB. He said Cam Smith is going to be the everyday right fielder.
Yeah, he will be. They're going to give him a chance. We'll see what happens. I don't think anybody saw this coming, that he would be ready this quickly. So kudos to him. What do you have? A first at bat tonight? Was it 2-run double, 2-run triple, something like that?
Triple.
And very, very impressive. But yeah, I mean, all the scouts that saw him early on thought, okay, he's got a chance to be good, but no one saw it, this quickly.
All right, so there you go. The other news with the Astros that we found out, Ryan Gusto will get the final spot in the bullpen, probably as a long reliever. So the pitching staff is set, and we just wait for news on the last 2 or 3 regular position players on the roster.
DeZenzo's an interesting one. DeZenzo quietly had a really good spring training. I mean, it wasn't that quiet if you were paying attention. It's just there weren't headlines written about him.
If Cam Senzo and Jeremy Pena would be the story of spring training.
This Kyle Tucker trade has just done such a complete 180 for, I think, a lot of people who might have been skeptical of it at first. Yeah. I understand it and get it. I wasn't as skeptical of it. I was kind of happy to see the Astros making a hard decision and acknowledging that they had to really do a reset. But man, this has been a quick turnaround. And my God, if Kyle Tucker gets off to a slump and Cam Smith starts off looking like the rookie of the year.
Yeah.
It's going to be so much fun.
It will.
And then I will direct none of my ire towards Kyle Tucker himself, but I will enjoy the misery of the Cubs fans.
This is what I wonder, and we got other headlines we're going to get to, but as long as we're talking about this.
Screw those headlines.
Screw the headlines is right. I wonder, and again, we're talking. It's March 25th, so this thing could go a complete different direction. I acknowledge that. But if this trend continues where this trade looks as good as it is so far, this Kyle Tucker trade, I wonder if that amps up the appetite for people to allow Dana Brown, even if the Astros are in the mix, to go find a Framber Valdez trade at the trade deadline. You know, like even if they're hovering around, I don't think they would. I think if they're in the playoff hunt, they're going to be buyers, not sellers again like they were last year. But what will the drumbeat be? Like Dana Brown, this one trade so far has had to invoke a lot of confidence in Astro fans that this is the guy to sell these assets high and bring in pieces.
I guess the only problem with it, let's say that the Astros are very much in the hunt at that point.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if they're not, then all here.
Yeah.
I love them, but get them the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Well, let's say for the sake of this scenario, they're very much in the hunt. I mean, at that point, it's got to be player for player at the very least. There might be some futures in there at some, but it's got to be
like
major.
the Tucker trade.
You got to be getting a major league player back that you feel good about that can swap out the effectiveness of Framber.
Yeah.
And then the honey on top is, okay, maybe a couple of prospects that Dana Brown has a good rapport or feel for, but it's got to be player for player, like 1-to-1 somehow on the major league level.
To be clear, if they're in the mix, Framber ain't going anywhere. I'm just curious if fans will. We know there's a set of fans, Seth, that want to trade anybody who's got a year left on their contract.
Yeah. Well, no, but okay. I mean, no, and if they're in the mix and it's something that makes sense and you're getting another really good Major League Baseball player back or two who add up to Framber, I'm cool with that. Yeah. I would be sad because I love Framber.
Yeah.
He just makes me smile.
Yep.
He brings joy to my life. But I can find joy in other places.
For sure. Rockets host the Hawks tonight, trying to get another winning streak started. Their 9-game winning streak went up in smoke against the Nuggets earlier this week. They host the Hawks tonight. Juju Watkins of USC tears her ACL last night, 5 minutes into the second round tournament game for the USC Trojans. She's a big star. You couldn't sit down and watch the men's tournament this weekend without seeing her on a bunch of commercials. Like she's an NIL year. She's not the box office attraction Caitlin Clark was, but she is to this tournament in terms of the basketball part of it what Caitlin Clark was last year.
I'll tell you what. I mean, because obviously, like, we're in a city and we do sports radio in such a way that we focus very much on the major league sports and the NFL, obviously, very heavily.
Yeah.
I think that the one thing about NIL and transfer portal, but then also social media too, is that I think it's been and it's going to be really, really good for the non-marquee sports like women's basketball. The fact that the Caitlin Clark phenomenon, I don't think exists necessarily without social media. And then women basketball players can find different ways to get paid that aren't just in the traditional set. I'll tell you that Love B volleyball league, Houston's got a team, from what I've seen, they do it really, really well. And that's without a huge network deal or anything. Yeah. And I think the players make respectable salaries. So I guess the cynical side of me would worry about the college sport not meaning as much. With Juju there, I kind of feel like, but you know what? She's taken care of, and she's going to end up having a good future, and et cetera.
Well, and it's an ACL. I mean, chances are she'll be okay. The NIL part with the women's basketball is interesting, Seth, because their professional level pays peanuts.
Right.
You know, for Iowa to go find some NIL money for Caitlin Clark to stay at Iowa for another year. Yeah. Is like 2 commercials for a car dealership or something like that. Like her salary in the W, it's below 6 figures.
Yeah, but I wonder how that's starting to change with some of the deals and the endorsement deals on the women's side of things, just because of social media.
Yeah,
you don't have to be a conventional type celebrity to be worth a lot of money. If you've got 100,000 followers on social media and there's fans attached to you, brands are going to find a way to pay you money.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines for today. All right, back to the Astros we go. Brian McTaggart's got a piece, 5 Astros who stood out in a big way in spring training. I want to power rank these. The one that's at the top of the list, considering the other names, top of the list for me, may surprise you. We will have that for you coming up next. But Daily in Black is what I want to tell you about right now. And I'm telling you, we're coming up on April. So we are...
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to be with you. Astros, they beat up on Sugarland last night.
Yeah, take that, Sugarland.
Doesn't count in the standings, unfortunately.
Take that, you bums,
the biggest,
that I will cheer for one day as well.
The biggest rivalry in town right now for baseball season. Houston
That's what
versus
is that
Sugarland.
like? That's like, I guess it's, it's always an exhibition game and everything, but I guess the beating up on your minor league affiliate is, it's like watching an older brother beat up a younger brother a little bit.
Man.
But if the younger brother beats up the older brother, you start to have reservations, even if it's just a friendly, even if they're wearing the big gloves and everything. Yeah. So they took care of business.
Unfortunately, the older brother, if it does start to get that way, well, we'll just take all your good players and send them down to Double-A or put them on our team. Yeah.
You know what it's like? This
What's
is what it's like. When your older brother steals one of your friends, because Cam Smith. I think a lot of the minor league teams are kind of like, oh boy, this is a nice little boost having Cam Smith in Corpus or in Sugarland. Yeah, nice little boost to our coffers. And the big brother's like, nope, I'm taking your friend.
Taking him.
He's my friend now.
He's driving to school with us. You can keep taking the bus, okay?
Yeah.
Cool factor went way up when you pulled in a car in the parking lot at high school.
Then he'll do the ultimate, which is a key Dan Payne move too. I was a freshman in high school, and my brother was a senior. There couldn't be a worse scenario for that.
I'd rather be in 8th grade. I'd rather be even younger.
I remember I was just talking to a girl at any given time during the school year, and one of my brother's friends would walk by and de-pants me as I was talking. Beth Prezell. I remember Beth Prezell never respected me after that.
Really?
She could, in my mind, I made the decision. I was like, I should go fight that kid. But then he's totally going to kick my ass.
Were you big enough to yet, or did you not?
No, I was skinny. I was a late bloomer. My freshman year, I wrestled 132. And I had that was wrestling up above my actual weight,
Are you
too.
serious?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I was 5'8", 132 pounds. My head was the exact same size it is now. I was a sight to behold, I'll tell you.
Let me tell you something. Seth, let me just break the news to you. Break the news to you 35 years later.
Beth
you weren't getting Beth Prezell anyways.
No, you know what?
Unless she had a head fetish. Yeah.
Funny that you mention it. Yeah, she did. She was going out with a junior in high school.
There you go. Guy whose body actually grew into his head size. So there you go.
Yeah.
The coaches must have been salivating when you came back, whatever summer it was that you did you come back looking totally different? Yeah.
I think I started to grow my junior year. That's when I was still good at football. That's where I was. Looking back on it, I think I was really undersized lineman on the JV squad and kind of dominating. So I guess that was probably a good hint that the coaches at that point were probably like, man, because my relatives were tall and everything. They probably were like, oh boy, gosh, I hope this kid grows like his uncles. Yeah,
it's like waiting for a volcano to erupt. Here it comes. Yeah. Brian McTaggart, who covers the Astros for MLB.com, had an article, 5 Astros who stood out in a big way in spring training earlier this week. It's an interesting article because one of the guys who stood out in a big way is not going to make the team. That was Logan Van Way. That was Spo's guy at the beginning of spring training, the reliever. I say Spo's guy. Spo was like, who's a sleeper to watch out there in the bullpen, and Logan Van Way.
Yeah.
The 5 guys on this list, Seth, which includes Cam Smith, if I were to power rank them in order of my excitement level, Logan Van Way and Brian King are at the bottom.
There's a little bit of a surprise here at the top of your list.
Middle reliever. Zach DeCenzo is on here. And to be clear, I'm excited about Zach DeCenzo. Cam Smith is number 2 for me. Jeremy Pena showing that he might be ready to make the leap here to go from being a really good defensive shortstop and a guy with some pop in his bat and a flair for the dramatic on occasion, but still like a 700 and change OPS guy, to looking like, man, this might be the year where he takes the 22 home runs from his rookie year, the 20 steals from last year, the Gold Glove from his rookie year, same year.
Yeah, well, and so much of it is you can talk about the various tweaks that he's making, both at the plate and defensively, but a lot of it is just centered around getting rid of extra movement, extraneous movement, stuff that's not helping you all, just keeping everything a little bit closer and keeping your bat still and all that kind of stuff. It's almost like an overarching theme where you clean that part of your game up, and you think about him defensively. You say he's a really good fielder, and yet last year it was so weird because he was still making all the incredible plays, but he would have these really weird errors. Yeah. He had all these errors that just didn't make any sense, and a lot of times that's like anybody who golfs or anything knows. When you got too much movement in your swing, when you got too much movement in your throwing motion and all of that, there's more chance for things to go awry. So just in him kind of keeping everything closer to his core, that it could really unlock something in him. Yeah. And in a lot of ways, that's just becoming a true Major League Baseball player, the economy of motion that the really good ones all have.
Yeah, it just, to me, the reason why, and to be clear, it's very close. Like, I'm super excited about Cam Smith. The reason why I'm a little more excited about Pena is it feels a little more real. Cam Smith has a little bit of a summer fling feel to it right now. It's a small sample size. It's been amazing. He's crushing pitching here. It sounds like he's going to be the everyday right fielder to open the season.
Did you just call Cam Smith Danny Zuko?
I did. It's from Greece.
I'll tell you what.
Greece. Summer lovin'.
He's going to turn Zuko wrestling. Where
playing all the sports.
Yeah, that's right.
He's trying them all out.
Jeremy Pena's going to play baseball like Danny Zuko did.
That's right.
Don't put that evil on him.
So Pena just feels a little more real to me right now, just because we've seen it at various times at the major league level, and I'm ashamed to admit this, because it's not like this is the first time we've seen Jeremy Pena, and his biceps glistening in the spring heat in West Palm Beach. But the Astros put a picture out of Jeremy Pena in a basketball jersey that looks to be one of the giveaways at one of the games this year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I immediately ran to my betting app and went over on 14.5 home runs.
We were joking about John Singleton becoming a fitness influencer if he decides to retire at this point because of his body transformation. Yeah, Jeremy Pena could sell his morning routine to the masses today.
100%.
Yeah, and get all kinds of sponsorships and deals. I don't want to say it's common with baseball players because Jeremy Pena he's built, But with baseball players, you really don't get when you see him in a clubhouse, there's always a few guys who are like, oh crap, I never would have guessed that's the way that dude looks like when you see him wearing his baggy baseball jersey.
That's right.
This is the thing about this photo. If you haven't seen it, just search Jeremy Pena on X or Instagram or wherever. And this is the encouraging thing. Maybe you look at this picture of Jeremy Pena where he looks like a fitness influencer. He looks like an amateur bodybuilder or something. This is where you can make yourself feel better. Because it's a loose-fitting jersey at the bottom, if you didn't know any better and you're only looking at the bottom half, you might be like, well, that's a pear-shaped fella.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because the wind is billowing through it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the excuse I'm going to make anytime I have a photo where my spare tire is clearly revealed by the dry fit I'm wearing.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I just look like Jeremy Pena.
Well, there is a certain length that shirts, if you're going to wear it untucked like he is, there is a certain length to jerseys or even golf shirts and stuff like that even if you are fit it just looks silly when it goes too far down, and this jersey does go a little far down. Now, this is their giveaway for March 29th, that's Saturday, right? Yeah, that's Saturday this week. It's pretty good. It's a good-looking jersey, man. You can always cut it off if it goes down a little too far on you, you know?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, it's cut generously for people that could fill out that lower part with their actual own flesh instead of the wind.
You raise a great point. If I'm Pena, I'm a little pissed that they let this picture go down below his hands right there.
Yeah, why don't you Photoshop it a little bit or something?
Yeah, come on,
just
Astros.
lop out that little. It's a fake love handle. It doesn't look right.
Do you like my bet? Maybe you might not like my rationale for the bet. Hey, look, big biceps. Give me over. A big biceps over on home runs. Yes, please. Give me bet. Do you like Jeremy Pena over 14.5 bombs this year?
Oh, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. I mean, he never really lost. I mean, his hard hit percentage and all that stuff was still really good. He was still showing power throughout. So yeah, I think that's a good one. I think that's smart.
Yeah, I'm taking.
And also the other thing I would say, I get worried about body transformations sometimes.
Yeah.
With him, I mean, Pena's looked like that.
He's been this way for a while.
Maybe he added a couple pounds of muscle or something, but it's not going to change the way it's not going to change his fluidity.
No. It was 2 years ago when we went to spring training. So this would be 2023. Remember where I asked him how much he benched, and he said he doesn't bench.
Right. Yeah. That was a surprise to you. Baseball players, a lot of them, I want to say most of them, like they understand that, for one, like using extremely heavy weights is kind of dumb when you're in a sport where you got to play 162 games.
Yeah.
But also, just bench press doesn't do much for you.
Yeah.
I would argue to you young football players out there that many of you fixate yourselves too much on the bench press. Focus on everything you can't see in the mirror. Your butt, your back, your hamstrings, everything. Bench press matters, but not to the point where you're devoting 80% of all of your concern and focus on it.
And if your response to Seth is, I look at my butt in the mirror all the time, then the answer is stop looking at your butt in the mirror, okay?
Step one, stop looking at your butt so much in the mirror if you already do.
Yes.
If you don't, start looking at it in the mirror
There
more.
you go. Yeah, find a balance.
Not to mention, you open up your dating opportunities more to a broad variety of women that might be attracted to various body parts. Yeah,
everybody likes something. Yeah,
there's lots of guys out there with big chests,
Right.
Rock hard butt. There's a niche for that.
That
all right?
booth doesn't have as long a line right now. Yeah. The Astros have the 12th best lineup in Major League Baseball according to the Athletic. Not even in the top third of we're talking the everyday, not the pitching staff, the everyday lineup. 1 through 9 is rated 12th right now by the Athletic.
I think that there's a lot of X factors to whether the Astros end up overperforming in that regard. And I think one of the biggest ones, Yainer Diaz, who's already an above-average hitter, especially by catcher standards, was still very much a young catcher last year who was trying to learn how to do all the things at the major league level. So we could get a boost and a bump out of him. Whether Chaz or Jake Myers recaptures anything close to, with Chaz at the very least in his first 3 seasons, he was an above-average hitter. Last year was just a complete nothing. So maybe he gets back to that. Jake Myers showed some things promising during spring training. You don't want to read too much into it. But like Cam Smith, obviously, would be a huge bonus.
Yainer Diaz, Cam Smith, Jeremy Pena, who we just talked about.
Yeah.
If we're looking, I think there's more upside for the Astros in their lineup than there is downside. Like the downside is that Jose Altuve is a year older, and is this the year that starts to catch? And the stress of playing outfield, whatever it is, the whole Jose Altuve experience at age 35, do we start to see that diminish? Now he hit 300 or whatever it was last year. Like he was still an elite offensive player last year. I see more guys in this line. Yeah, Christian Walker's an older guy now, so maybe, and he has the oblique. Does he get an oblique or whatever? I feel like there's more guys with upside than there are guys with downside.
The other side of that coin would be if they're able to manage him more carefully this year. For a guy who was 34 years old last year, he didn't get nearly as many rest days as they would have liked because the injury situation was so much. So
they went 7-19 to start the year too. Like we can't afford to rest him. We got to win games.
Espada says he's going to play the majority of his games in left field.
Yeah.
But I think a smattering of left field, second base, and DH if they can work the DH enough this year, that maybe they get a fresher version of Jose Altuve.
Yeah,
even though he's 1 year older.
Yep. Bob Nightingale was on with the guys on Area 45 last night, and they asked him about the Jose Altuve. What's the shelf life right now on Jose Altuve in left field? Is it an experiment? Could they scrap it at some point? Here's what he had to say.
Well, I can sort of scrap it. I mean, that's what the Dodgers did with Mookie Betts. They stuck with him for a while, and then when he got hurt, they said, you know what, let's scrap it right now, and we'll do it again next year. So, certainly they know he can play second base. So they'll give it a go. I mean, if he's, messing up, big time or botching some routine plays, they'll say, you know what, it didn't work. We're going to move him back to the, back to second base. And then maybe, working on him in the outfield during pregame and stuff like that and spend more time doing that in the off season. But I think, to commit for it now, I got to think they're, still going to commit for at least the first 30 or 40 games to see what happens.
This is going to be fascinating to watch. See how this plays out.
You can't wait to watch it but I mean, that could quickly turn into, I don't want to see this at all anymore.
Right.
I guess this is my question. If Cam Smith's starting in right field, a position that's new to him, if Jose Altuve is starting in left field, and we've already seen Altuve with a couple errors, we've seen Cam Smith with an error, and not a huge sample size. Like, what's the over/under on errors per week out of our corner outfielders? Which is, I feel like they're on pace to have at least one error a week out of your corner outfielders.
Yeah, I was going to put it at 1.5. And I mean, 1.5 feels like a number where you'd get action on both sides of it right there. I'm totally operating as a sports book right now. I'm optimistic that when you've got the focus of playing in an actual game that counts versus playing in a spring training game, that kind of thing. There could have been a focus issue for Jose Altuve out in the outfield. It's a different. I would imagine this would be a good question to ask him. Actually, like, is the adjustment bigger mentally or physically? I mean, I felt it in that game out there, Seth, that you and I were there for, where he first played left field, that Friday game before we left to come home from West Palm Beach. As you pointed out yesterday, I stood out there in the left field stands the entire time with Jose Altuve, and I was starting to get edgy and impatient out there. When you're playing that position where there's a chance you don't get a ball hit to you, on that day he didn't get a ball hit to him one time in 6 innings, versus being at second. Not only do you see more action, but the ball's on top of you quickly. It's got to be a completely different mental state that you're in.
There's a stress level whenever you do anything new, and I think it was Roger Clemens. I remember talking about this a long time ago. As a batter, when you're a pitcher and you're batting in a base running situation, you have to. Like, you're breathing faster, not because of the physical exertion, but it's kind of like it's a high stress situation just because of the unfamiliarity.
Yeah.
So when I say how many errors per week, I mean in the first 2 or 3 weeks where everything is brand new. And no matter how easy and simple it might seem, when you're in a new environment and in a high pressure situation, it's stressful. It doesn't mean you buckle under the stress or anything, but that's when errors are made. That it's probably going to take at least a couple weeks for both those guys to get some of that out of their system. So I'm expecting at least an error in the first week of baseball out of the corner outfielders.
I think that's fair.
I'd say 1.5. I'll put the over/under at 1.5, and if they hit the under, I'll feel positive about the experiment.
That's a good way to look at it. How stressed out are you going to be every time there's a runner on third base with less than 2 outs? Just in general, like, oh God, please don't hit it to left. Please don't. Please, hit it to Jake. Doesn't have an arm either, but at least hit it to him because I know he'll make the transfer from his glove to his throwing hand.
Or just make the right decision on which base to throw it to and all of that.
Right. Or if he drops it, actually go chase it to pick it up and throw it into the infield. Yeah.
This is where I really hesitate whenever anybody says, oh, that's a simple fix for Altuve with some of the mistakes he's made. Altuve, as a base runner, has made some incredibly simple things turn into complex things.
Yeah.
Like he's botched some really basic things as a base runner.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not optimistic about it, but I've kind of accepted that, yeah, there will be some errors, but hopefully the sum total of it will be worth it.
Yeah.
If he improves as a batter over last year and doesn't look like he was starting to age like he did because he's getting more rest or whatever it might be, then I can live with it.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I thought the Astros would start Smith at third, move Paredes to second, and put Dubon in right. If they did that, they'd be putting DeZenzo in right and keeping both of them on the Major League roster.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people have said that they really question Paredes at second.
Yes.
That he might struggle a lot more than people think. Again, it's not as simple as just, it's another position in the infield.
No.
And then also, too, you got to remember that I think Cam Smith, defensively, he's not a young Alex Bregman.
No.
So the chance of Cam Smith hurting you as a rookie defensively might be a lot less in right field than it would be at third base.
Yep.
There'd just be more opportunities for him to not be a professional. It'd be a stark difference between third base and Cam Smith at third base.
This is fun, man. I'm pumped. Baseball, real baseball in 48 hours. It's going to be fun, man. The Athletic went and got a bunch of feedback on the automated strike zone after they used it in several different ballparks. You and I only got to see it one time when we were down there covering Astros spring training, but we were both super enthused by it, I think.
Because it's so fast.
It's quick, yeah.
This part, from the fan experience, it was cool because the challenge has to be made immediately after the ball crosses the plate. They can't get any input from the dugouts via verbally, garbage can, anything else like that. The catcher, the batter, or the pitcher has to make the challenge within 2 seconds of the ball crossing the plate.
Yep.
And it's a quick process. It didn't feel like it disrupted the flow at all. The catcher makes the challenge by patting his head. They go to the scoreboard. There's a graphic up there with the strike zone, and you're just waiting to see for the ball pop up just like on television, and boom, call's either upheld or overturned.
There's a bit of showmanship with it. The unveiling of what the call is up on the big screen up there is pretty cool.
If they can get the technology right, then I'd be all for it. But it sounds like, based on the spring training, and I mean, they've got a lot of data on this from AAA already.
Yeah.
But it's just not quite ready yet.
Not ready.
There's just too much of a disparity between the traditional strike zone. Because remember, umpires don't really call the strike zone as it's written up in the rule book.
Yeah.
And then it turns out that the computer has a different version of the strike zone than even the good umpires do.
Into Major League games would be next year, but the article says that that's probably even early. Like, we're probably at least a couple years away from it on this.
And there's a lot. It's a really good article. There's a lot of stuff that's probably better represented virtually. But I think the biggest thing that sticks out in my mind as to where baseball would want to tweak a little bit is that batters and catchers said that the robot strike zone is a lot smaller than the umpire strike zone.
Yeah.
And the corners, they're very unforgiving on the corners, where the umpires are willing to bend a little bit on the corners, whereas obviously the computer is not.
They said that they showed a graphic. This is probably what you're referring to, Seth, about the visual part of it. The umpire strike zone is like a big elliptical. It's like an oval.
Like an oval, yeah.
And the robot strike zone is this rectangle that fits inside the oval.
Yeah.
And so that's the biggest tweak. I thought it was funny. And to illustrate the difference between the two, they told an anecdote about a player who had the iPad open for all the robot calls, like where the robot saw everything, and then was handed the post-game report, like on paper or whatever, about the humans and what they would call a strike, and it was very different. It was very different between the two.
So I think that, for one, from baseball's perspective, all right, if the robot strike zone's a lot smaller, then we want more action in these games, and there's going to be a lot less action if the strike zone is that much smaller. So, or there might be more walks, I suppose. That could go either way, because if the strike zone is that much smaller over the center of the plate, if pitchers have to adjust to that. That cuts both ways.
Yeah, we'll see. I thought the interesting part, too, was who among catchers, because there's three entities that can challenge on any given pitch: catchers, pitchers, hitters. Catchers were the best at challenging, in terms of challenging and getting it overturned. Catchers were the best. Hitters were okay, Not great.
Yeah.
Pitchers suck at it. Pitchers were not good at it. Pitchers, and you could see where, like, pitchers are probably the most emotional about it, you know?
Yeah. Well, and they're the furthest away from the plate, too.
There's that.
They're as gifted as they are with their vision.
I thought about that. That's a great point. Yeah.
They're a long ways away from the plate, so the depth of where the ball crossed the plate and everything, they can't tell. I remember, I can't remember, it must have been Sparks talking about this at one point during spring training. Basically said that like the pitchers, listen, as a pitcher, you want to believe it's a strike, and you know it was a strike because I felt it coming out of my hand that it was a strike, but the catchers are a lot more objective about it.
Yeah, Sparks is good, man. He's excellent at what he does. So there you go. So the feedback on the robot umps, I think largely, I think everybody knows it's coming at some point, right? Like I think it's inevitable that this is what we're going to have at some point.
The one little tidbit in that I liked was that umpires actually have gotten a lot better over the last 10 years. And I'm guessing it's because of the electronic feedback.
Yeah.
Not to mention the vitriol of the fans when they. But the big takeaway is that as much as it should seem simple, like it is in tennis, you got to remember that it's way more complicated in baseball because the physiology of each batter is different, and it's there's a lot more factors to account for. I mean, if I were to see it at this point, I might only be comfortable with it if you just said, no, just the umpires aren't making the ball and strike calls at all.
Just leave it up to the computers.
I think that if there's a difference between how the umpires see it and how the computer sees it, all right, well then let's just let the computer call it every single time.
Well, and it's funny because the article points this out. It's a good article. If you're interested in this topic, it's a really good article. The propensity or proclivity for a major league manager to argue with a human being versus arguing about a computer is so drastically different. Like we've seen since more stuff has been shown on replay and automated, because it is becoming a more automated, officiated game, there's just been a major drop in the number of ejections. We don't get those blow-ups with managers and umpires anymore, and that would be really interesting to see. Like if they went full-on automated strike zone, can managers can't argue anymore. You know, like what are you going to do? Run up to the wherever the computer is and take a bat to the computer? You know, like so that's that would be interesting. Getting a lot of
these, you know, when it comes to self-driving cars and everything, you get into all these little ethical dilemmas of if the computer has to make a decision and it's either going to plow into one child, like there's three adults on the left side of the road, there's a child on the right, and there's a driver in the car that's about to hit a tractor trailer. Like the computer has to make a decision. Then you got to figure out ways to handle those scenarios that are ethical, and sometimes it's impossible.
Oh man.
It's not the same level of concern in baseball. You can make these decisions without having to worry about it.
But I'm super concerned about this hypothetical you just gave me. Like, who am I taking out?
You ever do the trolley game?
No.
Okay,
Is it going to stress me out as much as I'm stressed out now over this hypothetical?
I can't remember what it is exactly, but it's basically that decision. Like you're standing at a train track, and there's a trolley headed towards disaster, and there's like two different types of disasters. I can't remember. So you have to make the decision of either like killing one of your loved one or three strangers and all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh. Is it just a loved one, like air quotes loved one, or somebody I actually love?
Is this an in-law?
Yeah. No, not my in-laws. I love all my in-laws. Got big issues with some other people, though.
You'd be good at this. It's like every morning when you give me the power ranking of your children. Yeah. You know, you have no qualms about it.
True.
You
My
do.
sons listen.
No, yeah, I know, and he does it every morning. He comes in.
Well, they know at any given time one of them. They've all shared the top spot at one point or another.
We've got it on the whiteboard. It's off camera.
That's right.
We never let that. That was part of our contract where Sean was like, you can't see my offspring power ranking.
Right. That's right.
On camera.
That's how I keep all three of them on their toes. Yeah. And I don't tell them what the rankings are. Great show, guys. Why are the Astros is not just sitting here calling our show great. Great show, guys. Why are the Astros embarrassing Altuve by putting him in left? Future Hall of Famer. Treating him like bleep. This man gave Houston pride. This man has given Houston pride, goes out there and plays the game the right way.
Okay, I think that this is the thing you got to remember is that our love for Jose Altuve sometimes has a tendency to blind some of us to how bad he's gotten at second base.
There you go, Sam.
This is one thing. I told you, Brandy and I don't argue much. One of the things we argue about is Jose Altuve defensively, and I'm like, she's got a blind spot for Altuve because I'll say it, and Brandy watches just about every game.
Oh yeah, no, people need to know that she's a diehard Astros watcher.
Yeah, but she's got a blind spot for Altuve's shortcomings as a second baseman. Yeah, one of the things, and she's very smart. Like, amazing. I know she's a coach. She watches with a different eye.
Yep.
The one thing is, in the last couple of years since they banned the shift, it's gotten a lot harder to play second base.
Mm-hmm.
He's 35 years old. He's declined defensively. He's got one of the weakest arms in the infield in baseball. And I think it's a way, if he can adjust to the change, that weak arm still hurts him in the outfield, but not nearly as much and as often as it does at second base. That it's everything that listener is concerned about with the respect and dignity for Jose Altuve. This is very much in line with that.
Yes.
That they're hoping he's less of a defensive liability in left field than he is at second base.
Text message. The answer to and what they're talking about when they position juggling that Seth and I have been talking about this morning is to trade Paredes for an outfield bat. Then you have Cam Smith at third, Altuve at second, put the acquired bat in the outfield, and it goes on to list. I think people underestimate how valuable an asset Isaac Paredes is in all this. And I know he had a bad second half of the season last year. I think a lot of that had to do with he got traded to the Cubs, and he was an all-star he made the all-star game last year as a Tampa Bay Ray. He's tailor-made for this ballpark. He's under team control for 3 more years. Yeah. He's played multiple positions. He's got 30 home run type of power in a ballpark that could turn 30 into 35 if he has a big year.
And this is one of the things about Paredes. I think because in comparing him to Bregman, I think that he's not defensively the same guy Bregman was. But as a batter, he brings a lot of those same elements that made Bregman valuable even when he wasn't hitting well, which is his judgment at the plate. And that is very much a focal point of what Espada has been talking about this spring training, is getting back to those Astros clubs that had incredible judgment at the plate.
Yeah.
That their plate discipline was immaculate. They've veered off of that the last couple of years, and Paredes is a move back towards that direction.
Paredes led baseball in number of pitches per at-bat last year. Christian Walker was 10th or 11th. So both the corner infielders they brought in bring that element. And Espada said last night, Seth, that Paredes is going to bat second this year. So Jordan is going to have, he's going to have some ducks on the pond between Altuve, doing Altuve.
And also just over the duration of a game and over the season, you make pitchers work.
Yes.
You're worried about the bottom of the lineup. Man, the faster you can run up that pitch count on starting pitchers, that becomes less of a concern. And both Christian Walker and Paredes are very good in that regard.
This time yesterday, shifting gears entirely, we got a few minutes here in this segment. We'll do the mock draft injection at 7:45 for today, and then we'll do the Pettycast at the top of the hour. So stick around. But this time yesterday, we were acknowledging Lily Stewart, the Georgia co-ed who was arrested twice in 2 weeks. And
has all kinds of moving violations. Was it over 20 moving violations?
I don't know.
She's basically the Deshaun Watson of moving violations.
I don't know if she has over 20. I know that we discussed some people. No, I have over 20.
I think I'm mixing her up with the Georgia football team.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. They have 23. No, she got pinched on March the 8th for going 85 and a 55, getting a ticket, and then basically peeling out and continuing to go 85, and she got arrested. She went viral when she smiled for her mugshot. She's very pretty. Smiled for her mugshot. She gets arrested again over the weekend, and this time it wasn't for a moving violation. It was, and we have detail on it now. We acknowledged her yesterday for her excellent job of getting arrested twice in 2 weeks. And let's acknowledge her again, Ben.
Acknowledge me!
The details on this, apparently she and 3 others were at the she goes to the University of Georgia. They were in the school student center just before 3 a.m. on Sunday when approached by an officer and was found hiding behind a brick wall outside the football stadium. She said, "I didn't want to get caught doing anything bad because I'm out on bond right now." She's out on bond from her moving violation. That's what she told the officer, and the officer said, "Well, sorry, you're under arrest." She smiled again for her mugshot. I think she's hotter in this second mugshot than the first one. She got a little bit of crazy in her eyes.
I feel bad for this girl's parents, even though I don't know. Like, I'm not one to judge parenting or anything or why she's only in this mess because who knows? Who knows, man? They get to college and just things go haywire. There's zero remorse or embarrassment about this, which means that she's going to be a huge star on social media.
Oh, and she's going to be a handful for some guy down the road, too.
She's the next Haktua girl, whatever that finale. Is she still around?
Her little crypto thing kind of put her on the back burner recently.
She might be in hiding right now. Yeah,
she has
she
not
pumped and dumped her own crypto term. Maybe I should come up with a different term for that, given her other nickname. But
good point.
She artificially elevated her own cryptocurrency.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and was like, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. Allegedly. But
it's true. That's something that happens. It's kind of like the GameStop type stuff. The people that have no idea about SEC rules and regs and everything are now in this world where I think a lot of people pump and dump without having any clue that it's wrong or anything. Morally, you should realize, this is really, really, really illegal.
Yeah.
Have you not watched Wolf of Wall Street?
Exactly.
There's a long history of this being really illegal.
You're hurting thousands of people. It's no question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do it. Mock draft injection time. Seth, I found another mock draft with a new name on it for the Texans. Very proud of myself.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it spicy. This is a new name who slips way down the board compared to where he's been going in drafts at a position that I think will excite Texan fans. We'll have that for you coming up next.
I'm gonna have to ask the people in
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Mock draft injection time. We are 30 days out from the draft. It's 4 weeks from Thursday. The Texans, as of right now, picking 25th. 4 picks in the top 89. 3 day 2 picks in rounds 2 and 3. They've got a real chance to improve their roster here come late April. Very excited about the NFL draft this year. We got you covered for it all weekend long here on Sports Radio 610 when the time comes. So mock draft injection time, and this one is from The Athletic, and it's Ben Standig, who is one of their NFL writers, doing this particular mock draft. And it looks to me, we'll talk about Cam Ward a little later in the show in the 8 o'clock hour. He had his pro day yesterday. Big shock. High-level quarterback throwing against air has good day at pro day.
Oh, my gosh.
Headline reads.
Did you see that throws even better than Zach Wilson's throw?
I love that. Yeah. Remember Zach Wilson's pro day? He was elite. He was at his pro day, and so are all the decent ones. So Cam Ward, it's starting.
Stay away from the purple drink, fellas.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Jamarcus. The Tennessee Titans taking Cam Ward appears to begin. It's beginning to seem to get solidified at the top of a lot of these drafts, Seth. It looks like we're going to have a new quarterback. Before we get to the Texans, it looks like we're going to have a new quarterback in the AFC South, increasingly day by day here. Cam Ward. Are you excited about that? Are you excited?
I was going through and trying to figure out level or like how much hype level. Let's call it hype level.
Yeah.
Obviously, when Bryce Young and Cam, wait. Oh my gosh, I've gone 3 days without making a Cam error. C.J. Stroud. When C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young had their pro days, there was a whole lot of hoopla.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out, okay, how much of that was just because locally we were really engaged in it. But I think nationally, especially because you had 2 highly regarded prospects at the very top. There were all kinds of rumors at any given time. Remember how it swung? Remember where it was that, Texans missed out on their chance at C.J. Stroud, and then all of a sudden, somewhere along the way, it turned into, no, actually, they missed out on their chance at Bryce Young. But like both those guys, the hype train was
because they got the second pick. Yeah.
Yeah, no. But at one point, at the beginning, it was, Texans screwed up because now they can't draft C.J. Stroud, and then somewhere along the way, it was like, turns out Bryce Young is actually the guy you want to draft number 1 overall.
Right.
So there was a whole lot of hoopla. With Cam Ward going number 1 overall, it feels more like Jared Goff. It worked out well for Jared Goff, obviously. But, I had to go all the way back to David Carr, I think, where a guy went number 1 overall, but it felt very much like, all right, he's the quarterback. He's the top prospect in this draft, and he's going to go number 1 overall because he's a quarterback, but not necessarily because he's that highly regarded.
You and I had this conversation off air earlier in the show, and we're kind of hashing it out, and we were going through the last 20 years of quarterbacks trying to see who fit this. And it just dawned on me here when we're talking about Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. I think the biggest difference between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud as a pro day draft hype pair versus Cam Ward, and we'll call it Shedeur Sanders being the clear number 2, is that in college, Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud both played in way more important games than Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders ever did. They both played in playoff games. They played in high-level New Year. The lowest level postseason game either of them played was a New Year's Six Bowl, in the 2 years that they were
schools
starting.
And at programs that are very much at the height of estimation right now.
It's arguably the 2 best programs of the last decade, Alabama and Ohio
it's
State.
not even just their individual games or anything.
Yeah.
It's just they come out of these machines, and Florida State has seen better days. So I think that or it's not
Miami.
like back in the Miami, not like back in the heyday.
Yeah.
Florida State as well,
Yeah,
but still,
yes. Even more. For sure.
I think that. I guess Alex Smith, maybe. Was Alex Smith? I'm trying to remember exactly.
He went to Utah. He was more of a curiosity than anything else.
So Cam Ward feels like in that bucket.
Yeah.
And because of that, I'm getting hyped just because realistically, it's not going to work out for Cam Ward in Tennessee. I would say in terms of just probability.
Yeah, it's not
statistically.
That's a stat.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing that makes me nervous is that I could see it being like when Vince Young got drafted high with the Titans, that rookie quarterback bump that you get when teams don't know quite how to handle you yet, what your strengths and weaknesses. 1 year, Cam Ward, whether he works out long-term or not, could be a real pain in the butt for the Texans.
We'll see. All right, let's get to the Texans pick here. Mock draft injection. That was a fun little quarterback chat we had right there. All right, here we go. 25th overall pick in the Athletic, Ben Standig mock draft with the 25th pick, the Houston Texans select. Oh, boy, here we go. I hope I pronounce him right. Tetairoa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
You said McMillan perfectly. Good job.
In Arizona, yes. And this is what they said.
Wow, that's a slide for him.
Yeah,
That's a huge slide.
Do you have that consensus page open to see where he's going in drafts right now?
I did earlier. It looked like he's like around 9th.
Yeah, he's a top 10 pick in almost every mock draft. Slipping to 25. Here's what they say. Tank Dell's significant knee injury may keep the talented receiver sidelined for much or all of the 2025 season, and newly acquired Christian Kirk's contract expires next offseason. The slide ends here for McMillan. Okay, this is where I get a little skeptical. A 6'5" contested catch hero.
Right. Yeah, that's the big question.
Does not fit the D'Amico prototype.
D'Amico, when asked at the Combine last year, said the first thing he looks for in wide receivers is the ability to separate.
Yeah.
Separation. Yeah. Kind of the difference between, I think, drafting John Mechie before D'Amico got here and then drafting Tank Dell after D'Amico got here.
Yes.
There's a little bit of that element of, man, I think D'Amico likes twitchy wide receivers. The question would be, all right, in his dream scenario and candidate, that's what he wants. But for a guy like McMillan, who brings a lot more to the table in terms of his catch radius, his competitiveness, all of that stuff. And when playing opposite a guy like Nico Collins, who gets a lot of separation, who shifts the coverages over to his side, maybe you bend a little bit on that if McMillan slides all the way to 25. I guess my only other question in this scenario is, I wish Standig had mentioned some. If I missed some pre-draft smoke about why he might fall this far?
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't seen any character concerns or anything like that.
I haven't either. Maybe it's just teams not having a need at receiver drafting, and there is always at least one or two players like this that,
right.
Because everybody, with all these mock drafts, there's 40 guys that get talked about being picked in the top 20 or 25 at any given point across the mock draft universe. So the math dictates that there's going to be a couple of guys that you're going, wow, he was going 11th or 12th an awful lot in these mock drafts, and there he is at 25. I do know John Harris really likes McMillan. He talked about when you and I had Johnny on around either Senior Bowl or Combine time, we asked for a couple of names, and if I'm recalling, and Johnny, if you're listening, and I know you usually do it about this time, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think John Harris, whose opinion I value greatly, is a big McMillan guy. But that's the thing that jumped out to me, Seth, in this description, was just the style of receiver that he is, and especially when you're invoking him in the same paragraph where you're invoking Tank Dell, who is completely the twitchy separator that you're talking about, and it's like backfilling a hand model with a foot model,
right, but you've already got, Christian Kirk is that guy this year.
They found a guy,
Yeah, no, Christian, I don't want to make a direct comparison. Tank Dell's more of an outside receiver than a slot, but Christian Kirk is a slot that gives you some of those underneath options that Nico Collins could set up hypothetically. And then on the other side, if you've got McMillan and, all right, maybe he doesn't get your dream level of separation, but CJ is a very accurate quarterback when he's throwing the ball well. He had some glitches last year that were kind of weird. But I would trust CJ Stroud to put the ball where he could catch it, where McMillan could catch it. And it's not like he's a horrible separator or anything. It's just not his calling card. Plus, you have the added benefit of him being Polynesian and from Hawaii. So maybe Kaimi Fairbairn and having somebody from Hawaii there can be whatever the hell's going on with Kaimi in the second half of the season. I don't know. Maybe he feels a little bit more like home and more comfortable.
Yeah.
Let's go that route.
He just needed a Hawaiian friend the second half of the year. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe so. Would you rather McMillan?
This team doesn't have enough Polynesians on it.
No, we need more.
If they could get a Polynesian lineman.
Yes, I was going to say on the D line.
That's the dream scenario.
Yes, that's the sweet spot right there. Kicker and receiver, fine. Lineman, yes, please. Would you rather McMillan or Ibuka? Because Ibuka is still on the board here, and he's one of the most frequently mocked guys to the Texans.
McMillan.
McMillan. Upside.
Yeah, because of the size.
Yeah.
Right, and because of the contested catchability and all those other things that have I think somebody's going to slide, but it's hard to pinpoint who and why and where. But I think this would be a popular one amongst the fans.
Yeah.
Because right around the 12th, 13th, 14th pick, they'd start talking about him on the broadcast a lot. About like, oh, this is interesting. Wow, okay, didn't expect to see this.
Yeah.
Ooh. So by the time he was sitting there for the Texans, there'd be a steady drumbeat of a lot of Texans fans that are like, what the hell, he's there.
Right.
Take him.
Yeah.
Nick took him. But God help us, Sean. We have to come in the next day if he's there at 25 and the Texans trade back or something.
Oh,
that's where then all of a sudden, and if they trade out of the first round completely.
Well, you better draft Kamari Lassiter again if you do that.
Listen, Nick, if you're listening. Listen, all right? I don't know where on your list of priorities mental health of sports radio hosts is. I'm guessing it's up there. But if you can take that into account, please don't trade out of the first round.
Right, yeah.
I know it might make all the sense in the world for various reasons, but please remember poor Sean and poor Seth.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. I think he's been thinking about us more lately because we've got more breaking news from the Texans during our show this offseason than probably the last 2 off seasons combined or 3 off seasons combined.
Take that in the loop.
Yeah, He's spoon-feeding it to the Payne and Pendergast show.
Nick was probably worried that he was going to be showing favoritism earlier on or something.
That's true.
And now he's with whichever spreadsheet he uses to analyze this stuff, he feels
Highly
more
important.
comfortable not worrying about display favoritism.
Because you know the old saying, it's not who you trade for, it's what time does the trade get reported. That's the important thing.
Ideally, yes.
Yeah.
That's he probably is telling agents that. Like,
yes.
Listen, really, like if you're going to leak this, just be sure you leak it before 10 a.m.
Do
Central,
it quickly,
okay?
please, yes.
Can you handle that, Math Rosenhaus?
That's
all right?
That's right.
11 a.m. Eastern, all right?
Pettycast, college basketball coaches, the gift that keeps on giving to the Pettycast. We've got that and a whole lot more. Get your petties ready. Send them into the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We do the weekly Pettycast next.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's do it. Let's get our petties out here. Pettycast time.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Are you ready to be petty, Seth?
I'll be petty, and I'm going to give myself a ding at least once during this. After I had a really bad segment for messing up names, schools, everything else earlier. I messed up Miami, and I swapped Miami with Florida State. Yeah. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Let's not be petty towards Seth Payne.
No. How could we be? All right, so let's get to this. I mentioned this one yesterday. Hey, congrats to Kelvin Sampson for getting the Cougs to their sixth straight Sweet 16. Saying it correctly, because this poor reporter who, prior to the second-round game against the Zags,
bunch of bugaboo,
asked Hullabaloo. Bugaboo. What's bug? I thought it was Hullabaloo. Bugaboo. Yeah. That was to me. He was petty at me that time.
That's Kelvin Sampson talking about Bugaboo.
Bugaboo. Yeah, I asked the question he didn't like. This question was asked of him at his press conference prior to the Gonzaga game, and this poor reporter who made the serious error of mispronouncing the school that the Cougs would be playing on that night.
Didn't you try to get a game with Gonzaga in 2021?
Gonzaga. It always burns me up when people say that. Yeah, it's like calling me Kevin. My name is not Kevin. My mother used to say, people would see my name and say, "Hey, Kevin," and she would say, "Don't let people call you Kevin. Your name is Kelvin. Make sure they pronounce your name right." So that's why my antennas go up with that. Same with Gonzaga. They were our neighbors. It's not Spokane, and it's not Gonzaga. It's Gonzaga and it's Spokane. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. I would say it's not the same as saying Kelvin versus
You're
Kevin.
leaving an entire letter out.
One is just an accent from wherever you grow up, and whether it's a flat A or whatever the A is. It just no. I appreciate the pettiness, but I feel like him sticking up for Gonzaga. He probably pronounces I think it's the Willamette River. I used to think it was the Willamette River.
Oh, it's not the Willamette River? I've been calling it that my whole life. Is it really?
I guess in Washington they kind of pronounce, or in Spokane.
Yeah.
In the Pacific Northwest, I guess they do the flat A. Yeah. No, you know what people used to do this with Mario Williams? Because in some areas of the country, people say Mario.
Yep.
Others, they say Mario. But people would act like, it's Mario, not Mary. Who the hell cares?
Right.
My God.
Especially if Mario doesn't care, you know?
Right.
I bet Kelvin Sampson got more angry than Mark Few probably gets when it gets mispronounced. You know, the coach of Gonzaga.
Yeah.
Gonzaga. I pronounced it right.
Okay, what do we stand on Brett Favre? That's a trickier one. That's a trickier one.
How do you feel about the movie Something About Mary? That's the big thing there.
I feel like Kelvin, you're actually saying Kevin when it's Kelvin is disrespectful because you're omitting a whole consonant.
A whole consonant.
It's not an accent thing. You're just actively omitting a consonant from his name. It's not because of the accent.
I've been a victim of this recently. When I was on in Kansas, where was I? No, I was on in D.C. And they pronounced it Pendergast.
Yeah.
I let it slide. You know, clearly you're pronouncing it wrong. There's no R between the G and the A. You're just letting your own. You're letting your own impressions of that name seep in. But, yeah, like Kelvin or Kevin, I'm a victim of this, too. So just settle down on the Gonzaga thing, all right? Try being Pendergast.
You guys got a legitimate gripe? My in-laws. The last name it's honestly, it's easy. It's spelled phonetically.
Yeah.
It's unverdorben.
Yeah.
But when other high schools PA announcers see it, they freak out and they butcher the hell out of it. So you'll be like, Trent Unzerfuven with the touchdown. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: are there any umlauts in Unverdorven?
No, it's pronounced exactly the way it's spelled.
Sometimes the umlauts, the kids,
there's no umlaut.
I'm just saying, sometimes they can be, I know there's not, but sometimes if there were, it can be very distracting. That's why I asked.
I don't even know what an umlaut is.
It's the two dots above the O sometimes in German names. Yeah. I don't know what it means, and that's what makes it even more distracting. Why are there these two dots?
The fact that you even know what an umlaut is, I might send your name to Joseph McCarthy. I don't know if I can trust you.
Umlauts.
You sound a little too in with them. Yeah.
Another snippy head coach. Now, this was after a loss, so maybe I can give Rick Pitino a pass. But he benched his best player. He benched the best player in the Big East from the regular season, R.J. Luis. Put him on the bench down the stretch in a game because, well, let's ask Rick Pitino why he got benched.
Roger Rubin from Newsday. Rick, you had R.J. on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
Played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes, and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he...
All right. I support the snippiness here in that the writer or the reporter said, so he was tired. The way he said it, come on, that's which is
a reporter.
There can be multiple reasons.
Yeah.
Like you're playing a tournament here. Yeah. I think drawing that conclusion, so he was tired. It could be because of load management, and you're trying to just be sure he's fresh for future ones or whatever. I don't know.
Well, they were getting knocked out. He got benched because he was not following instructions. That's why he got benched.
Okay, so that was the answer.
yeah. And Pitino.
What was the score in the fourth quarter? Yeah,
it was a close game down the stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a big question.
That's true.
During that game.
No, load management would have been stupid.
Yeah.
So if I were the snotty reporter, I should say, so what are you worried about? Load management?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I approve the snippiness, but just because he was upset that he was ejected. Yeah.
Do you want some magnificent Gladstone in your life here, Seth? During the Pettycast, I'm petty about the magnificent Gladstone today.
I even forgot what the guy's first name is.
It's James Gladstone. Yeah, James.
Formerly named as James Gladstone, but he's now the magnificent Gladstone, GM of the Jaguars.
Yes.
Who tries really, really, really hard to let you know that he's watched a lot of TED Talks.
Oh, yeah. So they did a video, as they've been doing several of, with the Jags, showing all the inside, behind the scenes of free agency with the Jags. I'll let you guess what I'm petty about here with the magnificent Gladstone as he talks about the team's approach to pro free agency.
I think you've heard Rich quite a few times, right? And that was no different in our approach to pro free agency. It was no different to who it was that we were prioritizing. And we sat down with each of those players individually here today, and that sentiment and what we knew them to be, whether it was what was speaking to us on the film or in our sourced information behind the scenes, these guys are built right, and by being nothing more than who they are, we can feel that they're going to level us up.
Pro free agency.
Was Jack Johnson sitting right behind him, plucking at a guitar while he was
strumming
doing that?
away? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no disrespect to guitars. I didn't mean to pronounce it guitar. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kelvin.
Easy, Kelvin. Yeah. Pro free agency, and you may be saying, Sean, he just said it twice in that one clip. Why are you so upset? Because he kept going.
What we were seeking to do in pro free agency was to raise the floor of this football team.
It's just free agency.
And every player that we pursued and that we've now acquired is meeting that standard. And by being nothing more than who they are and who we know them to be, both on and off the field, they're going to do exactly what we would hope they do, and that's level up this ecosystem. And so with pro free agency, we wanted to set ourselves up.
Pro free agency
flexibility to address any position that we wanted to at any pick point that lies on the horizon, and feel like we're currently in a position to do just that.
He just honestly, he needs to have an intervention with all these buzzwords.
It's
almost like a reflexive
word answer to a yes/no question.
I'm excited about him being bad at his job in Jacksonville. Just
I am
because
too.
He strikes me as the kind of guy that wants to innovate every little thing.
Yes.
And this is a rule of life. It's that when you innovate, especially at the highest level of competition, it's got to be, you can do it, but like it takes time. When you try to innovate every little thing, it's almost impossible to get all those little things right.
Yeah.
And I feel like he goes through the day with a checklist of 78 revolutionary things that he wants to accomplish. I'm gonna defend him a little bit though, Sean.
It's the Pettycast. This better be good.
And it's for this reason. No, it is. It's petty. It's for one reason and one reason alone. It's because their czar of college free agency, the undrafted rookie free agents, is Tony Khan, the owner's son. Yeah.
So he might be kissing up.
They have to basically create a divide where, like, all right, we got to keep Tony Khan in that room over there and let him know that, man, he's too valuable with the undrafted rookie free agents for us to try to poach any of his energy for pro free agency.
Dude, that is solid. That is solid. So now I'm petty that he's kissing Tony Khan's ass. You know, like that's so there's still a reason for me to be petty towards the magnificent G, the magic G. All right, a couple more here, real quick. Are hosting the Golden State Warriors. Jimmy Butler is making his return to Miami, a team that he did about as good a job as agitating his way off of as any player in the recent history in the NBA. Incurred multiple suspensions for unprofessional conduct, missing flights, walking out of shoot-arounds. Jimmy Butler was an a-hole at the end in Miami. Now, for several years, he was great. He got him to the NBA Finals. He made some deep playoff runs. They are giving Jimmy Butler a tribute video tonight when he returns to Miami. And this is my pettiness seeping in here. I don't care how many deep playoff runs you make. If you get suspended multiple times your final season there while requesting a trade, you do not get a tribute video when you come home. Sorry, Jimmy. Miami Heat, why are you being such a cuck for Jimmy Butler still? He jilted you and asked to be traded. What the hell?
Maybe in them trying to be the bigger man or the bigger entity, being above all of that, it's a subtle,
screw that.
Little bit of a subtle.
It's a petty cast,
shade.
man.
Yeah. Okay. They failed at being petty.
They did.
That's they might have to be banned. The Miami Heat might have to be banned from the petty cast. There will be no acknowledgement of any pettiness.
Yes,
ever.
Right.
You clowns.
We
you
unacknowledge
fools,
you. Yes.
You gutless, castrated wimps.
Okay.
Are you yellow?
Yeah. All right, I got a couple more I want to squeeze in here. Micah Parsons tweeted this a couple of days ago. Some of these agents don't have the best interest for y'all, man. He's talking to other players out there. Wake up, David Mulugheta has been showing it time and time again. It's sad seeing some of these players get violated by teams because of lack of decency and effort by their agents. Exclamation point. Here's my petty. This is my petty. Name names, Micah Parsons. If you're going to go on X and proclaim, if all this is an infomercial for your agent, David Mulugheta, I need names. Who are we talking? Micah Parsons.
You need to call out Drew Rosenhaus. Call him an old man over the hill. Yeah, you're past your prime, Rosenhaus.
Right. Lee Steinberg. Nicole Lynn. Go after a female agent.
That would be the battle. Because those are the two up-and-comers. They are the Rosenhauses of their age.
Yes.
Who was it that Rosenhaus was usually compared with back in the day?
Lee Steinberg.
Steinberg and Rosenhaus back in the day.
That was the
and now it's Nicole Lynn and David Mulugheta.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
As far as I can tell, there's no animosity between those two.
I don't think so.
That doesn't mean that Micah can't get it started.
Right. Name names, dude. Don't just sit there and vouch for your guy. Who are we talking about here? You're not afraid to name names on your podcast. Who are we talking about here?
Okay, now this next one, the final one, you're going to have to lay it out for me because when I saw this yesterday, I got about 3 comments into the thread, and it turned political very quickly, and I had no appetite for it. So I was like, I don't need this in my life right now.
There's no political.
Explain this Tiger Woods one to me.
So Tiger Woods has been recently seen with or rumored to be with in a relationship with Vanessa Trump, who is the
it's Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife?
Correct. Yeah.
And father of his several children, right?
5 children.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Mother of his 5 children. Yes. So a relationship with her, confirmed it a couple of days ago with a couple of pictures of the two of them. One, just a regular pose. The other one with the two of them laying on a hammock with her kind of spooning him a little bit. And he says this, "Love is in the air and life is better with you by my side. We look forward to our journey through life together. At this time, we would appreciate privacy for all those close to our hearts." He has 6.4 million followers on Twitter. He has 3.2 million followers on Instagram, where he did the exact same post. Is this how you seek privacy? By asking for it from your 10 million social media followers, Tiger?
Why the request for privacy?
I'm sure they'll be very accommodating.
Like you're spitting into the wind in general. Like, why even make the request? He knows better than that. We request. Just say, I'm not going to be commenting on it publicly or what have you. But to ask for something that you know you're not going to get, I'll tell you one thing. The photo of him in the hammock, that I actually kind of liked because it's a reminder that no matter what lofty heights you attain in this life, you always got to be on alert that your special other is going to make you do something really that you really don't want to do.
Cheesy,
cheesy and awful, and that you're like, oh, let's pose like this. We'll pretend that we're reclining and just relaxing, but with a professional photographer taking the photo.
Professional photographer taking the picture for a guy who never ever puts stuff like this on social media. You know, like he's very private.
Any of her or anything or Donald Trump Jr.'s relationship, any of that, I don't care. That photo alone made me feel like, yep, sometimes it just sucks to be in a relationship. No matter how awesome it is, you're going to have to take that photo that you're really not comfortable with.
That's a good point. She's 47 years old. I would have taken the under on that, other than knowing she has 5 kids with Donald Trump Jr.
Tiger, I'll say Tiger, the one thing about Tiger that I guess is impressive to me is that he's not going after. I mean, now his wife was a very pretty young lady, his first wife. But it's not like he's out there chasing just the hottest ticket in town or anything. I'm not like he's not going after Instagram model, like 25-year-old Instagram models.
No.
He's not being. I'll say he has not been superficial in his romantic interests.
Yeah, their kids.
I'm not saying that he's dating dogs or anything. I'm just saying he looks like he cares about stuff other than just physical appearance.
Yeah. I think their kids all go to the same school, or some of her kids go to the same school as Tiger's kids. Private
seems like
school.
A healthy thing.
Yeah,
they might be in a healthy.
Probably
place
met in the carpool line.
Right.
Hey, you a little lonely?
Not that there's anything wrong with dating a younger woman or whatever. It's just it doesn't seem like that's on his up high there on his priority list.
I would agree. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, you guys, if you haven't heard already, there is one prospect that I would be over the moon for the Texans getting. Todd McShay, draft expert, did nothing to pour cold water on my enthusiasm for this particular prospect that I think a lot of people around here really like as well. We'll get into that. Who is that? And we'll hear from McShay.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kernwood Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Especially now because the Texans, I think, have provided enough cushion here in 2025 to put a competent offensive line out there. I am less inclined to where they have to go offensive line with the 25th overall pick, and thus, Seth, a prospect has risen to the top for me that I hope they get. I'm not optimistic about this because he seems to be going earlier and earlier in mock drafts. If he's somebody that they like, they may have to move up slightly to go get him. But I love Matthew Golden, the wide receiver, formerly Coug, and then obviously last year one of the best receivers in the country for the Texas Longhorns. Here's Todd McShay, formerly of ESPN, now The Ringer, does a lot of good stuff on YouTube and with his podcast on the draft. I like Todd McShay, especially this opinion. He says there is nobody close to Matthew Golden at receiver in this draft.
Matthew Golden from Texas is the only guy who moves like this. It's different, folks. And it reminds me, I've said Tank Dell before. He put his teammates with Tank Dell in terms of the feet, the quickness, the crispness. It's not like I see when you start watching clip after clip after clip, play after play, I'm not saying he's Tyreek Hill, but he's not that far off.
Wow.
The explosiveness, get the ball in his hands, the way he runs around, that suddenness.
Yeah, that's, just in watching Golden this year in particular, Texas thing during the season this year, I'm like, that looks like a bigger version of Tank Dell. I said that during the year.
When it comes down to, hey, if Ibuka and Matthew Golden were both available at 25, I like at the risk of just being way too casual about it, just turn on the highlight reel, and man, there's something about Matthew Golden where you can see the upside, where Ibuka just feels like a guy that's way more polished than a lot of prospects, but you wonder, all right, how much can he build on that? And that happens at a lot of positions. The guys that have a lot of polish, you always got to wonder, all right, if they don't have the physical attributes to really stand out in the NFL, how far is that polish going to carry him, and is it worth taking him in the first round? Golden just looks the part, and it's really enticing to think about the upside of it. So I'm with what you said leading into that clip, where it seems like he's going higher and higher, and it makes sense that he's going higher and higher. If he is sitting there at 25, especially given the fact that he's a Longhorn, that there will be probably that might be the fan favorite at that point.
Yeah, and I would think even the Aggies would agree with that one. Like even the Aggies can get behind that pick.
And also Houston's at a spot too, where I think that more so than. Who was it? Was it Ross Tucker we were talking to about how we felt like fans would want an offensive lineman at pick 25? I think when we were talking to Ross at the Super Bowl, maybe.
That makes sense.
He said something, whoever we were talking to said, I don't know, are fans going to be happy with an offensive lineman? Teams that had a really bad offensive line the year before, the fan base is intelligent enough to know we got to fix that. And I think there's probably 5 different offensive linemen right now that Texans fans would be really happy with the Texans getting at 25.
Agreed.
They're way more so than you expect. The amount of fan approval from an offensive line pick, especially when it comes at 25, where you've already missed out on some of the marquee, big, glitzy skill position players. But Matthew Golden, I think, if he's there, people would really be chiming for him.
Oh, I'd be stoked. He's the number one guy that I want at that pick. That's assuming that there's not some big faller. Like if Tyler Warren, for some reason, drifts into the Texans' radius there at 25 and gets to like 20 in the draft, which is happening on like 2% of the drafts out there, then I'd be like, all right, this guy's slipping. I'm cool with a tight end if it's that guy right there, something like that. Of those offensive linemen, Seth, the 5 or 6 offensive linemen that we've seen mocked to the Texans, which one do you think the fans would be most happy? Not you. Which one do you think the fans would be most happy with?
Well, again, we go to the Texas side of it, and Kelvin Banks, because he's got that local flavor. Well, and Kelvin Banks is from Houston, is he not?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Or I'm blanking on.
Donovan Jackson's from Houston.
That's right. Donovan Jackson is,
Yeah.
I think probably Tyler Booker again.
Yeah, I
because
think
of
so, too.
the Alabama ties. He so much looks the part of a big beefy guard that looks like he could step in and clean. And because he's had probably the most buzz, and he might be helped out by not having worked out great at the combine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't worry about the combine workouts for guards nearly as much as I do offensive tackles or pretty much any other position. Tyler Booker would probably be the fan favorite.
It's interesting having a first-round pick in the 20s. It's been a while since, because the Texans traded out of the first round last year, and before that, they were up, near the top of the draft. You really get a sense for how much variation there is in the impressions of all. Like Tyler Booker is going 13th to the Dolphins in a lot of drafts. He's also going 35th to somebody. It's all over the place.
Okay. So when we talk about Matthew Golden at wide receiver, this is the question. This time of year, this gets really, really dicey. There's no more Nolan Naraki, who used to give you all the anonymous clips of scouts saying that Cam Newton has a fake smile and all that.
Yeah.
A phony smile.
Yep.
Bob McGinn, who's a longtime writer up in Minnesota, has covered the Vikings forever.
Yeah, Wisconsin,
He is that guy now. Oh, that's right. He's in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So he covers the Packers? Did he cover
the
Packers?
He used to cover the Packers. Okay. Yeah, he's from Milwaukee.
The Packers.
Yep.
All right. This is his quote on Luther Burden, the other wide receiver that has very enticing traits. He is fast as all get out. How big a grain of salt do you take with this?
Okay,
so this is what a scout says.
This is so good.
He's a 5-star. They kiss his ass for 3 years just to keep him there. The girlfriend is his manager. The mom is a problem, but he's a good player on Saturday through Friday.
Okay.
That's an area he's really going to have to improve.
Okay, so when they say he's very ordinary Monday through Friday, and I know that's not the bug zapper of this quote right here, do they just mean he doesn't practice all that well? Like that's shaded his preparation probably?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. The mom is a problem is the headliner right there, right? The mom is a problem. The girlfriend is his manager, and the mom is a problem.
Who was the player for the Giants, the first rounder for the
Eli
Giants?
Apple.
That's right, Eli Apple. Whereas people were wondering about, wow, his mom is out there and she is vocal. Wow.
Yeah.
And Eli Apple ended up being kind of, I think, either immature or emotionally soft.
Yeah.
He wasn't ready for the NFL in a lot of ways. I try to take all of this with a huge grain of salt, and then I defer to, all right, as much as the Texans really do seem to genuinely care about all the off-field stuff, I don't worry about this type of stuff because so much of this is often in the eye of the beholder, and there might be one person out there talking smack to scouts or something that doesn't like Luther Burden for whatever reason. So the same thing with Josh Simmons. Simmons, the offensive tackle. Remember Todd McShay said he thought there might be some maturity issues?
Yep.
All right. For the most part, with the Texans, I trust them that they make the right decision on that stuff and that hopefully the smoke is all just BS. And we'll have to go back. We should go back and do an exercise where we look at like Bob McGinn, who publishes a lot of these types of quotes, and see what's his hit rate on whether or not the guys actually become.
I think he writes for Tyler Dunn now. With Go Long
it's a
TV.
paywalled website.
The paywall website, but I think you and I are both members of it, which I say.
Not anymore.
You're not? Okay. He's
really good. He's really, really good, but I just don't have time for it.
His articles are long form, no doubt about it. But the Bob McGinn stuff is really good. It sounds like Bob McGinn.
Juicy.
It sounds like his articles about this draft class are coming out right about now.
Yeah.
So that'll be my homework project for today. We'll see if he's got any other things to say about Texans prospects here.
If I recall correctly, I think he had some smoke about C.J. Stroud.
He may have.
And there were rumblings about C.J. Stroud and whether he had a combative personality and all that stuff before the draft, and we haven't seen any sign of it with the Texans. I think, if anything, whatever issues he may or may not have had with Bobby Slowick, he certainly never really did anything to blow it up publicly. So I always take these with a gigantic grain of sea salt. It hasn't been through the grinder yet.
Right.
Put it through the grinder and see what sifts out.
If anything, I would say the Texans, with their first-round picks in recent years, have done a pretty good job of drafting the families around the players they've picked, right? Like Stingley's, it turns out like Stingley's dad especially is very involved, but that's turned out to be productive. Stingley, it's hard to say it's not been productive. He's the best cornerback in football and just got a huge contract. C.J. Stroud's mom is a delight, and he's got a nice family, and Will Anderson Jr.'s family is amazing as well. It almost feels like you're rooting for a high school or a college team, the way the families all seem to get along.
Yeah.
So I don't want Jordan's problem mom into this whole thing. I don't need her causing a ruckus with Kimberly Stroud or any of the Andersons out there.
As I was shuffling
He's off
through
my big board.
As I was shuffling through my April 21st edition of Sports Illustrated, this article popped up. I searched Bob McGinn and C.J. Stroud. Headline, Red Alert, NFL exec named C.J. Stroud, NFL draft bust.
Oh!
Now this is, sorry to revisit everybody, the score that shall not be, the test that shall not be spoken of, the S2 test.
S2,
was all
dude,
the
I'll
discussion,
tell you,
remember?
Yes, I do. Well, I'll tell you how far off the grid it was. I needed you to remind me what the acronym for it was. I forgot what S2. Okay.
Yeah, the S2 test.
Yeah.
This is the anonymous quote from Bob McGinn from an NFL executive. Stroud scored 18. That is like red alert, red alert. You can't take a guy like that. That's why I have Stroud as a bust. That in connection with the fact, name one Ohio State quarterback that's ever done it in the league. All right, that's not a real NFL executive. Or if it is, that's the the old like scouting the sticker on the helmet versus the actual prospect.
Tony Khan is an NFL executive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Scout. I hope it's somebody in the AFC South. If you got an NFL executive that's scouting the sticker on the helmet, which is like the lowest form of actually thinking about football, go for it. Yeah. The funniest thing about the S2 test was it was a test that had been around for like 2 years, and people were acting like they actually knew anything about it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, report card. The Texans made 4 trades. There's a report card out on the trades for the Texans. Seth, have you clicked on this yet?
No.
Okay, don't click on it. I want you to try to
click on your poll.
I don't. It's a report card from.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah. It's a report card from NFL. I think it's NFL.com. I want to see if you can guess the grades on the tech. They made 4 trades. How did they do, according to the experts? We'll discuss that coming up next. Berkeley,
610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. You can text the show 713-572-4610. That is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text page. All right, so the Texans made 4 trades in this offseason so far. The biggest one is the Laramie Tunsil trade, obviously. That's the one that got the most attention around the NFL. And that's the one, Seth, that when these report cards have come out on the offseason in general, that's the one that has kind of steered the opinions of people. Like, if you like the Tunsil trade, then you're probably giving the Texans overall offseason a middling grade because they haven't made any huge moves in free agency. You know, you're probably in that
and then
B range.
People kind of ignore. Sometimes they ignore the trades and they're just looking at free agency itself.
Yeah.
So there's free agency grades and then there's total offseason grades.
Yeah. So there's that. So as far as the Texans go, there's 4 trades that got made, and I'm just going to go in order they are in this piece. And let me see who this grader is. Is it the easy grader, Chad Reuter? It is not. It is Kevin Patra.
I think Calvin would have an issue with you because I believe he pronounces it Kevin Patra.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, Kevin Patra.
Yes.
Sorry.
Put some respect on that A.
Sorry, Kelvin Sampson. Sorry. So let's go in order of this article here. 4 trades got made by the Texans. They go by position. So the wide receiver trade that they made was obviously bringing in Christian Kirk. Now, some of these trades, you know, when you're doing the old trade where you're just duking a team something to get a guy that's going to get cut anyways, that injects a different variable into things. But the Texans traded a 7th-round pick next year in 2026 to the magnificent Gladstone and the Jacksonville Jaguars for Christian Kirk. What do you think the grade was for the Texans on the Christian Kirk trade, Seth?
I thought the compensation was very fair. The biggest considerations for the Texans would be they're bringing in a salary, a respectable salaried player who's been banged up and injured the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Missed at least 4 games in each of the last 3 seasons, if I remember correctly. I think they gave it, but it's a good, I think it fills a need, especially with Tank Dell being injured and Stefon Diggs leaving in free agency.
Yep.
I think they gave it a B+.
B+ is what they gave it. Ben, I need a ding from my man. Sorry, Ben. I know you're doing important stuff in there.
That was an easy one because I remember I read like every grade after that. So the B+ was about the average. B+ was the average.
Yeah. If he's healthy, it's a good trade. If he's healthy, he's going to get open, and C.J. Stroud's going to find him. That's how I feel about that. All right. The Laramie Tunsil trade, Seth. That is
By the way, I'm sorry. He hasn't. Christian Kirk, real quick. He missed 24, played 12 games in 2023. He played the entire season in 2022.
There you go. Okay. The Laramie Tunsil trade. We don't need to lay out the details. We all know what the Texans acquired and gave up in the Laramie Tunsil trade. What do you think that Kevin Patra gave up for, or what grade do you think he gave the Texans for the Laramie Tunsil trade?
This is an interesting one. I don't know how nerdy Patra is, because the nerds would tell you that the compensation was right. If this wasn't like a DeAndre Hopkins trade where immediately everybody was saying this compensation is all out of whack. The compensation was right. The criticism came in that the Texans struggled mightily on the offensive line, and they traded away the one guy who was a good passer, who was a really good pass protector. I'm going to say they gave the Texans especially because people feel like, oh, wow, boy, the Commanders did exactly the right thing for their young quarterback.
Yeah.
And they're leaving this other quarterback out in the lurch, C+.
Okay, to your point, they gave the Commanders an A- on this trade. They gave the Texans a B-, which I'm giving you a ding for. You're within I
was within one.
A partial, you're inside of a letter grade there. Yeah.
How many standard deviations, whatever that is.
That is, yeah. He says Houston traded its best blocker on a horrific offensive line. That hurts. However, acquiring assets for an older player gives the Texans more bites at the apple to fix the unit over time. The crew was already bad with Tunsil anyways last season.
Yeah.
So there's that.
It's almost like how could you get rid of that junker of a car? It had a magnificent cup holder.
Yeah.
Hey, the cup holder was nice. I'm going to miss it, but still.
Exactly. All right, so you were close on that one. They actually give a grade for the Ed Ingram trade in here, even though it's a low level. It was Ed Ingram for a
remind me
sixth-round
the compensation on that
sixth-round
one. Ed
pick
Ingram for a sixth-round
next
pick.
year, a 26 sixth-round pick.
All right, so now I'm getting into – these are all from Patra?
All from Patra, yeah. We've got
all right, I'm
this
getting
one
into the
and
psychology of Patra a little bit because he's looking at the whole picture. He gave Texans he acknowledged that the Texans have a big rebuild project on their hands.
Yeah.
They can't worry about just one part of that offensive line. They got to look at the sum total. And I think he's looking at that same offensive line and thinking, all right, this isn't your dream candidate. The guy was benched by the Vikings last year midway through the season. But they're probably going to get at least a younger, healthier version or better of what they had at right guard. I think he gave him a solid B on it.
Okay, they actually gave them a C+ on that one.
Oh, Patra, you fool!
Well, it's still inside a letter grade, though. I'm trying to think. No, Ben.
That's a buzzer.
That's a buzzer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Seth.
No, yeah, I can't just be inside the letter grade. It's got to be within a plus or a minus.
I got
or whatever.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
A notch on there.
A notch.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. So C+ is what they gave the Ed Ingram deal, and probably wrote way more about this deal than is worth reading on the air right now.
Yeah.
All right, last one. The CJ Gardner-Johnson trade. And just to refresh, it was CJ Gardner-Johnson and a sixth-round pick is what the Texans received for Kenyon Green. Both picks, like all these other ones, next year in 26, not this year.
I'm gonna give him an A, but only that I'll give Kevin Patra an A if he also has a note in there that he's gone back and revised his original draft grade of Kenyon Green. If he's got to give, because I went back and I changed it on the internet. I'm now giving it an F. I will acknowledge that I'm changing it, but that was an F of a draft pick.
Yeah.
But because of that, in recovering from that at least a little bit, I'm going to give them an A.
They gave him an A-, so that's a thumbs up. Yeah, A-. Houston gave up a struggling lineman who'd been injured and benched in exchange for a starting safety who can bring attitude to DeMeco Ryans' secondary, as if it needed more attitude.
Is it pronounced attitude or attitude?
What does your secondary have in spades? Attitude? Give me more attitude.
It's like the attitude era.
Yes.
Of the That's
Texans
what Nick
secondary.
is doing.
Yes.
Hasn't Nick said that he loved the attitude era of WWE?
It's his favorite era of all time in WWE. He's created the attitude era in the Texans secondary.
Those DBs are all going to have long hair, and they're going to be doing crotch chops and doing all kinds of,
One of them's going to shave their head and be banging beers together and dumping beers like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
If one of those guys' girlfriends doesn't have an uncomfortably large boob job, I'm going to be disappointed.
It is, man. This secondary is DX meets Stone Cold, man. It's attitude era for sure. So there you go. That's man, you were good on guessing those, dude. I thought you did a good job.
It'll come crashing down to earth. You know what I was like in the 90s when there was just people had no taste whatsoever on boob jobs. It was almost like every woman that got a boob job was getting D's out like these are ridiculously anatomically impossible looking things.
No,
I like that we're living in a golden age of cosmetic surgery is the best when you really can't tell, like people are more tasteful about what they're trying to do.
A lot of the boob jobs would have been like when somebody hung a picture on the wall and it's clearly tilted and you're like, dude, mix in a level. Get these things even with each other. Like one is hanging off the clavicle, the other one's down off the spleen.
It was like they needed scaffolding underneath them.
Yeah.
It was just bigger the better. Let's do it.
And huge. And it stretched the skin out so much you could see like the ridges on the sternum in the middle of it too. Like it was crazy. Not that I paid a whole lot of attention to that back in the day, okay?
I don't remember. Yeah. When I was in my mid-20s, I never thought about anything like that.
No, never, ever, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. We're on the cusp of some big news with the Astros that we got to hit here. And also, power ranking the power rankings. We did this during the football season at 9 o'clock on Tuesdays. They're all rolling in now. What do people think? What do experts think of the Astros heading into this coming season? And how does it stack up against recent years? We will discuss that coming up next.
The Texans. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Cam has had as good a spring training as anybody. He and Jeremy Payne are the two best springs. And there's a ball down the right field line. Fair ball. That's going to score at least one run. Jeremy Payne is on the move. Tony Perez-Chica waving him home. And Cam Smith heading for third. He is going to start out his Astros career in this stadium with a 2 RBI triple. And he is fired up.
Okay, one thing that's I noticed in that highlight that is complete window dressing is I'm gonna have to get familiar and make sure I'm pronouncing right the name Tony Perez-Chica. That is the new third base coach. He's the new Gary Pettis. He's the guy that we're going to get angry with if he waves a guy home who gets thrown out by 10 feet at home plate. I got to make sure I get name in my brain right now.
You know what, though? Because with Gary Pettis, a lot of that came before the Astros on turning the corner, where once they became a legitimately awesome offense, then people started to appreciate the aggressive base running.
Mm-hmm.
So there was I feel like there's not as much pressure on the third base coaches there used to be.
Yeah.
Because people appreciate, every now and then you're going to get thrown out at home, but more times than not, it's an errant throw when somebody has to throw it from. I think there's less pressure on him than there was on Gary Pettis.
Yeah, I just got to get to know the name. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tony Perez-Chica. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's funny. I was watching that highlight on X as you started playing it, and I was watching it on Astros Futures account.
Yeah.
That's who the real victim in all of this is Astros Future on X, because he does a great job of keeping you up to date and letting you know what you need to know about the guys in the pipeline.
Yeah.
He focuses on the Astros Future, and he might not have any time at all with Cam Smith. Like poor Astros future.
Yeah.
Never gets to write and tweet about this young Cam Smith in the system.
It's a lot of clicks that are going to the current Astros social media accounts, not Astros future. You're right.
Does Dana Brown care a single damn bit about Astros future? Apparently not.
Evidently
if he elevates
not.
Cam Smith to the roster.
He elevates everybody. He ain't scared to elevate anybody. Dana Brown. Dana Brown is the best and worst thing to happen to Astros future. Because he's the best thing to happen because now they're going to actually have good minor leaguers that are worth watching. But he's going to shuttle the really good ones up to the big leagues ASAP. So
it's got to be exciting in Astros future press room. Reporters and everything clacking on their typewriters and just smoking cigarettes. And where's this Enzo today? I don't know. Is he back in Sugarland? I don't know. Tell me, Nicky.
Yes. So I think it's a fair trade-off. You know what? If I'm Astros future, give me some better minor leaguers throughout. If you got to have Cam Smith up at the big club, and it sounds like Cam Smith is going to be with the big club. It sounds like he's going to be the everyday right fielder. Bob Nightingale of USA Today, MLB Insider, was on with the guys from Area 45 last night, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani, and they asked him, is Cam Smith going to be the everyday right fielder for this team out of the chute?
Yeah, he will be. They're going to give him a chance. We'll see what happens. I don't think anybody saw this coming, that he would be ready this quickly. So kudos to him. What do you have, a first at-bat tonight? Was it 2-run double, 2-run triple, something like that?
Triple,
and, very, very impressive. But, yeah, I mean, all the scouts that saw him early on thought, okay, he's got a chance to be good, but no one saw it, this quickly.
Yeah, he's never slowed down in this whole he walked twice and hit 2 bombs, and he's been off to the races ever since.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, you think about just spring training and how you try to do the old baseball thing where you say, I'm not too worried about it. Okay, you take everything with a grain of salt. Don't read too much into good or bad performances. He hasn't failed any test yet.
Nope.
I mean, there's nothing right now other than old baseball that would tell you no, he needs more time in the minor leagues. And it's not like this has never been done before. Wyatt Langford last year for the Rangers did it with fewer minor league appearances. Part of it I think is we look at it and we get hung up on how few AA games he's had. But because it wasn't in the Astros system, I almost psychologically forget that, he did spend time in the minors last year. Mm-hmm. It's not like he's just a complete and pure rookie that has had 0 minor league experience whatsoever. So he had his time in the minors. He had a few games in AA, and he comes into spring training and faces, on average, about a AA caliber pitcher in spring training. So, what do you do when guys really perform well in AA over a course of time? You elevate them to the majors. And it just makes sense. It's just a different timeline right now. I have 0 worry about it because the other old conventional logic might be, well, what if he gets up and struggles and you hurt his confidence? All right, if he's the guy, he's the guy.
Yeah.
A guy can handle a blow to his confidence and have to go back and work on things. I don't worry about that nearly as much as a lot of the old conventional logic would suggest you should. So from his developmental perspective, it makes sense. And from the Astros needing somebody who can produce runs in right field, that makes sense right now, too.
When he was finally called up to the big leagues, Kyle Tucker struggled mightily the first 2 seasons. In 2018, that partial time, and in 2019, that partial time, Kyle Tucker struggled like crazy. The very guy that they traded to get Cam Smith, who turned himself, do they have the mental fortitude to Bregman? Big time, very early on, and so, I'm not too worried about it.
I think the difference with Bregman, I guess, is that Bregman was that was in 2016 where, they'd made the playoffs the year before, but it wasn't the same standard or level of expectation for how competitive the team needed to be.
Yes.
Whereas this is just like as it was with Kyle Tucker, this is a different scenario.
It's a different scenario, and that plays into this text I'm going to read from Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We'll power rank the power rankings in a couple of minutes here. But as long as we're talking about Cam Smith, I want no part of Cam Smith. This is a text. I want no part of Cam Smith on the opening day roster. Even if he's Willie Mays in the outfield and Ted Williams at the plate, why waste a full arbitration year when you can send him to the minors for a month, get that extra year? With our dearth of young hitting talent, we need every year we can get out of Cam Smith. Here's what I would say about that, and this kind of plays into what you just said, Seth, a little bit. which is this is a team that is built to win and needs to win right now. Cam Smith might give you the best chance to win as a right fielder right now. He of all the guys that are available to play right field, he's the best solution because of how high level a hitter he looks and how eager to learn and how quickly he'll adapt to playing outfield instead of third base. It is about winning right now. There is an element to this where I'm like, the need to win right now and the hole in the outfield, which is massive right now.
Yeah.
If Cam Smith weren't here, is such a detriment. If you don't have a good right fielder, the bottom third of your order, if you don't have a good right, major weight on this team from winning. So this is where I think it's one of those things where weighing the need to win now with what does an extra year of arbitration at the end for Cam Smith look like, which, by the way, is going to be super expensive if he's good anyways. Like, if he's really good,
yeah.
People forget that. Like, the team control is a fun thing, but the last year is always still a pretty expensive season if they're a good player, you know?
Plus, I think, yes, it's nice to have that one extra year of control, but it's almost one of those things where I feel like you're, and back when the Texans, or back when the Astros were really competitive and had great guys all over the place, you could for one keep guys down and still be competitive on the field. Before the Astros made the turnaround, there was still very much like, hey, what's it matter anyway? Yeah, let's keep that extra year for arbitration. Right now, I think the Astros want to be competitive right now, and worrying about what happens 6 years from now or 7 years from now, it feels like we're laboring over the swimming pool plans when we haven't laid the foundation for the house.
That's exactly right.
Like we're just, wait, no, we need to plan out the garden. Be sure the petunias are planted properly.
Yeah.
And you're like, we got to dig for the foundation. What the hell are you talking about? I'm much more concerned about, hey, it's an awesome problem to have if you're worried about paying Cam Smith in the year 2030 instead of 2031.
Yeah, it's they're in that kind of middle ground of what you were talking about just now. Bad, you need to bring the guys up. You weren't really trying to win. The Correas and the Altuves of the world, that Springer was a big one. And then for the last few years, they've been so good. You don't need those guys. Now you're in this weird interim spot where you're still good enough to win, but you actually need the good minor league guys to help win your baseball games.
Yeah. We'll cross those bridges when we come to
Absolutely.
them. Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker was in that era where, man, the Astros had won a World Series, and the hurry to get him up there the offense was incredible. There wasn't necessarily a hurry or a rush, and you could mess with the service time, and it was a luxury that you could have at that point.
Yep.
But the middle ground is exactly right.
Yep. All right, power rankings. We do this with football during the season at 9 o'clock on Tuesdays, so I figured, you know what? A couple of the power rankings for MLB this season, heading into the season, popped up on my timeline the last couple days. Let's see what the experts think of the Astros. It is really uncanny what a similar tier all three teams are on right now, the Astros, the Texans, and the Rockets in their respective sports. It's hard to find power rankings where all three of them aren't somewhere between like 7 and 12 in their respective sports. It's an interesting coincidence. But as far as baseball goes, I've got 4 of them here in front of me: MLB.com, NBCSports.com, The Athletic, and CBSSports.com. Coming in fourth, The Athletic has the Astros at 11th in their power rankings right now. It says this: Christian Walker sore left wedding. When they got his MRI results, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Walker said his oblique, which cost him a month last year, felt better now than at any point back then. Considering how many other corner infield options the Astros had on the table this offseason, they sure would like to be able to get Walker out there every day. I'm assuming they mean by not how many, but how few corner infield options the Astros had, because there weren't many. They would like Walker to be out there every day. It sounds like he will be. They've been taking it easy on him, but it sounds like he'll be ready for opening day.
I think that what you had said at the time seems to have been the case, which is, hey, he's had oblique issues in the past, and maybe this wasn't something that was all that severe, but they wanted to be extra careful with it.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's as simple as that.
11th. 11th is the lowest one out of the 4. All right, so the rest of these outlets are at least have the Astros in the top third, I believe. Let's wait and see. Next one up on the list, number 3, NBCSports.com. They give the odds to win the World Series for the Astros 15-1. odds to win the AL West. The Astros, actually, for the first time in a long time going into a season, are underdogs to win the AL West. They've still got decent odds, but the Rangers are viewed as the betting favorite. The Astros are a strong favorite to at least make the playoffs, either as a division winner and a wild card team, minus 185. You got to bet 185 to win 100. And they say this, Seth. It's a new era for the Astros. In addition to saying goodbye to Bregman, the club traded Kyle Tucker to the Cubs, and they've also moved longtime second baseman Jose Altuve out to left field. Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes are the new arrivals, and spring training sensation Cam Smith, part of the Tucker trade, key piece for the future. Man, when you lay it out that way, like Cam Smith does feel like a bit of like a game changer, like somebody. He feels like if he is what they think he can be, he's somebody that you go maybe from being an 85 win team to an 88 or 89 win team, something like that.
Yeah, and if you look at if Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes play the way that they've traditionally played, which is be really competitive, give you really competitive at bats, it starts to look like a lineup that, man, the guys who can feast on fatiguing a pitcher and getting other guys on base, in the case of Jordan and potentially Cam Smith. I'm trying not to think that the way, Sean. I don't want to. It's not that I'm afraid of setting myself up for disappointment. I want to be sure that I've got the right mindset about not overreacting to a standard stretch of any Major League Baseball player might come in and go 0 for 10.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't mean anything. I'm trying to keep my heart rate low heading into opening day.
It's hard, man. It's hard to keep the heart rate low on this Cam Smith thing, dude.
Every time he puts on an Astros uniform in a new venue, he hits for power.
Yeah.
First time he showed up at the Cacti Park there. Cacti Park of Palm Beaches. Yeah. He hits a home run, 2 home runs.
Yeah, 2 bombs.
First time he puts on an Astros uniform at Daikin Park.
Yeah.
Brand new named stadium. He hits a triple. Yeah.
Yep.
So when I see him in a new setting on opening day potentially, I'm already expecting at least a triple out of him. Okay. And I feel like that's
heavy is the head that wears the crown. All right, number 2 on the power ranking of the power rankings, The Athletic. The Athletic has, is this The Athletic? What did I give before? I thought I had that was MLB.com.
NBC Sport.
MLB.com was 4th. NBC Sports was 3rd. The Athletic is 2nd. They have the Astros 8th. And they say it speaks to the roster's overall strength that the Astros could trade away one of the most valuable players in the league and still rank this high. They're talking about Tucker in that case.
Larry Tunsil.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I can't believe the Astros traded away Larry Tunsil. Don't you know? You gotta go. Yeah.
Yep. However, a follow-up question regarding this strategy might be something like, say, did you consider keeping one of the most valuable players in the league? Or what if you kept one of the most valuable players in the league and then tried to add other ones? Okay, I don't know. This is a lot of pronouns here, man.
What are you doing there, The Athletic? This is them trying way too hard to sound
And it's not
smart.
Chandler, by the way. It's not Chandler doing this. It's some guy by the name of Brisby. At any rate, they've got him 8th on the power rankings right now.
Yeah, I think the big question is, did he mention Cam Smith at all?
He feels like he didn't mention any
Kyle
names.
Tucker trade. Are you paying attention at all, bro? You know? Like, come on.
This is horrible writing. He somehow does 2 paragraphs on the Astros without mentioning the name of a single player, but alludes to several players as if we're playing
to Kyle Tucker, but
as if we're playing a game show or something like that. You suck, Brisby. You're awful.
This is like some of these draft podcasts that I listen to, where it's almost like as a point of pride, they'll mention some offensive tackle from Southwest Missouri State by name without saying like that, and then talk about whether or not he should go in the 5th or 6th round. Like, all right, listen, all right, I've already, by listening to this podcast, yes, I think you're smart and know what you're talking about.
Right.
Please help me out a little bit, you a-hole.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is the thing, right? Trading. This is where the Kyle Tucker trade. Yes, it was a blow to our collective soul in a lot of ways. The Cam Smith dynamic alone. If Cam Smith can work into what it looks like he could work into, and then you also got Paredes and Wisniewski out of it, that might be the trade of the century.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Remember 45 seconds ago when I said I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself? Trade of the century, Sean.
That's why I ignored it. I knew that you would be getting ahead of yourself very, very soon.
And I'm not just talking about
it would be this fast.
I'm not talking about the 21st century. I'm talking about the last 100 years.
That's right. That's right. It's shaping up nice, man. No doubt about that. Especially if the Cubs don't sign Tucker. If all they get is 1 year out of Kyle Tucker, I hope this happens because they will not handle that well in Chicago. I know. I lived there for 3 years. It won't be pretty. All right,
all those people that were going and listening to the Cubs World Series at the cemetery so their dead relatives who are Cubs fans could listen to the World Series.
No, I never saw it back in 2016. No, I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. They were, like, camped out at the cemetery listening on the radio so, like, their dead granddad, who was a lifelong Cubs fan, could listen to it.
Okay.
I wonder if they follow up on that and they go and explain off-season transactions. A conversation with old granddad about the
Drape a Kyle Tucker trade over the gravestone.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Number one on the power ranking of the power rankings, MLB style, CBSSports.com. And they have the Astros 7th in baseball. They have 7th in baseball. The problem with a lot of these power rankings, Seth, is they're behind the Rangers in a lot of them. They're fairly high up the power rankings, but unlike seasons past, they've got an arch nemesis above them right now in the division.
Yeah.
That's going to make these Rangers games fun this year, man.
It makes it. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, for a long time there, the AL West didn't have. You couldn't take advantage of what that natural rivalry should be, the Dallas and Houston.
You slap them around.
Now more than ever, it feels very, very, very big. It's been building to a crescendo, and we should go to a game up there. I haven't been in that ballpark yet.
Amy and I went.
People tell me, you've gone, yeah. It's nicer than what it looks like on camera.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like a tin can on camera from the outside because of that roof. It's a gigantic silver roof. No, it's a nice stadium. We enjoyed ourselves there, yeah.
I mean, not that it wouldn't be nice, but it just looks almost antiseptic to me. Like it looks devoid of personality just because it's such a big cavern, but it doesn't feel like that inside.
No, I'll tell you this. Dyken Park, the food at Dyken Park laps the field at whatever it's called up there.
Really?
Food not great. Food not great up at the Rangers ballpark up there. Food here, really, really good.
That's why when people point to Houston and be like, well, aren't you the fattest city in the United States? I'm like, yeah.
Damn right.
Sorry about our about our disposable income.
That's
Sorry
right.
about it.
Yeah.
We like to enjoy life. All right.
Thank you.
You sound to me like one of these. You sound like I'm a Roman senator or something.
That's right.
You know, I'm just having a feast and an orgy and a vomitorium and like, oh, you're criticizing me for it? Sorry, things are going well for me.
Yeah. Jealous much? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Are we about to have a new foe in the AFC South that we've got to pay close attention to? This guy may have had a big day yesterday. We'll talk about him, tell you who it is, coming up next.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, confirmed by John Harris in a group text to Sean T. Pendergast and Seth C. Payne. He's a little behind, Seth. He's listening to the mock draft injection, Johnny is, from a couple of hours ago. But confirmed, he does like the McMillan kid from Arizona that whichever mock drafter we had today had the Texans taking the wide receiver.
From The Athletic.
Ben Standig, yes. So if he gets the John Harris seal of approval, then that's good enough for me. Also,
but I think John Harris would probably agree with what we were wondering, which is, okay, why did McMillan fall all the way to 25?
Mm-hmm.
Most mock drafts, he's going in the top 10. It looks like recently around like the 8, 9, 10, 11 mark.
Yeah.
That for him to slide all the way to 25, it would be fun. It would be fun. Somebody always slides, and by the time he got to 25, the commentators on television, and the Texans pick and whether or not they take a guy that could play opposite of Nico Collins, that'd be fun.
It would be fun. This also tells me that Johnny is such a loyal listener that he's behind where the show is right now. Like Johnny is a go back and listen from the beginning listener. Very humbling, very flattering. We appreciate that, Johnny Harris. Cam Ward had his pro day yesterday. Texan fans are probably going to have to get to know Cam Ward a little bit if they haven't already. If they didn't watch him a ton at Miami, if they haven't followed him through this draft process, because he is solidifying his spot as the number 1 overall pick in this draft. Now, I don't know if it seems like the Titans are going to be staying there at 1 and taking him. You see some mock drafts with the Giants trading up, or even Cleveland trading up just 1 spot to get Cam Ward.
There's still room for Aaron Rodgers to show up in Tennessee. I mean, I don't really listen to the going rate of like, oh no, he's definitely going to the Steelers.
Yeah.
I take all of that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
So maybe Tennessee's still in the mix for that. But yeah, as of right now, it seems like the most likely scenario is Cam Ward to the Titans.
Yeah, I don't know what the odds board says. Maybe I'll try to look that up today and see what the odds are of Cam Ward and who's going number 1 overall. He sat down with Cam Wolfe and Brian Baldinger of the NFL Network yesterday after his pro day, and they asked him, when throughout this process have you started to realize that you could be the number 1 overall pick in the draft?
I never really thought about it, honestly. And I'm just blessed for all 32 teams to be here, not only for myself but for my teammates. I've been blessed, and so it hasn't sunk in yet, but I'm excited for the future.
Okay, so kind of a milquetoast answer there, but reportedly,
are we buying that he hasn't thought about it?
Yeah, no. I'm not buying he hasn't thought about it because what he's about to say in this cut.
Yeah. I try to sometimes give people the benefit of the doubt and think maybe he's so good at compartmentalizing and everything that he genuinely doesn't worry about it. And yet, in the same interview, after claiming that he hasn't thought about it at all, this is what he said.
Yep.
There was a throw that you did on the run, where you hit a dime, and it looked like you turned to the Titans brass, Chad Brinker and Mike Gorzanzi, and said something to him.
Yeah,
what did you say to him?
I said, I'm solidifying it today.
You solidified it today.
Locking it up.
They heard you? They laughed
I made sure they heard me.
So I guess off that tip, the Titans obviously have the number 1 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
They like you. They've had you in the building. What did you want to show them today?
I say not only showing them, but every other team just throwing on rhythm. Whether it's 3 steps on rhythm, 5 steps on rhythm for under in the gun, heavy play action, gun 5 with movement outside the pocket. Just showing them all, under center stuff that I didn't get to show as much during the season. Let them know that I'm capable of it. Because at the end of the day, the NFL is not playing under center all the time. They're in the gun, but you got to be able to do it. And so that was the main focus for me. And then other than that, it was just making it all about my receivers, trying to throw them catchable balls, make sure not have balls hit the ground. We had a couple. But at the end of the day, you ain't going to be perfect.
Okay, so my favorite part of pro days are how many scouts and personnel people and everybody else will talk about how, well, these things are such a joke. They're scripted. We don't even really pay that much attention to them. And yet, there they are at the pro day. And sometimes they'll send their whole staff to the pro day, which doesn't matter at all. Why even bother? That's why I respect the Casario. Sometimes we'll just flat out sit out sit out the pro days.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there is some scouts genuinely feel that way. Other scouts are all about the pro day. I think that the difference between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, just without even trying to analyze it or anything, when you watch them in the workouts, you can see the difference physically between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. There's a different level of impressiveness physically, both as throwing the football and then athletically. With Shedeur, I guess the part that people like about him is the part that's less entertaining to watch in a pro day is his football IQ, his anticipation, all of those things. But he doesn't have that skill set in terms of throwing the ball to where you feel like, okay, it's special enough that he's worth a high first-round pick.
Yeah.
He throws the ball like Teddy Bridgewater or Geno Smith or somebody like that. Like, all right, well, then, yeah, they can certainly make it as NFL quarterbacks. Drew Brees, if he's got such great anticipation and his football IQ is so good, but there's reasons that Drew Brees didn't get drafted in the first round. Like, Shedeur, there's nothing about him that would feel good about taking him with a top 3 pick when you could be taking a really good position player.
The thing that would concern me about Shedeur would be, yes, there's a gap athletically and talent-wise between him and Cam Ward, and he's being discussed as a draft pick that's in that same strata, the top 5 there. The thing that would concern me is some of the quotes where he seems like it feels like he thinks it's easy just to establish a culture. Look at what I did at Jackson State. Look at what I did at Colorado. And I'm not trying to diminish those things. They won a ton at Jackson State, he and his dad and Travis Hunter. They really took a horrifically bottom-feeding program at the time in Colorado and at least restored it back to where they were winning 8 or 9 games. That's not easy to do. But it's way harder to do that at the NFL level. There's no transfer portal at the NFL level. There's a lot that you don't control that's going to dictate whether or not whatever culture it is you're trying to establish as the quarterback is a successful one. I think CJ's a guy who helps set the tone with a culture. If the Texans had gone and won 5 games his rookie year and 7 games his second year, I don't know that we would be talking as glowingly about CJ's ability to lead as we are. You got to win.
I mean, look, it was very clear that it's not like CJ's leadership ability turned that into a good offense this year.
Correct.
They were a bad offense over the course of the second half of the season. So it takes a whole lot more than an impressive track record in college of doing it. I guess it's kind of like earlier when we were talking about that one report by one writer that people have concerns about Luther Burden, the wide receiver, and his work ethic or whatever it might be.
His family, it was his mom and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know with these reports how much to read into it, because by the same token, there's so many reports of guys who are, they're the right kind of guy in college. And then they get to the NFL, and they're like, okay, it's kind of easy to look like you're the right kind of guy in college. That when it comes to actually doing your job as a professional day in and day out, 365 days a year, it's a whole different scenario. A lot of those great guys from college end up kind of being bums and underachievers in the NFL.
Is there any level of quarterback that if you were the Texans, and the team that's picking number 1 in the draft is in your division, that all of a sudden makes you concerned about the near future in the AFC South? What level of Cam Ward is not a generational talent. So Cam Ward being in the division is more exciting to me about playing Cam Ward a couple times a year than I feel like, oh crap, this is the guy who, he's a guy who by the end of his second year, we're talking about him making $65 million in a year, and now all of a sudden the AFC South has been thrown into disarray because there's all of a sudden a quarterback that we feel like can compete with the Texans and go against that defense that DeMeco's built.
You know what? I think that in a lot of ways, I'm more concerned about coaches. Does Bo Nix have the season he had if he's got a different head coach and offensive coordinator? I'd probably not.
Right.
I don't think I'd feel the same way about Bo Nix right now. So there's still a lot of wild card elements right now in the AFC South where we don't know for sure about just how good any of those guys are. I think Shane Steichen in Indianapolis is really good as an offensive mind and as a guy who works with quarterbacks. But him doing it as a head coach is a whole different scenario, and I don't think Anthony Richardson is the guy.
Yeah,
Liam Cohen there. I caught myself. So Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. He did great things. He did great things with Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield also had Chris Godwin and Mike Evans.
That's right.
Or at least for part of the season. So I don't know about any of these guys right now, which means I don't fear any of them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Let's circle back. If you're tuning in late, we hit this early in the show. Albert Breer provides some context on the toxic environment in the Texans O-line room and has some interesting quotes from actual people in the building with the Texans on Stefon Diggs that we'll get to. We'll find out what's going on with the fellas on In the Loop as well. We'll do that coming up next. But if you're looking to get into a break,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we love context in anything that we do. And a couple of weeks ago, week or two ago, whenever it was, Albert Breer's column post Laramie Tunsil trade mentioned that the Texans' offensive line room in 2024, toxic environment. There was a toxicity to it. Toxic was the key word in all of that, which led to denials from some folks who were hearing differently about that. I think it led Seth more than anything to probably questions about, okay, I need to know more about this, because there was not a lot of detail. There was just just basically word dropped into a column that there was a toxic environment in the O-line.
Yeah,
that was
and
it.
he didn't necessarily say that Laramie Tunsil was the problem or the cause of the toxicity. He just said it was a bad environment. So you could take from it what you wanted, that, all right, well, maybe they just wanted to clear the deck as much as possible, whatever.
Yep. So here's what Albert Breer said yesterday. I think the Houston Texans' handling of their offensive line issue is really smart. After the Laramie Tunsil trade, we took you through what happened in Houston to push the transaction. In short, DeMeco Ryans feels like the culture he wants across the board is in place on defense, but not on offense, and that a toxic atmosphere in the offensive line room was a root cause. And while Tunsil wasn't a bad guy, in parentheses, he was actually well-liked, he wasn't the type of leader to turn the ship and needed to be as one of its captains.
Yeah.
So he's gone in a move that took a lot of stomach from Ryans and Nick Caserio. And Houston's looking to rework the position group. They're doing this by giving themselves a lot of options with more potential to come in the draft.
Yeah, I think, did it take a lot of stomach for the Texans to do that? I don't think necessarily as much as it might feel from the outside, because for the most part, by and large, people on the outside see that, oh, the Texans' offensive line was bad, and they got rid of their best. The week in, week out, year after year experience, I think, is what Texans fans have felt. And I'm not overblowing the penalty issues or problems, because it was part and parcel to Laramie Tunsil just kind of being an independent operator that was cool with being really highly regarded as a really good pass protector, and that's what gets you paid, but not caring much at all about any of the other details, whether it be run blocking, staying on sides, or screen blocking. That's the one that drove me the most insane. When you would see Laramie Tunsil time and time again out on screens blocking nobody at all.
Yeah, just doesn't touch
Zero
anybody.
people,
Yeah.
just standing around. Or when they're on runs up the middle, just standing up, standing around, not doing anything extra. That's the stuff where you start talking about, all right, this is a guy we're paying $20 million a year, and this is the example. So there's lots of reasons for toxicity in a position group. Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, is no longer there. I don't know how much he was the problem or a problem. Bobby Slowick and how he communicated with the offensive line, I don't know. But they definitely just wanted to hit the reset button on the offensive line.
Yeah. And this probably has them in terms of the guys they're scouting for that 25th overall pick. I would imagine they're intensely scouting the mental, not the acumen, although they're scouting that, I'm sure, but like the want to, like the emotional side, the love, the scrappiness, the grit.
The scrappiness.
Yeah.
And sometimes that just shows up on film. Like with Laramie Tunsil, as I was trying to do to try to keep it from getting into a gossipy type thing, with Laramie Tunsil, you can see on film, as good as he is as a pass protector, he's not a swarmy type of player.
Yeah.
In the run game, he's just doing what he's supposed to do and nothing more, by and large, most of the time. And he's not swarm. He was on there once this year after I thought he had a promising game against the Jaguars, and that was it. So with the college kids, a lot of it comes down to, all right, what are you, A, seeing on film, but then B, what are you hearing from the equipment managers, the assistant coaches, everybody in the building, what kind of guy this is. And it seems like Tyler Booker, for instance, from Alabama, has a lot of that same good PR that Will Anderson had coming out of Alabama.
Yeah.
And it's different staff there now and everything. But the word of mouth on Tyler Booker probably makes the Texans feel pretty good about him the same way they made them feel good about Will Anderson.
Are there any others in that package?
Well,
in that
okay,
group
so
of
Gray
rookies?
Zabel's the one that we probably get asked about the most because he's the most intriguing.
Yeah.
So Gray Zabel, who played every position at North Dakota State, but it was at North Dakota State, showed up at the Senior Bowl and looked like that scrappy guy. I'm very, very intrigued by him, but I'm also kind of nervous because this is the first impression I had of him. When I watched the Senior Bowl, I didn't quite get or understand why there was such a commotion and such a gushing of praise onto him. And I think maybe it's just because he came from a smaller school and he held his own versus bigger dudes. But, and granted, a lot of the good stuff people got excited about was him playing inside at center and guard. Because he played mostly tackle in college, but he's probably going to be a guard in the NFL or a center. He's all over the place. His legs, he moves his feet really, really well. And he looks like a guy, I don't know if he was a high school wrestler or not, but he is the interior offensive lineman that scouts tend to love if they were wrestlers and play like it, like uses his hips really well, gets his feet to the right spot and everything. A lot of stuff that's hard to coach. He's just got a really good feel for it. But his hands are all over the place, and he lets guys get into his chest, and he's got shorter than average arms to begin with. So I get nervous because, okay, scrappiness only goes so far when Quinnen Williams has his hands on your chest plate.
Yeah.
You can be scrappy as hell on your way to getting launched into C.J. Stroud with the best of them. I get nervous about that. But the thing that really drove me crazy, Sean, as a former defensive lineman, watching the Senior Bowl stuff and watching people gush about this, is that on these one-on-one pass drills, he's jumping the snap count. He's jumping the snap count. He's lined up at guard.
Oh, man.
And he's taking a full step before the center snaps the ball on a quick set, like jumping the guy, getting his hands on the defensive tackle before he's even out of his stance. I get so tired and sick of Senior Bowl gushings. Like, people are like, oh my God, did
Trevor Penning ruined it for you.
I respect the gumption.
Yeah.
I respect the scrappiness and all of that. I see the upside and the intrigue there, but he's got a lot to clean up. Somebody yesterday said that he'd be a day one starter, and I'm like, no. He's got to clean his hands up because he'll get destroyed if he doesn't clean his hands up. And I think he can. He's capable of it. I just don't feel as awesome about him as a lot of people gushing over him beating up a guy, and he wasn't even beating guys up. That's the part. I'm watching these reps, and I don't see him consistently beating guys up.
Yeah.
It was just I get really confused by some of the people that people gush over based on Senior Bowl performances.
No sign of wrestling in his background. I was Googling Gray Zabel high school wrestling.
Yeah.
And there's nothing. Like, you would think, like, even like some rankings and wherever he's from would come up. There's no sign of it.
But he does when he plays, like in his college film. I mean, he's got all those swarm traits and characteristics.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just the big if is, all right, he's got to figure out his hands. And I actually liked him when I've seen him playing inside, even though he's not as polished with it. He seems to have like a quicker punch.
Mm-hmm.
Where when he's playing offensive tackle, he kind of loops and lets guys get into his chest. And because he's so strong with his lower body and his body positioning, he gets away with it. But at North Dakota State, it's a lot easier to get away with that. So I like him. I just don't necessarily understand how so many people feel like, oh, yeah, put him in there. He's going to be a day one starter.
Yeah.
I think there's more unknown than that.
Albert Breer, a long Monday morning piece throughout the year that's got a lot of different sub-stories in it. We just went through the one on the Texans and the O-line. He's got one on Stefon Diggs also and kind of where he's at with his market. The only news we've really gotten on Diggs is he visited New England last week, and the meeting came and went without a contract offer. It was framed as a getting-to-know-you sort of meeting and kind of finding out what's going on with his torn ACL. The two sides will reconvene at some point. But Albert Breer is kind of dispelling the notion, or trying to, it looks like, dispel the notion that Diggs can be a problem in the building based on talking to people in the places that he's been. And he has a couple quotes from the Texans, quoted a Texans staffer, quote, loved him, loves football, practices hard and with purpose, wants to be coached. By the way, I'm trying to figure out if any of these are Nick Caserio, just based on the wording and the word choice and things like that.
Yeah.
Didn't have any of the game day stuff that people talked about. He's a much warmer person than the stigma that follows him. I'll be hopeful about where he lands. Another Texan staffer said he was great, super competitive, great practice player. They said that in a text. The staffer added, with Diggs visiting the Patriots, followed up with, I would sign him if I was them. So this particular Texan staffer says if he was the New England Patriots, he would sign Stefon Diggs.
Yeah.
You have one concern about that.
I think that another piece in that article pointed out something that I think is very true. In Houston, it was very obvious that there were other good receivers. Tank Dell or Stefon Diggs would be the first one to gush about Tank Dell and Nico Collins. And in a situation like that, I think Stefon Diggs, to his credit, did a really good job of being a mentor and understanding, hey, we got to get this whole thing right. Whereas previous times in his career when there had been issues, it was because he felt like, look, I'm the best guy. I'm the guy that should be getting the ball because I'm clearly the best guy out here.
Yep.
And it was as simple as that. Without even injecting ego into it, I think his competitiveness would say, yeah, get me the ball. We got to get somebody to get this thing going. So if he goes to the Patriots, where I struggle to name their top receivers right this moment, it could be that type of scenario where Stefon Diggs is wondering, hey, how come this young jackass quarterback isn't getting me the ball? So I think it would be better off if he went to a place like the Commanders or somewhere else where they've already got good established wide receivers or even promising young ones, and that you can see what you saw in Houston, which was even when times were really hard, Diggs was the guy that was telling everybody to just keep focused, don't get distracted. He was everything you would want in a leader, but it was in the right environment and context.
Why do I think he's going to wind up with either the Ravens or the Chiefs? I have no idea. I'm just feeling that Stefon Diggs is going to be either a Raven or a Chief.
Yeah, because the Bills are off the list, right?
Yeah, well, you would think.
But it feels like he's going to go somewhere that's a contender
and
help a team.
It's going to be. It feels like it's going to be one of those things. If he goes to New England, I'm like, salute, good for you. Have fun winning your 5 games this year. If he goes to the Chiefs or the Ravens, I'm like,
But the teams that have been floated out there have been NFC teams, though.
They have. If he wants to go to the NFC, he can go. He can go to the Lions for all I care.
I've seen 49ers.
Yeah.
I could see that making sense. Some other places. Yeah.
For sure. Well, we know it's crosstalk now because we heard Brandon Scott.
Mm-hmm.
John Lopez is here. This is where I would like to tell the audience that crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Yeah.
Yay.
And I'm sorry, Dean. I broke that rule of cracking the mic before you're introduced.
No, it's good. It's a good way to.
I couldn't wait to talk to you guys.
Sometimes it's jarring. How you doing, my friend?
Living
people
good.
People get excited when they hear your voice. Astros future has you as one of the best intriguing prospects. Yes.
Oh wow.
And we all know that the goal in radio is to get on the Astros future list.
That's it, to be on the radar.
And I equally like talking to you guys. So
we were talking earlier about how we feel kind of bad for Astros future, the Twitter account, the X account, because he might have to miss out almost completely on the Cam Smith experience.
He didn't get anything.
He doesn't get to give you updates or videos from Corpus Christi. It's probably kind of a bittersweet moment for him if Cam Smith starts on opening day.
Or it could be an opportunity to rebrand. Like maybe Astros future goes along with the Cam Smith journey.
Attaches him?
And now you're not just following the prospects, you're following the guy that was supposed to be a prospect but's in the big leagues.
And in a perfect world,
you can find him at Astros future is now.
Right. He changed it up. He becomes Brian Windhorst to Cam Smith's LeBron James. Just attach yourself at the hip wherever he goes. All right, so speaking of Cam Smith right now in Cam Smith's situation.
As good as ever.
You think he's Bob Nightingale was on with the guys last night and said he is, I'm guessing you guys are going to play it, he's going to be be right fielder to start this season.
Yeah, and he's the makeup is what I appreciate of him. Just everything I've been able to gather. Yeah, I don't think a prolonged slump would really bother him that much.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah,
I don't think so either.
And the thing that I love, and we'll get into this in the 11 o'clock hour, but the thing that I love about it most is that they are seemingly unafraid to go down this road. And Seth has hit on this. You guys have talked about this on this show quite a bit. Like, don't be the team that's like, oh, I'm scared that his psyche's going to be fragile or that he can't handle it. Like Lopez just said, it appears that he does have the mental makeup to handle it, and it also appears that Dana Brown has the wherewithal or doesn't have whatever that is that makes you say, hey, don't do it. He doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So I like that combination.
Real quick, I'm sorry, but this seems to be right up y'all's wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah.
The question of the day.
Question of the day.
Yeah. What is something that you still call by its old name? A salute to Minute Maid Park and Dyken Park and some great audio we're going to have at 10:40.
There's got to be ballparks that have naming rights
or even
attached
around
to
here
them now.
Even around here.
That, yeah, I mean, I still, like, it took me forever to stop saying Reliant for NRG Stadium, you know, something like that.
I don't know. Like I-59 is it?
That's a good one.
Well, there are still 59 signs on it. That's what makes it hard.
Well, it's confusing because now it's 59 and 69, and it feels like you're supposed to
9 Interstate 69.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll always be 59, no matter if they ever make it completely and totally
100%.
I-69. It's always going to be 59.
100%.
Yeah. Well, we won't.
I'll tell you one thing that'll annoy you. This would drive both of you guys crazy. All three of you, in fact. So my wife's hometown, little small town. Well, she's a suburb of a really small town. The epicenter of her area is only in New York. And the way they have, there's a main street that doesn't seem like it should be Main Street. Or it's the main street, but it's not called Main Street. But everybody calls it Main Street.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it's not Main Street, it's State Street. So when I was first dating her, she gave me instructions. The first time I was going to come in and visit, like I was driving from the airport and everything, and she gave me directions about turn left on Main Street.
So you were
and
lost.
I swear, me driving in increasingly large circles around the center of the four corners and everything, trying to find a Main Street that didn't exist. The relationship was almost killed in the crib right there.
There you go.
The best thing is when nobody tells the locals that the thing that they call it is not what it's actually called.
Yeah.
And so when somebody that's not already initiated comes in, they're like, "Oh, you don't know that this is what it's called?"
Right.
Because it's not.
Yes.
Don't even get me started on FM 1960. You godless sons of bitches. Okay, you're going to want to you're on West 1960 right now. You want to get over to 19, you head west. No.
Look, Seth's energy right now.
100%.
Seth's energy right now is the exact reason to tune in to Question of the Day.
Question of the Day is big today, boy.
If you're on FM 1960 East and you want to get to FM 1960 West, be sure you head east to get over to where FM 1960 East ends and FM 1960 West.
No problemo.
That's so good.
Yeah. Is he still Chad Ochocinco or is he Chad Johnson? Am I calling him the wrong name?
He's Chad Johnson,
formerly
Ochocinco.
Well, I still just call him Ochocinco.
Or is he Chad Ochocinco Johnson?
I don't know. I just call him Ochocinco.
Because I think that's in play too.
Chad, yeah.
And we're up against it, but does anybody still, I think I'm the only person in Houston that still says the Pierce Elevated.
Yeah, on occasion.
I still call it the Pierce Elevated.
No, my parents do as well.
Yeah. And there we are.
Seth was
no, that's all right. I could ramble on about this for hours.
Let's do it.
I'm with it.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and the artist formerly known as an unpronounceable symbol to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
That was good.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Brandon Scott in for Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Man, well, that was a cool crosstalk, cool way to lead into the show, man. I really enjoy, and also a cool time to be back, man. What's up, Lopez? What's up, Vicky?
What's up, man? It's been a long time, man.
I mean, at least in this did for quite a bit during the summer. I still come in, drop in every week, right around this time or close to this time, and we'll still get B. Scott's thoughts at 11:20. So make sure that you hang around for that.
If nothing else, for the song alone.
Yeah, man, we cannot deprive y'all that, especially if I'm gonna still actually be here anyway.
Yeah.
So we're gonna actually handle that. But it's a good day, man. I feel like this is one of the really cool times in Houston sports. I mean, think about it. We're a couple of days away from opening day. Astros just down the street, holding it down at now Dyken Park.
Yeah,
make sure
we'll get to that.
Make sure you stick around for Question of the Day for things that we still call the names that they used to be. We also got the Cougs playing in their 6th straight Sweet 16 toward the end of the week. I think that's pretty damn cool. Oh, by the way, the Rockets are fighting for a 2 seed. Shout out to the Chicago Bulls last night for handling the business that the Rockets couldn't the night before by beating the Denver Nuggets, making that 2 seed all the more viable. They got a game tonight. That is exciting. NFL draft. A month away. Trying to figure out exactly what the Texans are doing to close the gap between them and the AFC powers that be. I got to ask you, man, what is your favorite of these Houston
and
sports
don't
storylines?
forget the Texas Children's Houston Open.
Texas Children's Houston Open right
fan.
there. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put that in, and maybe you just showed your cards. Did you just show your cards? And maybe that's your pick. Do you have a favorite Houston sports storyline as far to converge?
All right, of all those ones that you just mentioned, mine is the one you didn't mention. It's related. It's adjacent. The biggest storyline in Houston right now is Cam Smith.
Ugh.
I mean, Cam Smith is a story. Last night, he became a bigger story.
And see, I just foiled him into opening day.
Yeah, but I think he's separate.
Let's go there, because if the point is that he's going to be on the opening day roster, opening day, Lopez, all of a sudden becomes less about, hey, it's the Astros opening day, and it's the Cam Smith major league debut. Like, that becomes not Framber Valdez making his however many in a row, fourth in a row opening day start, not the first look at the Astros without Alex Bregman and without Kyle Tucker. No, it's going to be about this kid who has barely any pro experience, just got to was just recently drafted, is now kind of skipping some steps because it appears as though he's ready and is going to be available to start opening day.
No, I think you're 100% right. Look, opening day is going to be the Cam Smith show. Last night was. It was about Cam Smith.
Yeah, I mean,
dugout availability, post-game availability, hit that triple, had a good catch, had a not so good catch.
But at every turn, Lopez, he is doing something. I think to the point here, at every turn, he's doing something that's opening up your eyes, that's turning your head, that's making you say, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What are we waiting on? What exactly would, if it already looks like he might be better than the guy that you're going to put out there at right? He might even be good enough to fit in at DH in different spots, depending on what the availability of everybody else might be. Like, he might be just too valuable of a bat and just too able, if you will, to stash him away.
Look, I think that's what we're going to be talking about, and certainly we're going to, stay tuned. We're bearing down on, as you said, 2 days away from opening day. They're going to make some big decisions. They're going to make things official, maybe during our show or whatever. But beyond that, I still think 1A is opening day.
Yeah.
I think Cam Smith is probably the biggest storyline right now. But 1A is the fact, and you touched on some of the things. This is an all-new Astros team, man. This is a squad. We asked the question yesterday, do they still have their swag? Because they've lost the swag, and go back to Springer and Correa, now Bregman and Verlander and all that. I think this is what we're going to be looking at. Do they still have that edge, that boogeyman, as Figgy has famously said,
And how much of a part will Cam Smith play in them getting that back, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this on Cam Smith. What would he have to do, or is making the opening day roster as such a young kid, such a young dude, would that already validate the Kyle Tucker trade?
I'm glad you brought this up.
Like, how good does he have to actually even be? Like, is it good enough to just say, man, this dude is so good, then it run to the major leagues, like a very rare, at least, run to the major leagues? Like, what does he have to do exactly to validate that trade already?
I'm so glad you brought this up. I had this discussion just yesterday via text with a buddy of mine, and he said, nuh-uh, literally texted, nuh-uh, when I texted him this. If Cam Smith puts up numbers just in the same neighborhood as Kyle Tucker, Dana Brown should be executive of the year.
Yeah, but so that's asking a lot, though, Lopez.
Just in the same neighborhood.
The same neighborhood.
Well,
Kyle Tucker's one of the top 3 right fielders in baseball.
I understand that. I'm saying just get, be equitable to, not a big drop off, however you want to put it. to what Kyle. By the way, Kyle Tucker 2 for 34 in the spring.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out.
He must think it's the playoffs. He must think it's the postseason of the World Series.
Wow.
Somebody tell him it's just spring training. You can relax, Kyle.
He's good.
I'm kidding. I like Kyle.
He's good between spring training and the postseason, but those two bookends, not so much. No, I'm not saying he's going to have MVP type numbers. What I'm saying is if he is a good right fielder and has equitable numbers, has somewhat comparable numbers within earshot of what Kyle Tucker does, Dana Brown should be executive of the year because you got 6 years of control. You're not paying that big contract, and you didn't have a big drop off.
Is it corny that I'm actually here for the highs and lows of Cam Smith?
No, I think that's fair.
Like I'm okay. And I think it's fair for you to put whatever expectation or idea that you want on him.
I'm not saying he is. If he does.
Allow myself to get in that type of headspace of can you be in the range of Kyle Tucker? I just want to see what it looks like. I mean, he's playing. Kyle Tucker was an actual outfielder. They didn't throw this. He's so good. His bat is so valuable, they've deemed, that they got him learning a new position on top of the fact that he's young.
Yeah.
Like to me, it's all right. A little bit less or a lot less of the Altuve thing where you've got the patience for it. It's like, man, Altuve's 15 years in.
Yeah.
I don't have the patience to watch this infielder go out to left field and embarrass himself, embarrass a legend. But this kid who's trying to figure it out, trying to find his way, and has a bat that is that you just have to force into your lineup, and oh, by the way, might be better than the option that you got out there, which is its own conversation.
For sure.
Chaz McCormick in right field and how he's fallen out of favor. Like, it's somewhere in between what you said for me and also, like, just be better than Chaz McCormick. Like, if you can do that or make more sense in this lineup than Chaz McCormick, then I can justify your space here.
Make more sense is probably the better way to put it. I think we're going to be more patient with Cam Smith than Jose Altuve for that reason. He's going to maybe have a drop, and nobody's going to be, oh my gosh, he's washed. As some might, fairly or unfairly with Altuve. With him, it's going to be, all right, he's learning. He's 21. Let's see how he plays out and still swing that bat. But I think with the Astros, the other part of it, as I mentioned, opening day, are they still going to, you can't find out in one day, 10 days, 30 days. Are they still that team that can maybe be the boogeyman? I think that's the secondary story. And then, frankly, the third one, even ahead of the NFL draft and what the Texans are doing and all these pro days and everything else, which, by the way, interesting pro day appearance yesterday.
We will be getting to that.
By the Houston Texans. It's the Cougs to me, man. Like, they are – I think there are maybe 3 teams that are going to vie for the national championship, and I think the Cougs are one of them. I mean, you mentioned it, 6 straight Sweet 16.
6 straight.
That's incredible.
Like this dude, Juwan Roberts, been at U of H now, I feel like, since Jesus was a baby. Like 6, I mean, but honestly, 6 straight years, and all the dude knows is going to the Sweet 16. Imagine, the you of 20 years ago, 15 years ago even, telling yourself that somebody would go to U of H and they would stay there not just past 4 years, but 6 years. A dude would be at the school for 6 years, and all he would know while being at that program would be going to the Sweet 16. Like, I don't know if enough is being made out of the sustained success that U of H has had. I know a lot, at least for me in some of the circles that I talk with about U of H, is like, hey, when are they going to knock the door down enough of kind of just being there?
That's why
like,
it's a great story
like
to me.
They're ready to knock the door down. But, like, appreciate the journey, man. Just the fact that you're there for a 6th straight year is something to behold, I think.
I do. I do think that, but I also think, I mean, heaven forbid, I mean, this easily could be the year. I think Duke, obviously, is the other one that can win a national championship. And then we can argue the third one. Some people say Auburn. I personally believe Florida.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've heard more. I mean, the way that Auburn ended its season, like both of them. Let's take both of them, Auburn and Florida. The way both of them ended, like Auburn trending downward and Florida honestly looking like the best team in the country, just like not over the season, but at that moment, like the end of the season and certainly in the SEC tournament. When I was watching them take down Tennessee in the championship game, like they looked a bit overwhelming. Like, to me, that's the team that feels like it's trending upward.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those teams, though, feel like they got just as good of a chance as U of H. And, oh, by the way, Duke probably feels like a favorite.
No, I think Duke is the favorite. I think the Cougs would be favored against every other opponent they could conceivably say, except for Duke. And they happen to be on track to face them in the Final Four in the first round of the or whatever that is, the semifinal, national semifinal. But it's a good week to be alive, man. No question about it.
Doesn't it feel like on this U of H point, it does feel like this is.
It feels like it.
Not just like it could be their year, but like it's specifically their best chance to do it.
Yes,
right.
Absolutely. But even better, and nobody wants to hear about this right now, but they're still bringing in studs. You know, they got 3 5-stars coming in or whatever it is next year. But that's going to be a path. You know, this is where they have their best shot.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about the wing threats that they have between L.J. Cryer, Emmanuel Sharp, and Milos Uzan.
Yeah.
And then you add that with what they've got with Juwan Roberts, Tugler.
Yep.
Like, it is, to me, it's just the perfect. They don't really have. They don't really have a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
I think they still have these moments and these lulls where they can kind of disappear at times offensively, despite the fact that they're much more talented now offensively than they used to be. But when you look at them as a whole, they don't really feel like they've got too many weaknesses. And
second halves of games have been a bit of an issue.
Yeah, second half. But still, though, the most well-rounded group I feel like they've had in this entire run of Sweet 16.
No, I completely agree. So, yeah, I think that's something to watch, and certainly they're playing the last game. They're playing Friday at 9 o'clock, so that'll be fun. The last game of the Sweet 16, and then they go from there. But for sure, I think Cam Smith is the dominant one, then Astros, and then the Houston Cougars, which is kind of weird. Rockets and Texans. We'll get to you later.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Rockets and Texans, but we've got a little bit of baseball going on. We got a little bit of college basketball going on. But it is cool though that it's not. It's more so of the calendar than it is those teams not being relevant, because I'm leading in with it of how exciting it is. We are still talking about an NBA team that is fighting for a 2 seed. The best turnaround in the league last year, and now is once again, and even more so, another surprise and darling of the NBA. So stay tuned for that with the Rockets.
The Texans have a lot of good big news. In fact, we're going to talk about them in the next segment.
Exactly.
Rockets have a lot of big news, and they're kind of snowballing into something here.
The whole reason why, and it's not just because we're football dominant, the whole reason why we're focusing on the Texans is because of the precious opportunity in front of them.
Yeah.
So there is a lot to get into. Glad to be back, and of course, Reggie would have done this at the top. I'm going to do this on the back end of the segment. You can also catch us, if you're not already just listening to us on the FM or AM dial, you can catch us on YouTube, Sports Radio 610 YouTube, and the Twitch, and also
the Jim Adler to the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
Make sure that you get involved with the show, 713-572-4610. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line is how you get in. We are in the loop, and coming up next, speaking of the Texans, I do not trust this team to build a proper offensive line. Do you? That's next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to
has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going
Lopez
It is what it is means nothing.
and Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You are in the loop. Reggie Atatula is out today. Brandon Scott in with John Lopez and Figgy Fig holding it down here. Make sure you get involved with the show on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610 is the number to do that. There is also the Mokaram Injury Law video stream.
Yes.
We keep it 100.
Yes,
And
they
you can
do.
catch that on YouTube and Twitch as well, Sports Radio 610. And I'm here to ask y'all a simple question. That's you guys, you're on In the Loop. That's everybody listening in on the show. Do you trust it? Do you trust it, man? We are several weeks now into free agency. We are about a month away from the NFL draft, and the Texans have made some moves. They've gotten rid of some offensive linemen. They've added some offensive linemen. We've talked about it throughout the days. I just got to ask y'all, man, since I am here to sit in with y'all for the next 4 hours, do you trust this organization to get this right based off of what you've seen? And that's a couple of things. Based off of the history of them failing at the offensive line, and then overwhelming cast of characters that they've brought in here. The Cam Robinsons, the Ed Ingrams, the Laken Tomlinsons of the world.
Yeah.
Do you trust this process at all?
Has a girl ever cheated on you?
Yes.
Figgy, has a girl ever cheated on you?
Yeah.
A girl you really like?
Absolutely.
Maybe even loved?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then she comes back, right?
Yes.
I'm getting somewhere with this. I know that was a hard left.
I'm like, is Lopez in my phone?
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I know that was a hard left I took right there, but I'm going somewhere with this. She comes back, and you tell her you trust her, and you want to trust her,
But you really don't.
and
Maybe.
you largely trust her. Like, by and large, she seems sincere. She's going to be different. She's acting different. She's, seems to be more committed.
Who was there on the phone?
Lopez has struck a nerve.
I struck a nerve with a lot of our listeners too. Like you want to trust her. You think you can trust her. There's been some signs, right? But in the back of your mind, you don't really, really trust them.
Yeah.
Trust her, right? That's the Texans and the offensive line. I want to. I think they're doing it the right way. They're Nick Caserio's putting his hands all over this offense, as I've said many times. But Nick Caserio's track record with offensive linemen isn't great.
Yeah.
And Cole Popovich, you can see the work that they're doing. Talked about it yesterday with Luke Morrow. Shout out to Luke, for doing such a good job. I think they're getting it right. They're going to be hammering teams with that New England style, rushing attack. But in the back of my mind, I just can't. There's a little piece of me that just doesn't quite trust them.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to forget, and this is where the scorn lover, the girl that cheated on you analogy works. It's like it's not like you can just unsee what you've seen.
Exactly.
It's not like you can just erase the past or forget that it ever happened. You want to operate with a clean slate. Like that's what the whole forgiveness is all about.
Yeah.
Or what the trust is supposed to be all about, right? Like, hey, clean slate, forget the past. We're gonna move forward.
Yeah.
But you were there.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I really did strike a nerve with B. Scott. He kind of went, "Whoa,
whoa!" I wasn't ready for it to get this personal and this real. It's like, but also, I saw the parallels.
That's right.
And I do see the parallels, and that's what we're talking about here. It's like you don't get to erase the past, and then on top of that, it's like, okay, so what have you done for me lately? What are you doing now to show that things are different? And if things don't necessarily look demonstrably different or feel like even if the effort is there, you're not really sure if the results are.
Yeah.
That's what this feels like. You trust the intentions. You feel like they do want to improve the offensive line, but like they've either and I said this last week on the drive, Maybe he was even here. They've either struck out swinging or struck out looking.
Mhm.
But it feels like they struck out. Like the best.
It's all strikeout.
It's all offensive line moves this offseason in free agency or trade were made by other teams. And some of the more
one in your division.
Yeah, and one in your division, one that seems like it should have been available. You're talking about Zeitler for
Zeitler and Dan Morgan Jr. They got a tackle and a guard.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And then what are you doing? You're getting rid of Laramie Tunsil, which a lot of us endorse, but what did you bring in?
Right.
I mean, your headliner now is what, Cam Robinson and Laken Tomlinson?
Yeah.
Like, and Trent Brown is going to be some type of depth piece. Like, it is an underwhelming, like, redemption tour, if you will. Like, it does not feel like them trying to make amends has been enough. I don't trust it.
It seemed like it's kind of scraps too. It wasn't like it was like the first picks of free agency. It seemed like these are guys that nobody really cared for. And it's like, all right, we'll give you a 1-year deal, a prove-it deal. It seemed like it's a bunch of prove-it deals.
All right, so let's get through it. Continuing this analogy here. I trust that Nick Caserio is going to get it right at 25 overall, but he got it wrong at 15 overall.
Ooh.
You know? I trust that Nick Caserio's acquisitions are potentially, really, really strong, but he also gave Titus Howard a big contract, and maybe, who knows on Blake Fisher and some of these others.
He also traded up to draft Juice Scruggs.
And he traded up to draft
I don't know
Juice
how y'all
Scruggs.
feel about that these days.
And where is Juice Scruggs in his development? So, yeah, I want to trust him, man. I want to feel, but this is one place where they've gotten it wrong.
Another thing that annoys me about it is that and specifically like what's transpired over the last few weeks with the offensive line, with the Texans offensive line. They've made all of these moves, Lopez, gotten rid of guys, brought guys in, right? Traded, signed, all of this, right? They've made all of these moves along the offensive line, trying to remake it, which we all agree is necessary, something that they absolutely have to do. All of these moves. Still feels like they got the same needs that they had going into it, now going into the draft.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you would have thought that if going into the draft, the Texans still needed help at, say, guard, which I think they do, right? You would have thought, well, they must have not have got no guards in free agency. They must have not have traded for any. They must have not have done anything. So I guess guard is still an issue. Let's go draft a guard. But the weird and awkward part about it for me is they did make all of these moves.
They sure did.
They did go out and get guards. They did go out and get tackles. And we're going into the draft, and I can't just be like, hey, go draft the best wide receiver that's available. Go draft the best offensive weapon that's available. Go just draft the best damn player that's available. I still feel like they need a damn guard.
Yeah.
Like that to me is an annoying part of it, is they made all these moves, and I don't feel like any work got done.
And then, if you want to go to tackle, Cam Robinson, who I like, and I'm seeing it somewhat through admittedly rose-colored glasses here, because I see more of the Cam Robinson from before in Jacksonville than the Cam Robinson in the Vikings. But that's a question. Trent Brown. Some people see in Trent Brown, he's been injured, but if he stays healthy, he 380 pounds worth of force, on that right side. But it's still a question. Whereas, like to use the Titans, Dan Morgan Jr., that guy's off the shelf. I mean, he's got an $82 million contract off the shelf. They've got themselves a left tackle. Zeitler, I think, is probably one of the highest regarded off-the-shelf, plug-and-play type guards. Texans don't have that.
How much of all of this is, to you at least, a sign of or a leap of faith in Nick Caley and Cole Popovich as a tandem, as an offensive coordinator and offensive line coach tandem? Are they just saying, hey, we don't need as talented guys because we believe in these guys that haven't been in this role exactly but are supposed to be really good coaches?
Well, I think what they're going to do, and I'll say this simply because I think it's pretty straightforward. I think Cole Popovich probably has more pressure on him than any coach on that staff. I don't think it's close, including Nick Caley. Nick Caley may spit the bit and get fired like Bobby Slowick did and lose his job. But I think Cole Popovich, they kept that guy from the last staff. They said, we believe what you have been telling us about the blocking schemes, et cetera, more than it was personnel or whatever. So he's got to get it right. He's got to get it right across the board from the inside out. Juice Scruggs, is he going to be a center? Can he get it right with Cole Popovich? If he doesn't, then we're having the same similar discussion as we've had with Kenyon Green if Juice Scruggs just doesn't get it done.
I like this thought from Lopez as a 3572416 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
And you can also get involved on the Mo Kieran video stream that's on YouTube and Twitch as well. Let us know, who do you think is the coach on the Texans? Which Texans coach is under the most pressure this year? Lopez says this offensive line coach, first-year offensive line coach, Cole Popovich. Do you think it's first-year offensive coordinator Nick Caley, DeMeco Ryan, somebody else? I want to hear from y'all. Y'all let us know. But coming up next on In the Loop, it's the question of the day, and we got to hear from y'all. What are some old names that you'll never stop using? My country ass is going to love this segment because I am all about this. That's next on In the Loop.
All right, I've been talking about
is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
B. Scott holding it down for Reginald Atatula, who is out today, but we'll be back with y'all tomorrow.
I mean, unless he has a hit.
Or will he?
Yeah, unless he has a hit on the fan.
Or will he, though? I guess y'all got to stay tuned in the loop to find out.
I mean, he might have something.
Hey,
I don't know.
Hey, we gonna get that email.
I don't know.
Reginald Atatula no longer works for us.
God.
We wish him the best.
God.
Hey, look, go play because it's a lot of musical shares happening around
on the back end. You'll see Reginald Atatula on show on. What's the 105.3 The Fan? Welcome back. We're like, wait, what?
Wait, nobody told me that.
Hey, the dude is a rising young star in the industry. Get your shine on, Reg.
We're kidding.
I ain't hating on you, dog. I ain't hating on you at all.
I think.
But
anywho.
But anywho, in the spirit of Reggie not being here, we got a question of the day. And I think this is a good one for us. And look, we looking forward to Reggie coming back, but Reggie is somebody that likes to get names right? This is a buttoned-up dude that likes to call whatever it is what it is. I'm a little bit different than that. I'm going to call it whatever it is that it was introduced to me as.
Yeah.
And then if it changes its name, maybe I'll call it that at some point. Maybe I won't. But in the spirit of that, question of the day, what are some of the old names that you will never stop using?
And the Astros played their first game at Dyken Park yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know you. I'm trying
and
to say.
Are you calling
I'm
it
trying to remember, to call it Dyken Park, but I know I'm going to think of it as Minute Maid and probably mistakenly call it Minute Maid. There are several that I have in mind, but you got to listen to these dudes. They were over at, I almost said it right there. They were over at Dyken yesterday talking about how hard this is going to be.
Man, where you at? Dyken. Bro, you said meet you at Minute Maid Park. They the same location. Okay, oh my. So where are I'm at Dyken, bro. Day Aiken, bro. I'm at Day Aiken, bro.
Day Aiken.
Day Aiken Park, bro. That's Minute Maid Park, bro. They just changed it, bro. That's Minute Maid. Bro, this ain't Minute Maid, bro. I'm at Day Aiken. That's what I'm saying. No, see, I honestly think that the name. It's better. Yeah, no, I love the name change. Definitely. Yeah, it gives the area a nice little spruce up, Minute Maid was just too old, right? Too much flavor. That minute has passed.
So that's courtesy of, I found it on Twitter. I got to give him credit, at That's Black Now. But I got a few, man.
What's the name of that?
At That's Black Now.
Okay.
Hey,
did I do that right?
Hey, that's real though.
Yeah.
At That's Black Now. that was a real skit. That could actually happen.
Yeah. Oh, that could. Yeah, I'm at Dyken. No,
I can actually recreate that exact conversation with some friends for sure. For sure.
Okay, so several things, buildings and other things. I still call Lakewood Compact Center.
That's what it is.
How many years they been there?
Ooh, at least
20?
15, 20.
I call it Compact Center. I don't know. I mean, it's hard. It's just hard to break that habit.
Forever with that because, it's not like it wasn't the Compact Center before or that Lakewood was just some mega church that dropped out of nowhere.
Right.
Lakewood's been a mega church and institution here in the city for
70s,
years.
right?
Yeah. I mean, we can all remember.
Go back to his father.
Yeah, John Osteen before Joel Osteen. So it's like you knew there was a Lakewood and you knew that there was a Compact Center, and it took some years. The fact that these two were now the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some good ones on the text board already came in earlier. And I don't do this, but I could see easily where old timers might do this. My dad still calls Home Depot Builders Square. Remember Builders Square?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is a reasonable one, right?
Yeah. I still say Staples Center.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's not the crypto.com center. I say Staples Center.
It will be Staples Center forever.
Yeah.
You got to think about it too, Figgy. We're teenagers when Staples Center comes to be, and they win championships at Staples Center immediately.
Yeah.
You and I were talking about this, Lopez, in the break. It took some years for people to stop calling it the Forum.
No, decades. I call it the Forum.
But definitely since they, like, once they get into the Staples Center, they establish like their own Staples Center legacy.
Yeah.
And then from there,
This was all in movies. It was all in movies and everything. No, at Staples Center. We going to Staples Center.
And then they going to call it a .com arena of some sort.
Yeah. What about you?
It's the Transco for me. We've been seeing it on the text line, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. It will never not be the Transco Tower.
Yeah.
Man, I looked this up. So my mom told me, like, back in the 90s about the Transco Tower. We driving by it one day, and I'm like, man, what's that big old building? She's like, that's the Transco.
And it sticks out in the middle of nowhere back then.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We were talking about in the 90s. And she's like, yeah, that's the Transco. I once did an interview or had an interview that was way high up there, and I never made it. I was too scared to go. She was, I mean, how high up the interview was, she wouldn't even go to. She just skipped out on the interview.
Yeah.
But it was the Transco Tower. I looked this up. Bruh, it ain't been the Transco Tower in over 25 years. They've been calling it Williams for since 1999.
I do call it Williams, but I can get that.
It's the Transco.
Yeah. Now, this is back in Cleveland. Sometimes I still call it Jacobs Field. I catch myself calling it Jacobs Field. It's now Progressive Field, and I don't even give a damn what, like the Cavs, like they change their names like every 2 years. Like it was Rocket Mortgage Field House, which I'm like, that sounds actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Now it's Rocket Arena. It's like, man, why y'all keep changing the damn name?
Hey, I'm seeing some was of course the NRG Reliant thing is getting a lot of attention. Of course, the Summit is getting a lot of attention on the text line, but I'm seeing some really good ones. How about this, Lopez? Do you still, and I don't do this, but I can see this because I remember where this place was and when it became something new. Do you still call O'Reilly's high-low?
That's one that is on my, I still make that mistake. I'll tell you the other one, and I might be the only person that still uses this term, but it's the Pierce Elevated. You know that little bridge near downtown, midtown, not midtown, I guess, close to midtown.
Yeah, midtown.
That little bridge, it's always clogged.
Yeah.
Coming off of 59 onto 45?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Pierce Elevated.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's the new name? Because that's all I've heard.
I don't know, but people always say, like, the whatever they call it.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's the Pierce Elevated.
Yeah.
It always will be.
I'm with you there. How about this one? CVS Eckert's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that.
I call it CVS now, but I do remember Eckert's. I do have that in the bag. So that's another pretty good one.
You know some other things that are maybe not buildings per se, but that I don't do this, and it drives me nuts when people do this, when they say the World Wide Web.
Oh, dude.
You don't even have to say the internet anymore. You can just say
I feel like
X. You can just say whatever.
Do you not feel like
online
at this point that anybody that says World Wide Web is just yanking your chain, though?
I don't know.
Or like they're saying
I've heard it on commercials.
For effect
that's
or for irony.
www. And that's the other one. When they say www.
That's the one that get me a lot. Like, you don't have to put www
You don't have to ever do that again. Yeah. Just say online, whatever. And then the one that I do say a lot, it's not a building, but just something that I'll never change. I'll still go by the former, what I've always learned. I say fuel instead of gas.
Instead of gas?
Yeah, I always say fuel. You've probably heard me when we were traveling in New Orleans. I got to stop and get some fuel. I always say fuel. I don't know why. It's just
that one got to predate me because they've been calling it gas forever. Do you call it the fuel station or the gas station?
Gas.
Yeah, man.
Unless it's like a diesel truck or something.
Everything is fuel. Everything is fuel to me. Yeah.
Hey, the overwhelming favorite on the text line is Lakewood, but not as the Compact Center, but as the Summit.
The Summit.
Still calling it the Summit. Like you got to be a day riding through to at this point still be calling it the Summit.
Here's a good one, 7-Eleven. Now, they're back in Houston.
They are back, yeah, but
they were not here for 20 years. And people, I'm going to go to the 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
What's that? The convenience store. Oh, okay.
How about whatever it is they call Sharpstown Mall now? Like it's like some
You mean
type
they
of...
changed the name? No, I'm serious.
No, it's like some kind of plaza now.
Really?
It's been that way for years.
It's always been Sharpstown Mall.
Ain't no Sharpstown Mall, except there is though. Because if I tell you to go to Sharpstown Mall, you probably won't go. But you would know where to go if you were to follow directions. These are These are really good, some of these that we're getting in here. The Transco Tower.
I still call Midtown the Fourth Ward.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
They will never call it There are people, like, and it depends on what part of Midtown you're in, because, like, it borders 3rd and 4th. They're like, nah, if you are in Midtown, you are either in 3rd Ward or in 4th Ward, but you're not in this gentrified name that they just thought of.
What about the area they call Edo? Like, what was that called?
I don't know what that was.
Because I know when I got down here, I think that was kind of new.
Yeah.
No, the East End. Like, I had never.
You still call it the East End?
I had never heard of the term Edo.
Yeah.
It's a Super Bowl time.
Or East Downtown.
Yeah.
Honestly, until I started working at KHOU in 2018.
Yeah.
And they were just using the term at the station or like on the newscast.
Yeah, and you're like,
very
what the hell is
casually and cavalier-like.
Yeah.
And I was like, sorry, guys, native Houstonian here. Y'all want to tell me what the hell this is that y'all talking about? What is Edo?
Yeah. No, it was like around Super Bowl time, and we was going to Edo. And he was just like, man, this new thing they trying to do. And they started naming other cities that did it.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, they trying to do that new little hipster thing.
Yeah.
Edo.
Oh, this is a good one. Golf Club of Houston. I still call it Redstone, where the Houston Open used to be. It's Redstone. It is Redstone, but it's a golf center of Houston or something. I still don't even know what the right name is.
Yeah. Plaza de Americas is what they call in Sharpstown now.
Oh, really?
Sharpstown Mall.
Not me.
What is it? What was the
Plaza
name?
Plaza de Americas. And it has taken more
that
of,
one off of 59, right? Okay. I didn't know that.
And they have taken more of a, like a Latino feel. Like if you go in there, it looks.
That's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
So
I usually pass it whenever I'm going like to Harwin or something like that.
Got a few Astro arenas coming in. That's a throwback. I don't even know what they call it now, that little arena by NRG. But Astro Arena for sure.
Yeah. Man, it's hard to let it go. It's hard to let go of the past. That is the question of the. Keep sending them in, man. These are good, man. What are some old names that you'll never stop?
Minute Maid.
Now, Seth brought up a good one, the 159 and 69 and all that.
It's always going to be 59.
That threw me all the way off when I moved here because it said 59 and 69.
Yeah.
And I'm like, which one is it? Like, I've never seen anything like that.
I did the same thing when they built 99. I still Beltway.
Yeah.
So everything that
even the Grand Parkway.
Nah. Everything that loop around the city is the Beltway. Everything that you pay a toll on for me is the Beltway.
Now that I do that.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
get on the Beltway, but it's straight.
But it's the Hardy. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You don't say Hardy toll roll. You say Beltway.
No. Yeah, Beltway.
Coming up next, we go around the NFL. Cam Ward had his pro day. Houstonian, by the way. Cam Ward had his pro day, and the dude is a stud. We'll talk about it next on Around the NFL.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We are about to have some fun going around the NFL, but we were already having enough fun with the question of the day. What are some old names that you just cannot quit? And we got some corrections on the text line. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610 is the number to get involved with the show. And they're saying Edo, Second Ward. I called it the East End. They're saying it's Second Ward.
But you grew up knowing it as the East End.
I ended up, if I was going to call it anything, I would have called it the East End. And East End, so that might be, synonymous, but not Edo, which is just a not an acronym, but a shortening of
East Downtown.
East Downtown.
Yeah.
That is, look, that's some hipster, and nothing against hipsters. Let's shorten East Downtown and call it Edo. I'll do some research and figure out who is the source of that.
One on the Mo Karam Law Firm YouTube stream.
We keep it 100.
I still call it, not all the time, I've gotten better, Intercontinental.
Oh, yes.
The airport.
Intercontinental.
Yeah.
What is it now? Just Bush?
Bush International, something like that. Or Bush, I guess.
Oh, I think isn't it Bush Intercontinental?
Bush Airport, whatever it's called.
Because my uncle used to call it International.
It's Intercontinental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was international.
IAH is still the abbreviation on your ticket.
Right.
Because it used to be Intercontinental, whatever. I still do that as well.
I just try not to drive out there. My goodness.
On 59, by the way.
It is yes, on 59. Somebody also mentioned that we used to not call the freeways by numbers, like it would be.
That's still the case.
Southwest and Texas Pasadena. I did grow up calling them by the numbers. So like once I learned of Katy Freeway, I was like, no, that to me is just I-10.
See, I got here in 1990, that's when it was booming. I called it Katy Freeway, East Freeway, Gulf Freeway. All that.
Yeah. Gulf Freeway. That's 45. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like we going 45, but we headed south. Yeah. So I guess that one threw me off. But man, this is. It is cool to get these out there, but also it's kind of nostalgic because you're like, man, I remember what it was like back when we used to call Lakewood the Summit. You know what I mean? Back when the Transco Tower was really the Transco Tower at the Williams Tower, whatever they're calling it now.
Yeah.
But as we go around the NFL, and speaking of Houston, specific to Houston, Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami, is going to have potentially multiple Houston ties. He is a West Columbus type of guy, Palacios, somewhere out there in that way. He's from way out west, right? But a Houston area guy who made his way through college, went to 3 different colleges, ended up at Miami.
Incarnate Word is where he started.
Humble beginnings, dog. Started out at Incarnate Word in San Antonio. And I actually remember this.
I do too.
Because Incarnate Word used to play Sam Houston State back in the day. So I remember when they first established their football team.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, okay, Incarnate Word. The quarterback from Incarnate Word is in Washington now. Oh, that dude's now in Miami.
Do you remember watching him at Incarnate Word and going, hey, that guy's pretty good?
I remember thinking, the hell's he doing here?
What's he doing?
What exactly? What was his SAT scores to make it to where he couldn't go to somewhere where he could really show his talents off? But it all worked out for him in the end, because it appears that he is going to be the number 1 overall pick. The Titans got to get a pretty good look at him at his pro day. I know there was a lot of chatter about the possibility of them trading that pick. Did they want to actually take the quarterback or find a team that was desperate enough to go up and get one? But I don't see a sensible scenario where the Titans don't just punch that ticket and bring in Cam Ward as their quarterback at the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, look, he had his pro day yesterday, which is what we're talking to Phil. And I think I'm not going to say lock because, you never know if somebody, gives them an offer they can't refuse or whatever. But it sure looks like the Titans are going to draft him, and they should. I mean, he's better than Shedeur Sanders. I don't know of a lot of people that would say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's the competition at this point, right?
It might be Jackson Dart. It might be someone else. It might be Abdul Carter.
But see,
it might be Travis Hunter.
See, I feel like the conversation is: are these quarterbacks worth being picked number one? And do you get like a Travis Hunter and then maybe get a Jackson Dart later or something like that?
All depends on what the Titans think, because if they feel that way, they're going to take him because they need a quarterback. And oh, by the way, they're showing us that they're going to draft him. You know, we mentioned Dan Moore Jr., Kevin Zeitler. You're not bringing those guys in
to protect Will Levis.
No.
Well, and that was going to be my point. Like I don't think the competition on whether to draft Cam Ward is him versus the other quarterbacks in this class. It's him versus, okay, do we want one of these other positions, somebody else at this position, or do we just want to trade out of this pick because we like the depth of the draft and, like Figgy said, maybe go get a different quarterback further down? But if a quarterback is drafted number one overall, whether it's the Titans or them trading that pick to somebody else, that quarterback is going to be Cam Ward.
Yes.
Like I have a tough time thinking that NFL folks who watch film and tape and like they're not just looking at it on the surface level, but it doesn't take a genius to see that Cam Ward is more talented than these other guys that are in the draft.
Yeah, and
quarterback. At least.
I listened to guys this morning, Sean and Seth, in talking about, well, he's not a generational quarterback. I don't know if I agree with that. This is not a good year for quarterbacks in the draft, and he may not be a generational talent. But at the same time, there's always going to be one stud. There's always going to be one. And the guy threw for 4,300 yards, 39 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 68%. Like, you can say you don't think he's a generational talent, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because that's like your opinion, man. But he's there's no, you can't say he's absolutely 100% not a generational talent.
I mean, do you have to have a generational talent at quarterback to be good?
Okay, guys, hold on. Because like now I'm about to go on a rant, and I hate to do this.
Yeah.
But can we stop with this damn generational
I get
BS?
it. Yeah.
Like he's not a generational quarterback. Okay, so like, what would his generation be? Like, I mean, I don't know, better than Jaden Daniels? Like, we've had back-to-back generational type rookie seasons from quarterbacks, like,
and people never called them generational quarterbacks coming out. Like nobody calls C.J. Stroud a generational quarterback.
And maybe they just mean prospect, right? I guess you have to let a dude's career play out before you can really decide. Like, I don't think anybody thought Josh Allen was generational coming out. They thought he had some out of this world talent, but some accuracy issues. Turns out he's a generational quarterback. Who knew? But guess what he's playing in the midst of?
Exactly that.
Quarterbacks and Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. We got 3 generational quarterbacks in one generation right now. Can we just put a pause on it, damn it?
Well, that's why.
Say that his skill set is, I think, optimal for the type of league that we are in today. He can move around the pocket. He's big. He's strong. Can throw the ball.
That's why I feel like there's a certain amount of unfair bias against him. You know, it's a narrative. The generational talent, John Elway, Peyton Manning, whomever the next one was, because there have been some that weren't. Patrick Mahomes wasn't considered a generational talent.
No, he was not.
He was not.
Talented.
Yes.
Talented. I mean, you go to Texas Tech and not make no noise and still be like a top half of the draft type of guy. And then we see what he turned into. Obviously, he's Patrick Mahomes, but nobody saw that
But
coming.
they said, like, I think it was Sean said this morning, he doesn't, like, if the Titans draft him, he doesn't automatically scare me. I feel like that's more because of narrative, because every NFL, website and mock draft doesn't consider him this, quote, generational talent.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's not going to be really, really scary and maybe transform that organization. He might not, but it doesn't mean he's,
what is the generational talent?
I got one for you.
Yeah.
I got a generational quarterback that doesn't scare me. He's in the division. Trevor Lawrence.
Exactly.
Do y'all remember how generational this dude was?
Yes.
They
could be drafted as a freshman.
Straight. He could have
number one overall as a freshman.
Like on site, this dude was exactly what y'all said. Number one overall as be a superstar. Whenever his time comes, whenever he's draft eligible, he's going to be the number one overall pick. He's exactly that. And has he been generational?
Not even close.
I'm saying. And then the guys that are or have been, Somebody picked at the back of the first round in Lamar Jackson. Somebody who had a bunch of question marks in Josh Allen.
They traded in to get him, right? Didn't they trade it into the first round to get him?
I don't remember right now.
For who? For
Baltimore. I think Baltimore traded.
Oh, yeah, they got 32 overall.
They traded in to get him.
Yeah.
So he would have been a second-round pick if they didn't do that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they traded up to 32 overall.
Exactly. And then, of course, Patrick Mahomes coming out of Texas Tech. Ain't nobody been generational out of there. Mike Leach is the most, rest in peace, was the most generational thing they ever had until we knew about Patrick Mahomes. Like, I just slow down on that. And then to Sean's point, I do think that that's an interesting point. Hey, do the Titans scare you if they go out and draft Cam Ward? Look, I don't know if they scare me, but I look at them a lot differently than I do with Will Levis as their quarterback.
Yes.
Like there's an element of the unknown. So it's hard to say that they just scare me and he ain't, a drop yet, right?
Yeah. Right.
But at the same time, like, he's a number 1 overall pick for a reason. We watched him at Miami. He does seem to raise both the Titans ceiling and floor. And that at least bothers me a little bit.
It interests me.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it scared me, but I will be scared if it works. It's a possibility that he can work.
Well, and that's the thing.
And that's another issue right there.
Like, if you say this is not a great quarterback class, I mean, number 1 is not great. That doesn't mean number 1 won't scare you, because there are a lot of questions for a lot of quarterbacks. Cam Ward, I mean, what are the questions about him? He's big, he's fast, he makes every throw, he's experienced, he completed 68%, 39, as I mentioned, 39 touchdowns, 7 interceptions at Miami.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do you want to see? He's a victim of circumstance and bias, I feel.
Hey, can we keep it real, too? Do we want to just be real for a second on In the Loop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was talking crap about Will Levis a minute ago, but I did see him cook the Texans. Will Levis cooked the Texans at NRG Stadium.
That's right.
Just a few months ago.
Yeah.
Will Levis. And I think we're all accepting that Cam Ward is a better prospect than that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's not act like you're above getting cooked by a less than or subpar quarterback. Watch Zach Wilson do it a couple of years ago. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just worried that head coach will find something in Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And then it clicks. And now the Titans are in your way. Like, it's not an easy division now. Now you got the Titans, somebody that's a rookie quarterback, that's on a rookie deal, that's doing all of this stuff. Now they're in the way.
Now they're back where you were.
You got to pay your now you got to pay your quarterback. You got this offensive line. You got to make everything work now.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the overly hyped quarterback go to, and I'm not talking about Trevor Lawrence in this case, but an overly hyped quarterback go to a division opponent in Anthony Richardson and then not work out. And so maybe there's a little bit of that too, I wonder, but I don't feel like that's what this is. Well, and not just that. Not that only did he have a poor completion percentage, but he had no experience. This guy
6 years, 5 years,
this guy has
whatever it is.
results and experience, a wealth of both.
And by
we've
the
seen
way,
the receipts.
Speaking of Cam Ward and the Titans, they sent their general manager, their head coach, their offensive coordinator, and about 3 or 4 other people to watch his pro day. They're going to draft Cam Ward unless something crazy happens. So,
and you got an offensive head coach.
And an offensive head coach. And they made those moves on the offensive line. I mean, and we were just talking about it yesterday, Figgy. By and large, go across the board. Who had the best offseason so far in the AFC South? The Titans.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not sitting here shivering, scared.
But pay attention.
I'm like, man,
you pay attention.
Like, if it worked, that's going to be a problem.
Look, I definitely feel like the Titans and what they're doing is put a pin in it type of situation. Even last year, when only they believed and none of us, others believed, and sure enough, they go out there and go get the number 1 overall pick. They invested all of that into their team last offseason, and it did not work. But one thing we can give them credit for, no matter who they got as their general manager, they are going to take some swings. They're going to take some swings, and now they've found themselves in a position where they are able to draft the quarterback at the top of the draft as we go around the NFL. Last thing here, and I know around the NFL became the Cam Ward segment, which is just fine, but I do have to ask, Lopez, what's going on with Xavier Worthy?
Oh, my gosh.
Like, hey, careful. You asked the question earlier, has a woman ever cheated on you?
Well, I know his answer.
Well, not just if cheating on him was the worst of it all, I feel like that'd be all right.
Man,
I would take that. I mean, we're talking about domestic violence, extortion, abuse, got him arrested, got his name slung through the mud.
And now he's countersuing or suing. Did you see the chunks of hair that she allegedly pulled out of his head?
She got some nerve.
Dude, you're pulling chunks of hair, the braids.
That type of
look at this picture right here. His entire braid pulled out of his head.
She got to be outside her mind.
Yeah, that type of woman is scary, man.
Yeah, I would say
like they can ruin your life. Type of scary.
Well, it's allegations, of
Ruin
course.
your career.
We got to be clear on that. But he claims that she claimed that he choked her after all this stuff, and he claims that she's extorting him. That she's done like beating him, pulled the hair out of his head. Broke everything in his broke up everything in his house. Just a series of abusive and extortive things is what they call it in the lawsuit. And she broke his damn PlayStation 5. Come on, man.
That's the final straw right there,
Come on, man.
My
allegedly,
you could pull my hair. You could hit me. Don't break the PS5.
Oh, and certainly don't do a combination. Yeah, you done pulled out locks out my head and messed up my entertainment.
You know how much that had to hurt? Pulled the whole braid out of his head.
Man, listen.
It can't hurt worse than that PS5, man.
Dude. Careful.
Be careful.
That is around. Hey, come up next. It's my own segment on the show, man.
Yeah, man.
These guys' thoughts. And I actually got some thoughts, man. I really like what Dana Brown is doing with the Astros 2 days ahead of opening day. That is next on In the Loop.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam Robinson.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
That's my music.
There it is.
That's right.
Gotta have it.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark holding it down. I do want to shout out a hood that I disrespected earlier when I was like West Columbus or whatever it is. It's West Columbus.
I thought he was talking about that. When you said West Columbus, I'm like, oh, I don't know where that's at.
Yeah, West Columbia, my bad. And honestly, my bad. My bad to Dub C for doing that because I actually have played against West Columbia in my short time at Stafford. We played against them guys. I've been out there. They've been this way.
That's why you disrespect them a little bit. You played against them.
I should know better than that. My bad to all of y'all out there. But I do want to tell y'all about how I'm feeling about Dana Brown and the offseason that he's had. I'm a fan of it, okay? Let me just say that. I'm a fan of it. I like it a lot. But I want to go back to the text line real quick. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, that is.
Texas Hammer!
And from the 713, I got to throw this at you, Lopez, and to the audience as well. 713 is a little delusional right here. It says, there is no way Cam Ward is picked over Hunter. He's talking about Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
The dual threat or, offensive and defensive threat, if you will, cornerback and wide receiver. A little delusional, but I actually like this as a thought exercise.
Yeah. I get it.
I mean, he is going to get picked over Travis Hunter. I hate to break it to you.
Well, yeah. You've heard me. Yes, he is going to get picked over Travis Hunter.
But I like, putting some value on the guy that can do a little bit of both.
Look, you've heard me say, Figgy, multiple times, Travis Hunter is the best football player in this draft.
Yes.
I don't think, at least coming into the draft, I'll put him over Abdul Carter. I'll put him over Cam Ward.
That's a good way of putting it.
He's the best football player in this draft. That said, let me give you this during break. If Travis Hunter has the exact stride-for-stride career as Deion Sanders, Hall of Fame cornerback, receiver, returner, he has the exact identical career as Deion Sanders, and Cam Ward has the identical career to Dak Prescott,
yep,
the smarter move is drafting Cam Ward.
Yeah. Which is basically to say, as ridiculous as it sounds, and we are conceding that the sound of
ridiculous.
The sound of it is ridiculous, but once you play it out in thought, this makes sense. You draft Dak Prescott over Deion Sanders. Yes, you do. Look, Deion Sanders is the better player.
Yes,
better at his position, arguably the greatest of all time, specifically at what he did, his specific craft.
Yeah,
but when you take into consideration position value, you draft Dak Prescott if you can, if I can promise you that this is going to be Dak Prescott.
Identical.
The trick of it, obviously, is that you can't, he could end up not being Dak Prescott, and the other guy still becomes Deion Sanders, and it completely busts. But if I can say, hey, punch your ticket, I promise you that this guy is at least all pro level, even if you don't think he's the, in the top 5 of quarterbacks or whatever it is, but he's in the top 8. Or the top 10, or perennially gives you a chance to win your division and go to the playoffs and go to the Super Bowl. You draft that guy. You draft Dak Prescott over Deion Sanders.
I would say even if let's say they did have a Dak Prescott on the roster, number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
There's no
for
question.
sure.
Yeah.
Right. For sure. That's a good point. I got you.
They need a quarterback.
Yeah, like if Will Levis was right, that's a good point. If Will Levis was as good as Dak Prescott,
then it's Travis Hunter.
Then that texter's point would be true.
Or even if Will Levis shows some flash towards the end where they be like, man, we think we got something in him, and let's roll the dice with Will Levis again and just put some pieces around him. I don't think they'd draft Cam Ward.
If Will Levis was as good as Bryce Young has shown himself to be on the back end of his really rocky start.
Maybe.
Think about it. Think about it. I think if I'd be really interested.
But bigger.
If I'd be intrigued on what the Panthers would do if they had the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Do you just draft Cam Ward, or do you believe in what you've seen recently from Bryce Young? Honestly, I think
I think they draft Travis Hunter.
You think so?
I think so too.
I think so too. Like you're just trying to get.
I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think they would.
I think the key is Tennessee do not have a quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't have any. Like that, the worst thing you could do is pass up on the quarterback like that.
Mm-hmm. If you think you have the quarterback, if you believe in the quarterback that you have, then you can pass on Cam Ward and draft what might be, I know I railed against this term earlier, but what might be a generational prospect in Travis Hunter because he can do both things.
Yeah.
Or
if you don't, to Figgy's point, if you don't, then you draft a quarterback.
Yeah, and it's not like they went out here and got Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers or something like that. If they got somebody like that,
right,
then I would have been like, "Oh, they go Travis Hunter."
Yeah,
but they didn't do that.
Right now, it is also that conversation, and we've had this like almost every draft of like not reaching on a quarterback. Like, don't just draft a quarterback for the sake of drafting a quarterback. You have to actually believe in the dude. But there's no reason to not believe that Cam Ward is worth investing that pick in.
I agree. What other thoughts you have?
So Dana Brown, I am a fan of overall. I think of what Dana Brown has done this offseason. Now, look, I don't like trading Kyle Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
I am a fan of Alex Bregman and wanted him to come back. But that being said, given what they have brought in and what they got back for Kyle Tucker, but like so what they brought in free agency, Christian Walker signing, right, and what they brought back for Kyle Tucker, Isaac Paredes, Cam Smith, obviously, as we talked about. I am a big fan of what he's done to sort of salvage this thing. I think that it's very easy and natural to look at the Astros and say they lost Alex Bregman, they lost Kyle Tucker, they got Jose Altuve out there in left field because he's so damn bad at second base. They are on the downslide, on the downturn. Now, of course, they lost Justin Verlander, who wasn't really that good anymore.
Yeah.
So they're losing some of the luster. I think the way you positioned it earlier is like, do they still have that swag? Do they still have sort of that shine on them? Doesn't feel like they do, but it's because we haven't really seen these moves, and I think that we're going to like them. Like, I think that we're going to like Christian Walker at first base and what he can provide you, Isaac Paredes and what he can give you as a potential 30-homer guy. And then the way we open this show, man, and this is the big part about it.
Yeah.
Cam Smith, and not just getting Cam Smith in that trade, but having the wherewithal, the balls, even if you want to say.
Absolutely.
To just go out there and say, look, I know the dude is young. I know the dude is inexperienced. And I know that baseball is a long season and it can weigh on you, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint. All those cliches, we get it.
Yeah.
We understand them to be true. But this guy's ready. This guy is talented. And we're not going to be afraid to throw him in the fire if we think that he can make our team better and that he's truly ready for this stage. I like that Dana Brown is not leaning on what might have used to be conventional wisdom of let's lean toward not doing this.
Yeah.
And it feels like he's leaning toward let's absolutely do this.
He's doing it for baseball reasons, not financial reasons. And that alone says a lot about courage is probably not the right word, but the guts to do this.
Yeah.
They're giving up a year of control.
That's another big thing.
They're giving up an entire year of control.
Probably the main thing.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is the main thing.
Yeah.
Like, to be able to do that and have the confidence on top of, look, all these moves could end up being bad ones. They could all end up blowing up. But on top of not just having the guts to move on from Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, bringing in Isaac Paredes, having the guts to give up a year of control.
Thanks for saying that properly, man. All that Spanish I took, and I couldn't say Isaac Paredes to save my life.
To giving the guts to give up a year of control on Cam Smith. I mean, if this works, he's going to be executive of the year.
Oh, man, if it works, yeah. I think there's still some doubt and some trepidation on how well it will work or what the like. I've got serious questions about what the Astros ceiling is, but I feel a lot better about their floor because of how Dana Brown has approached this offseason, if that makes sense.
You can't underestimate, and Adam Spillane used to come in here all the time saying, I have a better chance of being on the opening day roster than Cam Smith. It was totally a valid argument because it goes against everything they have been, everything that they are, but they did it. They went against everything that they've been and everything that they are.
Not only them, but just baseball
in general.
Yeah, you usually don't see a story like this.
Yeah. Well, and Adam has also brought up a pretty good point on Twitter about this too. Like the back end of this is not so great because, well, we get to see him sooner, but it also means he's probably going to be gone soon.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right, because
they had the guts to do it.
Yeah, but, other teams like the Yankees or the Mets or the Cubs or the Red Sox or whoever the team is that's willing to throw, 10 years and hundreds of millions of dollars at a player are monitoring the Cam Smith thing. Because they're like, hey, man, he's at the place where they like the ball on a budget. And once the time comes to when he's expensive, we're going to be the ones to go trade for Cam Smith the way the Cubs went and traded for Kyle Tucker, or to sign Alex Bregman, or to sign him the way the Red Sox did with Alex Bregman, and the Twins did with Carlos Correa, and the Blue Jays did with George Springer. Like this does feel like, while it's a going against the grain, it does feel like a little bit of, hey, well, how is history going to repeat itself this time?
We figured that out as it goes on. Like, I wouldn't even think about all that stuff now. Like, how can he help us win right now?
Well,
if he can help us win right now, I'm not worried about that extra year.
But the only reason to think about it is because, like, that's the fan standpoint, but it's good that the general manager is kind of thinking that way too. Because a GM does absolutely think about that. Like, man, I want to keep this guy around for as long as possible.
And that's why I thought he wouldn't make the roster.
Sure. But even from a general manager, not baseball general manager, but the finances side of being a general manager, he even realizes, though, you got to look at both those things, because the window is open now, and I don't know what that window is going to look like in 5 or 6 years when some of these guys move on. So you might as well take advantage now.
I saw a lot of impressive rodeoing and cowboying during the rodeo. So I do not understand how the cattle got loose yesterday, but we will talk about that in What's Poppin'. That's next one in the loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans,
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Hey, I don't know if anything was popping more than the cattle loose on the street, on the interstate, on the freeway, man.
On the North Freeway, I-45, whatever you used to call it.
Hey, it doesn't even matter. It's cattle on the road, man. You can call it whatever you want to call it, man. But call the cowboy. Where are the Wranglers?
Well, they were trying.
Like, somebody help me understand. And I feel like this happens every year.
It started the rodeo with a cow loose on San Felipe. Was one of those, and
so that's at least twice in this one, right? What are we doing, guys?
Or steer, I should say, whatever they were.
But like, you go to the rodeo and you see like how well trained and how good they are. Like, this isn't just some slap, you know what's out there, just kind of messing around. Like, they are trained and they're good at this. Now, maybe that just speaks to how hard it is to wrangle these things.
Yeah.
But man, this was wild yesterday.
My favorite thing is local TV news reports.
KHOU.
Whenever something like this happens.
Dude, KHOU trying to cover what is honestly just an absurd story. Like, you, as a reporter, and look, I'm a KHOU alum. I know very much so what their day-to-day is like. And normally it's like, you know,
what are we going to do today?
What are we going to do today? Oh, somebody got shot. Oh, that's sad, but we're going to go. Oh, something happened at the city council meeting that actually has some ramifications for the community. We're going to find an interesting story or angle to make it not boring and put it on TV. Oh, some road or bridge, something like that. It don't be...
You give me steer on I-45?
The steer on I-45. What in the world is going on?
So we did learn that there were a total of 31 cows. 6 of them got out. Again, now all accounted for, and that they were leaving the rodeo headed up north, and they did cause a lot of chaos back here. We did get some video, aerial video that we got from Air 11 and Transtar. And that was quite the scene to witness. Now, we did learn that they were headed to Polk County, and at some point, the vehicle overturned on I-45, and that's when an unlatched gate opened and the animals scattered on the freeway. And we were told by officials that it was not easy getting all of them.
We used panels. We used ATVs to locate them. We even used our air wing of the sheriff's office to help locate them. And the last one, we had to end up darting or tranquilizing so that we can actually corral him as well.
Oh, man. Like, I hate that one of them had to get darted and all of that. But just the image of, okay.
He was like, I ain't going back. I ain't going back.
Hey, can't go back. Look, the report is good enough. Like, the sound that we just played is good enough. But just like, don't do this if you're driving, but if you're sitting somewhere, the visual, if you close your eyes and just the visual of them, both police or law enforcement of some sort, on ATVs and above, like planes and ATVs, to try to get the cattle. Dude, the image of that is just hilarious. Like, just imagine that. We on ATVs chasing cows.
And that's the stereotype of Houston. That's what people that don't live in Houston.
I'll bet you it's on national news or at least other 100%. Local stations.
Yeah. They think that's an everyday thing.
Yeah, there's more cattle running around.
And what's funny about it is it is somehow the stereotype, but also very much against the norm. Because even locals are shocked by this.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Even though something gets loose every year, we're like, well, wait a minute, that's a lot of cattle on cows on the highway like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we also rodeo down here.
We sure do.
So it's like, well, where are the cowboys at? Where are the Wranglers?
Yeah. Well, hopefully everybody on I-45 was able to steer clear.
Boom. I see what you did there. That actually came across the text line. I was like, word, they really did that. And at Lopez, 832, just like you. If you can steer it, clear it.
All right, I didn't steal that from you. Promise.
Yeah. You guys, seriously. But hey, that was definitely popping. I can just imagine being on 45, and it's like, is that a cow?
Is that a cow?
Oh wait, is that 6 of them on the freeway?
They're running.
Yikes on bikes.
They're like, I'm out.
So news came down yesterday that Tillman Fertitta was going to have to step aside from some of his business ventures, Landry's. I imagine the Golden Nugget as well, but Landry specifically was the one that was reported out there. He's becoming the ambassador to Italy under the Trump administration. He's also going to have to step down as the U of H system board of regents, if you will, to take on this role. Lopez says that this doesn't really mean as much because Patrick Fertitta, Tillman's son, seems to already kind of be that guy.
Yeah, look, your first inclination is to, what's going to happen to the Rockets? Is he going to have to sell the Rockets? No, he's not. And by the way, this is going to be, reportedly he's going to have to give up a chunk of, I guess, control and decision making with the Rockets. But this is a wink. And by the way, don't even worry. Even if he did, Patrick Fertitta pretty much is.
That's the Don Juan right
He's
there.
running it.
He's running the show.
Yeah. So it's nothing to see here really with the Rockets. The UH thing is interesting.
Yeah.
He's on the board of regents.
Yeah.
And he's got to give that up.
He's the chairman of the board.
Yeah.
Chairman of the board, obviously a mega donor, of course, the Fertitta Center, where the U of H basketball team plays, named after him. Like he is, and I'm not, breaking news to anybody. All the Houstonians know he's head honcho over there.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit, to me, it's a little bit surprising that he would take a role that would take him away from what has always seemed like his pride and joy. And on top of, whatever.
But it's still in the family, though,
whatever
man.
the business implications are.
But come on.
It's still in the family.
Ambassador to Italy?
That's kind of dope.
Unless you make me ambassador to the Cayman Islands, I don't know if there's a lot that I would take over Italy.
Yeah.
Dude, that is awesome.
Yeah.
What would you want to be the ambassador
Sorry,
of?
Cougs. I like the Bahamas, Cayman Island. You know me.
Somewhere with water.
Water and beaches and fishing.
Yeah, I'm right there with
We'll
him.
have all our meetings there. We'll have on the boat.
Yeah, or not.
Yeah,
like let's just be on the boat. Let's just do
the Azores. Give me some.
As the ambassador to Italy, is ambassador like a high enough role to where you really just delegate all your work anyway?
Of course.
So you don't so you're the quintessential billionaire. Like you're not.
You go to the meetings.
Yeah,
you eat great food.
You assign everything.
Yeah.
Like what do I need to find society to do everything I'm supposed to do today?
Yeah.
Like
where would you be ambassador to? You know me, one of those.
Yeah, it got to be an island or something like that, man.
Yeah. Cayman Islands. Ooh, that's a sweet gig.
Dope though. Dope. Oh, Cayman Islands.
Yeah,
dude. Italy though.
Yeah, Italy. You don't say no to that.
Yeah. No.
Give me a crib out there.
You will. You have a secure house everywhere.
All right, Lopez, I want you to set up this UConn thing, right? Because Dan Hurley, I'm just gonna say, I was glad to see UConn go down in the tournament because I've got Dan Hurley fatigue. So I was glad to see that you put this on there on what's popping, on what's going on with them.
Okay, so very few things upset me more in today's world than blaming something out of thin air or misguided blame, however you want to call it. So Dan Hurley, it made the rounds yesterday and really the night before as well, just bleeped his way. He was crying on the court and all this stuff.
Yeah.
He gets to the tunnel. He starts bleeping, the referees, and I hope Baylor doesn't get screwed like we do and all this other stuff.
That dude needs therapy.
Yeah, he does.
Honestly. I ain't trying to be that guy, but he needs to go get checked out.
And so a reporter with a credential was in the hallway with his cell phone. Heaven forbid a reporter uses their cell phone. We never see that.
Oh, man.
Right? Brian McTaggart couldn't exist without his cell phone. That's just commonplace.
Yeah.
Credentialed reporter in the tunnel where he's supposed to be, captures it on film, and then this Bobby Mullen case for UConn says, oh, well, he wasn't where he's supposed to be, and just on and on. Listen to this report. Nothing upsets me more than some executive who clearly is in the wrong, which other reporters reported accurately, starts doing stuff like this.
Charles Sports Live's own Joey Ellis took that video and then was confronted by UConn Director of Communications, Bobby Mullen. Mullen asked for that video that had gone viral to be removed. He then threatened Joey, saying he would, quote, ruin his life if he didn't. This was heard by multiple other reporters and staff on hand. Our management asked Mullen for a statement on the incident, and here's what he said. The lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court should have been his walking off the court arm in arm with the seniors, overwhelmed with emotion. Instead, a reporter who was in an area he should not have been recorded on his cell phone.
He was in the right
comment
area.
Made to members of another coaching staff, end quote. Charlotte Sports Live and Queen City News, stand by Joey Ellis's report.
Of course you do. The lasting image you want to be, not the lasting image that should be. The lasting image you want to be is him walking off the court arm in arm. And then he says, I will ruin you.
Yeah, look.
Take it down.
Yeah. See, my thing is, like, dog, you should have waited till you got in the locker room.
Yes.
Like, dog, you still walking off the court.
But this Bobby Mullins dude, director of communications, saying, you need to take it down. Sorry, that's my job, not yours.
Yeah.
All these other things that he said, I will ruin you. That dude should get fired.
Yeah. The I will ruin you specifically part is the part that's crossing the line. I do think the trying to protect the image or direct the narrative.
That's his job.
It's the threats that are inappropriate, that are taking it too far, and absolutely should cost him his job. But I would say, and Lopez, you've been around long enough to understand how it works with college, man. It is the most, like, as much as I enjoy watching college sports, specifically both football and basketball, I would not want that to be my primary job, where it's just to cover a college program, and it's because of stuff like this.
Yep.
They, more than anybody, are obsessive about controlling media access, even when it's something as what should be as benign as catching a coach coming out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
It's not like he was in his private office,
right?
Or even in the locker room, right?
Yeah.
This is in a common area,
where he's credentialed to
where
be.
you're credentialed to be. But even the idea that they don't want them to be credentialed to be there, it's like get over yourself.
Yeah, nah, that's all on the head coach, man. You need to control yourself.
Yeah,
and maybe like he was being a jerk. But he could have let all of that out in the locker room. He could have let all of that, just get away from all that stuff. Make sure there's no cameras and all that stuff, and then tell them how you really feel.
Yeah.
But dog, you just step off the court. You right there, like, nah, man. Like, you deserve whatever heat you get.
Yes.
I also
you couldn't even wait to get to the locker room.
Yeah, but and I also just like, come on, it's soft.
It's
soft. Like, you got a responsibility, first of all, to comport yourself a certain way out in public. So, like, it's soft for one thing. And it's also taking the accountability off the coach who, you got to, like, you out here threatening a reporter, then that speaks to the behavior that's being shown on the video. So why not, like, and obviously he's not in a position to address that because he kind of works with or for the coach. But let's not lose sight of the initial issue here. It ain't that it was on camera. It's that's how this dude be acting.
Yes.
Like, why do he act like that?
And this minister of information over there,
man,
trying to control the narrative. Those guys drive me nuts.
Yeah, and you trying to protect this coach by threatening somebody else.
Well, he should protect his coach. That's his job.
By threatening somebody else.
But I'm saying once this gets out, it's like, hey, I'm sorry. I would love to for that cat to have told me, take it down. Shoot.
Yeah.
And honestly, stuff like that happens a lot. Like, I done recorded some stuff and then say, hey, make sure you don't record in this part, all that stuff. But, like, threatening somebody's job and I will ruin you, all that stuff.
And also, your job is to be in front of it. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been in a situation with media relations for a team, and they'll say, hey, can you guys, like, before it gets out, they say, hey, guys, can you please not do that?
And you probably respect it.
And you respect it. They get to you on the front end, and they're asking, and you can kind of see the desperation on their face.
Yeah.
And then you weigh it, and you're like, hey, do I really need this? And then you don't do it. But nah, man, this is the NCAA tournament. This is Dan freaking Hurley, multiple-time champion now. And he should be able to, control his emotions.
I think it all had to do with him, too. That's the type of image he put out.
Oh, sure.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, so that's why he's doing all the stuff he's doing.
And on the other end of the spectrum, our own Kelvin Sampson. God bless that man.
Oh,
God bless that man.
Dude, Kelvin Sampson.
The grammar and usage geek in me was smiling this morning when I saw this.
I'm so sorry we didn't get to this, but we will double back on Kelvin Sampson on his, a question that, like, man, when you talk about taking a question in a different direction, Kelvin Sampson does that like none other. But coming up next on In the Loop, we want to talk about this. Are the Texans doing enough to protect C.J. Stroud? I'm skeptical. We'll discuss it on In the Loop.
The Texans signing of new The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Brandon Scott in for Reggie Atatula, here with John Lopez, Figgy Fig on In the Loop. We opened the show earlier with me talking about having some trust issues, not necessarily trusting the Texans to actually build a credible offensive line. I got another way of looking at this, guys, and I'm going to pose it as a question and at some point answer my own question. But, like, I want, are the Texans doing enough? Are they doing a good enough job here to protect C.J. Stroud? Are the Texans doing enough to develop, nurture, and ultimately protect C.J. Stroud, which is their biggest investment on the team? What say you, based off of how both his first couple of years have gone and how this offseason has gone so far in light of our conversation about the offensive line? Are they doing enough to protect this guy?
It's interesting because, by and large, we turn to the offensive line. But you're talking about not just the offensive line.
I think we could start there with the offensive line, but then look overall at the whole situation, from offensive line, the offensive coordinator, to weapons, whatever direction you want to go in.
Here's where I would land. Outside of the offensive line is 1 and 1A at this point. They have to get it right. I said earlier, Cole Popovich, that's a big risk. He's got to get it right. First time ever as the offensive line coach and changing the system, giving C.J. Stroud. Like, this New England system is going to put a lot on C.J. Stroud, which I feel C.J. Stroud wants. So yes, there's a lot to the offensive line. But beyond that, I think the number one thing is what I just alluded to. Let C.J. Stroud trust him. I mean, have some trust in him. You know, he's smart. He knows, exactly what you're going to want to do. I think he wants to have more control. And by the way, it's his ass out there.
Yeah.
He's the one running for his life. Let him have a little bit more control of blocking assignments. And frankly, I feel like your answer is a no now.
Yeah. It's hard to make it a yes.
My answer is an I don't know, because I think we have to, and I don't mean to cop out there, but I want to see what this blocking scheme is going to look like. How much control? We don't know. They haven't said. No, C.J. Stroud's going to have.
I like your answer being I don't know, because my no centers around the 1 and 1A that you were talking about earlier with the offensive line. Like, I know we're talking about everything, but it's hard to put the offensive line off to the side and act like what's happening over there is not happening.
Yeah.
So my no stems from that. It's like, okay, offensive line had some unprecedented health issues, I feel like, in C.J. Stroud's first year. Pieced it together to still be pretty good overall as an offense. I know they weren't great because they couldn't really run the ball, but they were a pretty good offense that first year. Then they take a step back with the offensive line that they intended to have in the first place, with the actual healthy, for the most part, offensive line. Like, that part of it was honestly discouraging, and what we're seeing right now, not to like beat a dead horse, but it's underwhelming. Like, it does not. C.J. Stroud being the second most sacked quarterback last year, and then taking the offensive line that was responsible for that, getting rid of a little bit of dead weight, but also jettisoning the best offensive lineman as a part of that group, and then not bringing in any good ones, does not make you feel
proven
good
ones,
right? Or ones that are still good or good anymore, does not make you feel good. So my no answer starts there. And I think this is the part that could certainly change the answer, because it's another element of the nurturing and the development of C.J. Stroud. What did you say earlier, man? The pressure that's on Nick Caley? Like,
on Cole Popovich.
Or on both of them. Cole Popovich and Nick Caley. Honestly, like, dude, y'all got to get this right. Like, y'all got to get this right, and I think a lot of it starts with doing a lot of what you just said. Empowering C.J. Stroud. Trusting C.J. Stroud to make checks, or to have, I would say, a greater influence or a greater input into what the overall offensive game plan is. And in what the adjustment is. Like, if he's got to be a coach by extension, I think if he's going to be the level of quarterback that we all want him to be and think that he's going to be, you are going to have to trust him in that way and empower him in that way. And to me, that's where both things, how the offense is designed with Nick Caley, and even how the offensive line is coached with Cole Popovich. All of that's
well. And the other thing, I mean, no matter how good a dude C.J. Stroud is, he has an opinion. You say, they got to trust him. He's got to trust them. Like, he's got to trust that what they're preaching and instructing and coaching is something that he has confidence in.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to trust them. Like, they want Cole Popovich and Nick Caley to duplicate what D'Amico Ryans has done on the defensive side of the ball.
Right.
You know how hard that is?
Very.
You know how hard that is? Like, first year and offensive line coach. All right, now do what they did on defense. Get that swarm mentality. Get that, five fingers in a glove thing working. Build the culture in the room. And that's the other thing. Albert Breer, we talked about it earlier. Some of the things that he did. Albert Breer is very much biased toward the New England way.
Yes.
So when he says, they did the right thing, I don't disagree from my perspective, my personal opinion. I don't know, and I've said it 100 times. Obviously Laramie Tunsil was beloved, well-liked. He was one of the guys that people respected in that locker room. But he wasn't good for the room in terms of what they wanted.
Right.
Now they want that from 5 dudes and a first-year line coach and a first-year coordinator almost overnight. C.J. Stroud has to trust that.
Breer called it smart.
Yeah, he did call it smart.
He says it's smart. Now, I think it was bold.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was ballsy. Smart might be – smart is relative and to be determined. But, again, I laid this out. They got rid of their best offensive linemen, and then they brought in some guys who still make it hard to identify who that best one is, if there even is one, right? So, you got rid of your only good one, and then you didn't really bring – you got rid of the only one that we knew was good.
Yeah.
And you've brought in a bunch of guys, none of which we know are good.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
Is that not how exactly what happened?
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened. And honestly, smart, that's a little too much. But I would have been I would have called it smart if the offensive line was so good. Laramie Tunsil missed a couple games and they ain't miss a beat.
Mm-hmm.
And then they decide, hey, let's move on this contract a little bit. We could go without Laramie Tunsil because we got other people to pay.
Mm-hmm.
And the line won't miss a beat.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that would be a little smart.
Yeah.
But the line wasn't good last year. It was pretty bad last year. And now you get rid of the one that was good. So to me, I think that's bold. That's rolling the dice.
It is.
I don't want to sit there and say that's smart.
Well, this is what Albert Breer wrote. D'Amico Ryans feels like the culture he wants across the board is in place on defense, but not on offense, and that a toxic atmosphere in the offensive line room was the root cause. And while Tunsil wasn't a bad guy, parentheses, he was actually well-liked, he wasn't the type of leader to turn the ship and needed to be one as one of its captains. So that premise is what I've been saying. I just said it again.
Yeah, I get it.
But you want that culture in that room, like I said, almost overnight. That's a big ask, and that's bold, as you said.
You mentioned that C.J. Stroud's got to trust it. I'm not disagreeing. I would just add, I don't know if he's got any choice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now we're in year 3, and we've all talked about how important, how pivotal year 3 is for really basically anybody that's a first-round pick or that's, looking for a second contract.
Yeah.
After year 3 is usually when, not they write the book, but they got a good feel on whether they're going to pay you or not. The 3 is important, nonetheless. All right? They've already fired an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
They're married to this guy. At least, this C.J. Stroud, Nick, they are – I feel like this is pot committed, and that trust is going to have to get established very early on if it's not already being established right here, right now as we speak. Man, you talk about the pressure on Cole Popovich, Nick Caley, all these guys. There is – trust is not an option. I feel like it was more optional with the Bobby Slowick thing because, hey, if this doesn't work out, we'll, scrap it and we'll try again. Well, they've done that now.
Yeah.
They've scrapped it. They're trying again. Nick Caley's the guy. Cole Popovich is supposed to be the offensive line savior, whisperer, if you will. You got guys from his previous places on podcasts talking about how great of a coach he was, who got, kind of got the raw end of the deal during the COVID situation and because he wouldn't get a shot. These guys, the responsibility, heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yeah.
Because the responsibility is elevated even more, given where C.J. Stroud is right now.
Well, here's the other part, because you have to look beyond the offensive line. And C.J. Stroud, like you said, no choice but to trust him, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. And it also points to other areas. And this is a perfect cue for me to talk about something that has just been, sort of percolating in the background for me for a long time. Your running game has to be good.
Yeah,
your running back has to be good. If Joe Mixon, takes a step back, heaven forbid, or even more so, gets injured, Taylor and Daria Gumbawale. I mean, maybe Dameon Pierce in this more.
They could draft a guy.
They could. This more direct, in-your-face offensive line scheme.
I hope they do.
Becomes more of what he was as a rookie. But boy, that. You talk about nurturing and protecting C.J. Stroud. A run game would go a long way.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Joe Mixon and even Dameon Pierce, because that's something that I've been on. Watch out for that as a possibility. I know we've kind of given up on Dameon Pierce as like a star or even a number 2 option, much less a number 1, because it hasn't quite worked out that way. But they have now scrapped the offense that he was bad in.
Yeah.
And the last time he was in a different offense, he was good. It was his rookie year. So I would hold out some hope for that, not, necessarily like dependent on it per se. But I do find it a little bit fascinating that my answer to this question, are the Texans doing enough to protect C.J. Stroud? Are the Texans doing enough to develop and nurture C.J. Stroud? A year ago, if you had asked me this, my answer would have been yes.
Yeah.
Because they were trading for Joe Mixon. They were trading for Stefon Diggs. As much as people crap on that deal now and don't like it, and even some didn't like it at the time, it did show a bold investment. It did show, hey, we want to surround it. We've already spent all this money on this offensive line, which at the time we didn't know was going to be as bad as it was. But we've already spent this money on this offensive line. Let's get them a real running back.
Yeah.
Let's get them even another wide receiver on top of the fact that we're going to pay Nico healthy, and we're all going to be happy and go out here and let's go win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like a year ago, it felt like the answer to this question was 100% yes. And I just think it's wild how they could have the same or similar result, like cosmetically the same result as they did the year before.
Yeah.
Win the division, make it to the playoffs, win a playoff game, then lose in the divisional round. But me feel differently as to what the answer to that question is a year later on what they're doing to protect and to nurture C.J.
Look,
Stroud.
I think Joe Mixon we should absolutely give the benefit of the doubt because he was a stud last year. And I think guys like, Derrick Henry and just go down the list, have proved that even at 29, 30, 31, you can be the exception. But you just got to hope that he's an exception too. He's going to be 29 years old this season.
Yeah.
And over the last 4 seasons, he has over 1,000 carries. He's got 1,004 carries the last 4 seasons. And that's not counting almost 200 receptions. So, we got to hope, Saquon, Derrick Henry, that he's more that than the old 29-year-old running back that got the reputation of, you better have a backup plan.
Yeah, and then also, and we're talking about run game here.
Yeah.
Also, let's not waste this guy. If he's still got it, like last year, I'm making this point to say this. Last year, it felt like we wasted a still prime Joe Mixon season.
They did.
Like Joe Mixon
on his own.
Man. Plenty left in the tank. All those miles on him that you mentioned, Lopez, all of that true. Still a relatively young guy despite having all those miles on him. Is still productive. Might actually be built in more of a similar mode to the guys that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry specifically is somebody that's taken a beating over the course of his career and is still very, very good. Come on, man. Let's not waste our time. Don't waste, and I do this a lot, but with C.J. Stroud, okay, with Joe Mixon, all right? You could argue even more precious because of how
hard it is to find those guys.
And how quickly it goes for a running back.
Yeah.
Don't waste another prime Joe Mixon season if you can get it, if you've got it. And certainly don't waste year 3 of C.J. Stroud the way it felt like you did year 2, despite the fact that you won a division and went to the playoffs. It did feel like there was a lot of wasting of our time and wasting of his time, if that is a fair way to characterize it. We are in the loop. I'm Brandon Scott, holding it down for Reginald Atatula, here with John Lopez and the Figgy Fig. And coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions.
Payne and Pendergast.
Over the
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First of all, they're bringing Girl Scout cookies up to the studio now, Figgy.
They got three of them up there.
Will they keep till Easter?
Nah, they might be gone.
They won't keep till
and you
1 o'clock.
And you looking at the guy that might eat them all.
That's right.
Hey,
them things was good.
Hey, you want to talk about a sucker for some Girl Scout cookies?
Oh, Thin Mint,
man, my whole life, Thin Mint. I haven't found a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
Like I
What'd you hit? What'd you have?
I had some lemon. I don't know if
the lemon one is really good.
The lemon one. That's my
it's a lemon. It's a lemon one. I don't know if it said lemonade or what, but it's a lemon cookie. It was a couple different ones, like a shortbread or something.
Oh, shortbread! You're killing me over here.
Hey, go over there and check them out, man.
No, I ain't gonna walk that way. I'll go the other way.
I'll bring them in the studio.
Put them on the desk.
Bring them in for B. Scott.
It's not the only thing that's saving me is that the fact that Mike's in the Walmart parking lot over the weekend.
So you got some.
I got a house full of Girl Scout cookies, man. We good over here. But otherwise, man, let me tell you, and I might go get me one or two before I leave out of here.
Bring some for Lopez. Oh, never mind.
Hey, come on now. All right. Here's my first. Okay, my confession is I know this is completely unfair. Like, I'll tell you up front, this is completely unfair. I know I shouldn't feel this way, 100%. But D'Amico Ryans was at Boston College's Pro Day yesterday.
Hey, who up in Boston?
At Boston College's Pro Day.
Who's the head coach there?
Cutting it up with one Bill O'Brien and looking at a right tackle named Ozzie Trapillo, probably second round guy, a tackle, and just listening to Bill O'Brien talking about him. I don't want the guy. I mean, that's my confession. Just because of Bill O'Brien.
Wow.
To me, like, it's almost it's a great question. It's an easy question for me because Ozzie is the type of guy who is just the same guy every day. Never misses practice. Very tough. Very talented. Very smart. He's got a master's degree from Boston College.
God.
Tough, be excellent in the locker room. He'll do whatever the coach asks him to do. He'll play right tackle. He'll play left tackle. He'll play guard if you want him to. He'll do whatever you ask him to do. He always puts the team first, and I think that's some of the things that I think Mike's probably looking for. I'm not telling Mike who to draft, but I don't think he can go wrong with Ozzie Trapillo. Ozzie Trapillo would be a great pro.
So he was talking about Mike Vrabel, who was also there.
Yeah.
And so they was asked, did you tell Vrabel anything about the? But Nico Ryans was there, and hey, I'm being unfair. I don't want the guy.
Tough, smart, dependable.
Oh, let me ask you this:
Bill O'Brien, PTSD.
Yes. Let me ask you this: remember when Bill O'Brien said rookies don't know anything?
Rookies they don't know anything.
Is that true when Bill O'Brien coaches them in college?
Yes. Even maybe even more so. Maybe even more so. Man, Bill O'Brien, PTSD. Lopez, you gonna block your blessing, man.
I'm telling
you. What
if
this dude is the mall? I know you're talking right tackle, but what if he turns out to be somebody they can bump inside?
Good luck in New Orleans.
Is the mauler that they're looking for?
No, the crazy part is, I feel like it's a possibility he get drafted.
Well, D'Amico was there.
Yeah.
Yes. And he's a New England guy.
Nick Caserio.
And Caserio with Bill O'Brien. And
he 100% might get drafted because
I think he's on the board.
I'm sure they're looking for a versatile lineman.
You too?
Yeah,
what if he's the Zach Martin we've been looking for, Lopez?
Look, I don't want him.
Hey,
I get it. He could be awesome. And there's he's on the board in my view. Like he's a name to watch because
you have to have versatility,
because of everything we just said and the Caserio involvement on the offense and all that. But I was like, barf. Yeah.
No, it's a possibility, man.
For sure it's a possibility.
Now, I'm sure it's not going to be the first pick or the second pick.
You never know.
I kind of think about that time how I picked Titus Howard. I'm like, remember? I can see them picking like their first pick. And who did they pick? Titus Howard.
Well, Ozzie Trapillo.
These are my confessions.
So before this Celtics documentary on HBO came out, right, I talked a lot of crap about it because I'm like, is there not enough Celtics literature out there? Like, if you want to learn about the Celtics legacy and lore, there's ways to do that. books, library, Google,
all of it.
I mean, the other documentaries. There is no type of form of media that has a shortage of Celtics historical context to go find it, okay? So when I found out that Bill Simmons was doing this with HBO, that this documentary was coming out, I was like, hey, who asked for a Celtics documentary?
That's all we need, more Celtics documentary.
Who needs more Celtics propaganda as if, like, we have not been introduced to, I don't know, one of the most winningest franchises in all of sports history, certainly in the NBA.
I'm sure somebody out there that don't know about the Celtics history, right?
You know what I was really wondering about that I didn't know? What are them Celtics all
Do they have
about?
a history?
Hey, were the Celtics good?
Yeah.
Hey, guys, you know the Celtics was good back in the day?
Oh, I wish there were a documentary.
Man, somebody needs to tell that story. That's how I felt, right?
Yeah.
But my confession is, I've watched every second of this documentary. I'm locked in. And it's really, really, really good.
Oh, man, you're going to make me watch.
How far? Go back to the beginning, like to the actual 50s, like before Bill Russell gets there and it's Bob Cousy's team, and even how it becomes that, right? So, like, you get, like, the original, like, early day 50s Celtics championship days all the way into now. I think the most recent episode is the Bird episode, like what Bird and Magic do to kind of change the league and turn the league around, go from being a doormat to something that people were actually talking about. Because people don't realize, I think because of all the history, that the Celtics just were not that big of a deal because the NBA and basketball wasn't that big of a deal back then, despite the fact that they were winning all of these championships. Doesn't really become that way. And they go through the dark years of the 70s, Dave Cowens, Archibald, all of that. So, but the point is, they do uncover some new things.
You're locked in.
And I knew this going in, Bill Simmons does good with the documentaries. Like they did 30 for 30. So it's just a well-done, well-produced documentary, despite the fact that I think it's very unnecessary and nobody asked for it. I'm still here for it.
I'm kind of wondering if my uncle is in this, if they show.
Oh, that's right. He played for the Celtics.
Yep.
That's right.
He won a championship. I want to say it was 59, 58 or 59.
Yeah.
Okay. They talked about those teams.
And then Houston, I mean.
There might be some video of him.
It might be.
Yeah.
And he pretty much lived in Houston too.
Yeah.
Up until he passed and all that. So,
that's cool.
He was a couple Texans actually texted in about him too. I guess he was like
he coached them.
He was like a substitute teacher. He was a coach.
Yeah.
Ben Swain.
Yeah, man. But as some mad mess, some cash, about them making this documentary.
Yeah.
I do have to confess that I am somebody that has consumed and enjoyed every single second of it.
These are my confessions.
I'm gonna stick with basketball here too as well. So y'all know I've been kind of following the Cavaliers a little bit, and I think they won their last game. They broke a 4-game losing streak. I gotta confess, I'm out on them, man.
You're out on the Cavs?
Hey, they lost on 4 games in a row.
Dang,
man, I'm out.
You'll be back on.
Yeah,
nah,
you'll be back
man, I don't know if they gonna make it far, man. I got to be honest.
Man, that didn't take long at all.
Hey,
man. Where's that backbone?
They've been good all year. They won on the worst losing streak this year, 4 games, and I'm out on them, man.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Good.
Yeah.
4 games. That ain't even like that many.
Yes.
Come on, man. I know I haven't watched them since they lost a few days ago to the Magic, I think it was. And I did say, man, I was like, man,
that was last Sunday.
I was like, look, losing to the Magic.
Yeah,
that's not a good look.
Well, no, not at all.
Not a good look at all.
Yeah, no, but I'm I'm pumping the brakes. I ain't sitting there saying they're gonna get bounced out of the first round, but I am pumping the brakes a lot now, man. I thought they could get Boston. I thought they could get to the finals. I don't know now, man. I'm pumping the brakes.
You'll be back on it.
But you know what? They do have that prove it element though. Like they are hard. They're hard to believe in until they act, and they don't have a Jokic. But I'm just saying, like they had not done it. The Celtics last year.
No, and they looking like the Atlanta Hawks. Remember the Atlanta Hawks back when LeBron used to beat the brakes off of them? And they were like they had most games won in the league and all that stuff. and then they just get bounced out, get swept by the Cavs.
A regular season team.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, I wonder if they might. I think they might be the regular season team this year.
These are my confessions.
I want you to go next because I see what you have there as a tease, and it very much interests me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my confession is that I think the Righteous Gemstones have cut in to my show prep, and not just my show prep for this show. I just use show prep as a term.
Yeah.
But like all of my responsibilities over the last, let's call it 10 days or so, as I've been going through Righteous Gemstones, which is a show that's been around for a few years. But I do this. It's my thing where I jump on a thing a year or two late. Okay.
Yeah.
But I finally got a hold to the Righteous Gemstones. And when I tell you I've been a bare minimalist in my personal and professional life, like making sure that the bare minimum of things that have to get done as an adult get done. So my lights stay on, so my kids eat, and everything that's supposed to happen and function in my world functions. That's all I'm doing. Nothing extra, because everything extra is going to watching these damn Righteous Gemstones.
I thought you were going there. It's a wild show that I've been crazy.
So funny.
It is so
it's
good.
so good, and I'm like a borderline productive adult.
Are you on the latest season yet?
I know. I am just now getting to season 3.
Okay.
So I've gotten through the first 2 seasons.
It's wild.
Yes.
Like it's wild, but it's funny. And it's so real. Like you can just see it so much that it would be real.
All of it.
Yeah.
And even the parts that are absurd that are not real are like, you know what?
Yeah.
I could see it. I could see how this story plays out exactly with the absurdity that these stories are playing out. If you're not on Righteous Gemstones on HBO, they not paying us to say this. The show is hilarious.
Streaming does that too, like binging. I mean, binging will mess you up.
Yeah. And imagine me over here with the Celtics doc, with the Righteous Gemstones. I did this with Succession not too long ago, where I was late on it, but once I finally locked in, it was like, forget B. Scott being a productive adult anymore. He doesn't want to do that. He just wants to watch HBO all day.
These are my confessions.
All right, I'll throw one more if we have some time here. I think the University of North Texas should shutter its doors and close permanently.
Oh,
wow. What happened?
Why you do that? My girl's going to be mad.
Did she go to UNT?
She's a UNT alum.
I'd like UNT. But did you see this story? So University of North Texas basketball, they're in the NIT tournament.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to host a home game, I believe tomorrow, maybe tonight, against Oklahoma State. They had to change the venue. They're going to play Oklahoma State at home because a faculty luncheon was already scheduled in the gym.
Oh man!
Hey, that in and
they
of
could
itself,
move that out the way.
Right.
Of course they could.
They could, but also the fact that their gym feels like a place where a faculty luncheon would take place.
They're saying, look, we have to play on the road, not at home, in a postseason tournament. Say what you will about the NIT, it's still that, because we had a faculty luncheon scheduled that night.
But go
day.
Check out their gym. Check out their situation, man. It looks like a place where, and I'm not talking about like the nice Texans ball that they do.
It's a field house.
Yeah, it's a place where, like an auditorium, a field house, a place where you would have a luncheon.
A faculty luncheon makes you move your Division I basketball game in the NIT.
It sounds like they don't give a damn about the NIT.
That's exactly what it sounds like. That's exactly.
Like this ain't the real tournament.
Yeah. But you don't even deserve the NIT. If you can't afford to move your faculty luncheon out of the way so you can have the NIT, you don't deserve it.
You got to get your priorities right. Now I know all the academia people, academic people go, wait, academics. No, it's a faculty luncheon.
U of H.
It's the quarterfinals of the NIT.
Dude,
faculty luncheon.
Listen, hey, my girl's going to get on me for this, but look, they are a barely like legit, I think that level, like Division I type of program, if that's what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, the faculty luncheon, like your facility for that should be something totally much less around, I don't know, March. When you're supposed to be playing some type of postseason basketball. Now, ideally, you're not in the NIT and you're playing in a neutral site. But nah, man, that's just the way it is.
What are we doing?
Now, we're going to go from one unserious men's basketball program to a serious one. U of H is on an incredible run, as y'all know. But we want to talk about Kelvin Sampson, the grammar police. That's next on In the Loop.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam Robinson.
by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I think Kelvin Sampson's got a solid case for the best coach, college or pro, in all of Houston. And a matter of fact, I don't even think it's particularly close when you consider the accomplishments, when you consider the resume. Hell, what he was when he even got here, I think would put him in that conversation, much less the success that he's had since he's been here. Obviously, 6 straight Sweet 16 appearances that they're about to make their 6th straight coming up here this weekend. And by the way, there will be a watch party out at Discovery Green if y'all want to check them out. This is a late game, late tip-off, like 9 o'clock.
8:09.
Is it 8:09?
It's 9 Eastern. It's
9 Eastern. Yeah, so 8 o'clock tip-off.
I'm about to say 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, but hell, 8, 9. I mean, what we talking about? If the game past 7:30, you asking a lot of somebody of a certain age.
I ain't want to say it out loud, but I'm like 9 o'clock.
Hey,
were they playing in Washington?
But this is, we should point, like we being crinkly old men, but we should point out this is a special occasion. It's the Sweet 16 that we talking about.
Yeah.
So it's not like we pop out to do this all the time, but might be worth your while.
I had to take a nap before.
Yeah, go ahead, take your nap, get your nap in early on in
stay
the
up
day.
all night.
Because you definitely don't want to turn up cranky like one Kelvin Sampson. I got to admit, man.
This is great.
As successful and as great as he is and has been for U of H, I feel like my lasting memory of Kelvin Sampson, whenever he does hang it up, will just be how grumpy of a dude this is. It does not seem to matter. Good times, bad times, and let's be real, it's been mostly good. Mostly good.
Yeah.
This dude just be agitated. he is bothered, not
but in a
unbothered,
good way sometimes.
But honestly, in an endearing and I think the winning helps. But it's like, man, this is just good or bad. This is just his brand to just be like bothered, a surly dude. And what was he surly about most recently?
Well, I got his back on this one.
Yeah, and I hear you.
Yeah.
The Gonzaga versus Gonzaga pronunciation. I'm going to admit something. I know we just finished confessions, but I will admit this. Before this exchange between Kelvin Sampson and the reporter about the pronouncing of the name of this school, okay, this could have easily been me.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I'm being honest with you, I thought Gonzaga was a tomato type of situation.
Me too.
I did not know that there was a correct pronunciation.
Well,
I just thought it depended on accent, inflection.
Yeah.
Like it could just vary on just based off of how you talk.
Yeah.
But Kelvin Sampson ain't here for
Well,
that.
let's go to Kelvin Sampson.
Kelvin, the ability to get your regulars to pull them early yesterday, given that you won't have many of those opportunities later, how important was that, especially for maybe someone like J1? And if I could sneak in, didn't you try to get a game with Gonzaga in 2021?
Gonzaga. It always burns me up when people say that. It's like calling me Kevin. My name is not Kevin. My mother used to say, people would see my name and say, "Hey, Kevin," and she would say, "Don't let people call you Kevin. Your name is Kelvin. Make sure they pronounce your name right." So that's why my antennas go up with that. Same with Gonzaga. They were our neighbors. It's not Spokane. And it's not in Spokane. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I just love it.
And you know what? Now that I listen back to that again, he could have also been annoyed with the reporter trying to get an extra question in there without getting this, because that's not a two-part.
I don't know.
That wasn't two-part question. That was 2 separate questions, and now I got to come up with 2 separate answers, man. Just ask your follow-up. Do your work.
First of all, is Gonzaga.
He went on a rant.
Well, forget what you asking about. Let me correct you on how poorly you've asked this second additional question that didn't need to be asked to begin with.
I just love it because, me, geek that I am with usage and grammar and all that. I mean, he was like, I'll answer your question, but I got about 45 seconds here. I got to rant real quick.
Yeah.
It's Spokane.
Yeah.
Spokane, not Spokane.
Yeah, I'm with him on the name part. It's not Kevin, it's Kelvin.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, they kind of get stuck in that way where people just say their last name wrong and they just don't do anything about it. It's like, nah, pronounce my name the way it's supposed to be pronounced.
While that's true, it has nothing to do with Gonzaga.
Yeah.
That's like calling me Kevin. It's really kind of not, but keep going, Kelvin. Keep going, Kelvin.
Nothing like it. Like to me, this is a little bit of him saying, hey, the point that I want to make is actually more significant than whatever your question is or the answer to your question. So I'm going to just go on my little rant because I am Kelvin Sampson. But that is a bad example, actually, because Gonzaga, that's just a matter of Kelvin versus Kevin is just misreading and misidentifying. Yeah, because you're forgetting the L. Like Gonzaga is an honest mistake.
That's a pronunciation.
That's like saying Boston and Boston.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
right. Or Iraq.
Right, exactly. Which again, one can be correct and one can be wrong, but all it is just reading it wrong or pronouncing it wrong.
Texter nails it too here. Says if they lose, everybody's going to have signs. Bye, Kevin.
Oh, man. They can't do that to him, man.
Oh, yes, they will.
You know what?
Man.
I'm going to be honest.
They can and they will.
If I was at a rival school or any school that was playing U of H, I would implore everybody to come out there with Kevin. Get Kevin signs.
You don't think those Purdue kids... This is college basketball we're talking about.
I mean, they better. And what else they got to do out there in Indiana anyway, right?
Bye, Kevin.
Especially knowing now that irritates him so bad.
Yeah.
So the worst thing you could do is just let people know what irritates you. Yeah. Because the other team going to do it.
I was going to say, what is the name? I was going to say, what's the name that you just cannot pronounce? Or the name that you just can't get right, because this one is interesting to me. The Kelvin thing, like to me, that's just lazy. Like you're not reading the name, you're just assuming, his name must be Kevin. Because everybody's name is Kevin, not Kelvin. But like you're reading it incorrectly, as opposed to again Gonzaga versus Gonzaga.
Yeah, or Tyrod Taylor.
Yep.
Oh, dude,
I still messed that one up.
That one.
No, you don't. Because let me tell you, he's on record of waffling himself.
Yes.
So and I don't mean this as disrespect, but he no longer gets the respect of us trying to get his name right.
Yeah.
Because he's changed it multiple times.
Yeah, because he went, obviously his whole life people called him Tyrod, and it wasn't until that Hard Knocks episode where he was saying it's actually Tyrod.
Yeah.
And it's just like, dog, you got everybody calling you Tyrod.
But then he came to Houston.
Yeah.
And we went back to Tyrod because we tried to clarify that, and he's like, "Nah, it's Tyrod."
There's several names out there.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
But again, that's pronunciation more than anything, and that can maybe vary. But I just love that he did this.
So like with U of H, man, I am here for their run. Again, inviting y'all out to that watch party, or at least encouraging y'all to go out to that watch party at Discovery Green or wherever you're at. Just make sure that you are locked in and supporting these schools at a chance or an opportunity to do something that they haven't really done before. I know they've been to the Final Four, but they actually got a chance to win this thing this year.
Yeah.
But don't lose sight of this gem, this national treasure that is Kelvin Sampson, not to be confused with Kevin Sampson, whoever that is, as somebody who is just not going to let you make it. He's not going to let you make it, and he is absolutely here for the pettiness that was that exact question.
Is he the best coach or manager in Houston, just based on what he's done?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think D'Amico and Ime Udoka are right on his heels, but they haven't accomplished enough, I don't feel like. I mean, this dude, we're talking about it right now. This dude is in 6 straight Sweet 16s. It's been a decade now of success. And again, he was successful before he got here. I know with some controversy, but successful before he got here.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, I don't feel like there's – I said on his heels, but I don't even know if that's fair because it's not really a close second.
I think the way you have to sort of determine if that's the case is what were they before he got here?
Right.
Because before he got here, there were a couple of good seasons for sure, but they were an afterthought.
Yeah.
I mean, the Houston Cougars were an afterthought.
Yeah. Ron has seen me. Ron knows that I root for Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He'll see me in U of H gear, and he's confused because, obviously not necessarily, initiated with the area, but like, I thought you were a Texas fan. It's like, no, you don't understand.
Yeah.
U of H and Texas, in terms of sports, like we're not, at least in my lifetime, we're not talking about even in the same stratosphere. This is not a competition shirt.
Yeah.
This is hey, man, it's cool to see U of H relevant. Like this, because growing up, this was not the case.
They got Houston across the chest, man.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, they got Houston across the chest, and now it's not just the school over there in Third Ward. It's actually, at least in basketball, a power, and that's all
they putting on for the city right now, man.
What Sam's done, so definitely a shout out to him. He is John Lopez, in with Figgy Fig. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Reginald Atatula. And coming up next, we're 2 days away from opening day. So I want to know, what are y'all's expectations for the Astros? Realistic expectations, not your aspirations, but your realistic expectations for these Houston Astros going into this season. That's next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast. Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Brandon Scott in for Reginald Atatula here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And we are 2 days ahead of opening day. The Astros going to be holding it down over there at Daikin. Not Minute Maid, okay, if y'all want to say it right now. If you want to be nostalgic, I'm not going to hold it against
you. Not Daikin.
Daikin, man. Hey, man, that's not where it's at, man. This not Minute Maid. This Daikin.
I'm just going to call it Transco. Like all the old buildings.
Hey, Kelvin Sampson is pissed off right now. He's switching the music.
I'm going to call it Sharpstown.
My app said the Cougs play at 9:09 p.m. I assumed that was Eastern. It's actually Central.
Oh, man.
It's actually
so 10 o'clock on the East Coast?
Yeah, 10
Real
o'clock
as steel.
Damn,
real
man.
as steel.
Where are they playing? Where are they playing at again? Are they?
Well, I think it's in Indiana.
Yeah,
Indiana.
Indiana.
They
but that's
are
late
East,
there, too.
They all, yeah. That's crazy.
Or what part of Indiana? Because I know I was going to say Gary's still Central. I know. Right? Chicago's still Central time, isn't it?
Chicago's still Central.
Are they in Indianapolis?
They must be in Indianapolis.
Yeah, maybe. Man, they're not that far away from each other to be changing time zones like that. But all that to say, if you are 35 and older, go ahead and take your nap. Because you're going to need it.
Or just wake up in the morning and check your phone and see who won.
Yeah.
That's what I usually do at times.
Or you could also, if you got it in you, check out that good old watch party that they're going to have out there at Discovery Green.
Yeah, and one more thing, because we're going to talk about the Astros here. I like your question, but you are playing Purdue in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's going to be a home day. That is an away game.
There'll be 40,000. There'll be 40,000, 30,000, whatever it is.
Yeah, and not just Purdue in Indianapolis, but Purdue in Indianapolis where there's a heavy basketball culture.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's an away game, but somewhere where they don't even really rock with basketball like that.
Or travel with them.
It's Indiana, the state of Indiana, like what are the basketball?
Yeah.
Can argue one of the basketball capitals of all of the United States. So that'll be fun for the Cougs. Looking forward to watching them do that. Definitely gonna get my nap in before we do. And even before that, the Astros opening day. And I don't want to fixate too much just on opening day or the opening series. I think the big moment is going to be watching Cam Smith go out there. We talked about that to begin the show. That's going to probably take over just about every storyline that's out there. Probably even Fromber as the opening day starter once again. But I do feel like it's a good time to set expectations, realistic expectations for this team and where we feel like the Astros are and where the Astros are going. I struggle with this, guys, because I still feel like, to me, the Astros, despite everything that they've lost, and in large part because of what they've also brought in, I still feel like they should be a team that can threaten in the American League West. They should be able to threaten this division. I know a lot of what you'll see out there has the Rangers ahead of them.
Yeah.
Is expecting the Rangers to be better than the Astros this year. I felt like that was the expectation last year, and we see how things played out. But I think that the Astros, I mentioned this earlier, have raised their floor a great amount or a great deal by bringing in some of the folks that they brought in this offseason. And for me, I still have expectation of winning the AL. Y'all tell me, am I crazy that my expectation of the Astros 2 days ahead of opening day is to still win the American League West, even if I'm not necessarily buying it?
Yeah, I think that's crazy at all. The Rangers are obviously I think they're by and large the pick in the AL West. But it's not by any stretch.
And they're good.
Yeah, it's not by any stretch
they got
like
a good squad.
The Astros are crashing. I think what it is the Astros aren't quite, at least going into the season, aren't quite what we thought they were. And the Rangers, have got some guys coming back, Jacob deGrom, et cetera, that people are have confidence in. So I don't think it's unrealistic. I think part of that is the Astros, have consistently, dominated this division. They've replaced some pieces, some crucial pieces with good pieces that might be better. It's not the expectation is not the problem. I think maybe the problem, if you want to call it that is the expectation, just the division.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can win the division, and that's about it, right?
So it's basically how far we've come, but in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
How far we've fallen, because, I was looking at this. The Athletic has the Astros as the second best team in the AL West behind the Rangers, but then the fifth best team in the American League. And that's not to mention that there are at least 4 teams in the National League that they got ahead of them, right? So, the National League is where it feels like a lot of the power is, between the Dodgers and the Braves, and it feels like they got a lot going on in the National League, whereas the American League, it feels like it's not that deep. It's like the Yankees, a couple of teams, but the Astros should be right there in the thick of it, and it seems like they're behind the pack a little bit. It seems like they are the next tier of contender, even though I feel like they can win this division.
And that's a step back.
Yeah.
Again, when was the last time they were 5th best going into a season in the American League?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, somewhere in there was some doubt. Post, scandal and all that stuff.
No, but it hasn't been recent.
No, it hasn't been a long time. It's been a long time.
Yeah, and then even just the division, man, a weak division for the most part. You would think that the Astros should be able to dominate in the weak division, but I do feel like part of the bias against them is both what they've given up, but then also, and I cannot unsee this, Lopez, the way the season ended last year against Detroit, that division, okay, the American League Central has got nothing but up-and-comers in it.
Yeah.
From the Royals to the Tigers themselves, and the Twins seem like they're always somewhere in the mix.
Everybody but the White Sox.
Everybody but the White Sox. And, of course, Figgy, Cleveland, like they figure out a way to put together a good baseball team with scraps, like with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody but the White Sox basically is a serious, I think, player in the American League Central, which, they were a laughingstock not that long ago. Those are the teams that people are looking at. And then the Astros, it's like, taking that step back, taking that fall back, even with, Framber Valdez, even with Yordan Alvarez, even with Jose Altuve. The expectation is still, competitive, but not really a threat. Like maybe that's the best way to say it, Lopez. Ain't nobody scared of the Astros no more.
Well, that's what we're about to find out. We've talked about it the last 2 days about Boogeyman and swag and all that. What can Christian Walker bring that can maybe fill the void?
Yeah.
I think he'd be the most likely candidate. What can Isaac Paredes bring that can get you somewhere near the clutch gene that Alex Bregman had? And then, of course, what can Cam Smith bring?
Yeah.
Because the outfield has been such a mess. And Ocho, who, occasionally likes to say things just for effect. I don't know if this was just for effect or if it's a legitimate question. Are we? I'll look for the exact question here that he posted, but basically said, are we going to be basically worried? Here it is, right here. Are we going to spend the season gradually hating Altuve for his miscues and undisciplined at bats?
No, absolutely not. Are
you sure?
I think you'll grow frustrated.
Maybe hating, and again, he says it for a fact. Maybe not hating.
I think you'll grow frustrated, but you got to remember the Altuve in left field thing is like to me it's going to be a team fault. Like the fact that they didn't better plan for Altuve's demise at second base, and honestly, I think he's just earned the. Hit pitches outside of the strike zone for 15 years.
Yeah.
So, like, the left field thing and the at-bats, I think, are separate issues.
Mm-hmm.
The at-bats, no. The left field thing, absolutely. But it's going to be more so, like, he's going to feel the effects of it, or it's going to feel like Altuve frustration, but really it's going to be a Dana Brown, Jim Crane, Astros management. Hey, how is it that I said this last week, man, how is it the one guy that stuck around for an extension out of all the guys that you kept? We get it. It's Jose Altuve, arguably the greatest Astro ever, but it's the one dude that can't play his position no more.
Well,
like that. You extended a guy a couple of years ago as a second baseman who clearly ain't a second baseman no more.
Yeah.
And you're going to try to force him into left field. He clearly ain't a left fielder. Oh, guess what? Can't be the DH because you already got a guy there that's parked there who's a better hitter. What do you do with him?
Look, hating is not the right word by any stretch. No one in this city is ever going to gradually start to hate Jose Altuve. But you said frustration. I could see this city, if it continues to go bad, and he could turn it around and be a very serviceable left fielder. Forget the at-bats, but just what happens in left field. I could see the frustration level growing to the point where people start to kind of go like, come on, man, move him back.
Yeah.
Move him back. Hell, Sean Pendergast already saying, move him back.
But
then what do you do?
No, because that's the conundrum here, though, because Jose Altuve, and this highlights him dropping these fly balls out in left field. Because I love the guy. I think the world of him. He's a legend, and to me, this is kind of like the embarrassing of a legend, the falling from grace of a legend. Because I'm very fearful, especially if this left field thing is not going to work out the way it seems like it ain't working out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fearful of this becoming a man without a country, right? Jose Altuve, man without a country. Like, there's nowhere to put him in the outfield because he ain't an outfielder.
Yeah.
Can't put him at second base because he's bad at that too, his natural position. Oh, the DH? Oh, guess what?
You can't do that. Then you're putting Yordan in left field with injury history.
That pushes Yordan out to the outfield, which nobody wants to see because you're trying to protect his knees, which Dusty Baker several years back famously said or infamously said were barking.
Yeah.
I know he's had them operated, but I don't feel like anybody can unsee that or separate Yordan Alvarez from injuries, bad knees. He'd been sick several times. He's had COVID more times than anybody that I know.
Yeah.
Like, you're trying to protect dude at all costs. So what happens with Jose Altuve? Again, the hometown hero, the Astros legend, former MVP, 3-time batting champion, got all of these iconic moments of Jose Altuve out there, but you're running the risk of him becoming the man without the country.
Are you worried about secondhand embarrassment?
Yeah. I've already, honestly, Lopez, I've already felt it.
Me too.
And it's meaningless game. Nobody is paying attention to except for Astros fans and really hardcore baseball fans. Because let's be honest, like other than the Astros, none of us are really consuming what was going on in spring training elsewhere.
Yeah,
you just most people don't do that. So like you're either one of the two. I am embarrassed on behalf of ourselves and the larger baseball community that is watching this Altuve thing happen.
I'm glad you said you already have, because I have too, and he deserves better.
He does.
That's the other thing. Jose Altuve, you said, arguably one of the greatest Astros ever. No, he's the greatest Astro ever.
Yeah, no,
he is number one.
Yeah,
and for him to be out there, and then this does tie in sort of with how this discussion started. This is a team that has lowered its floor, as you put it, and probably could make some more noise in the postseason if you had that Altuve, on the field and at the plate. Now he could still be that guy at the plate, but I've already had a couple of moments where you kind of like rub your head and cover your eyes and just kind of go, ooh, he deserves better than that.
But what do you do though? Because that's the situation in left field. Feeling like he deserves better in left field, and honestly, being honest about it, the Astros deserve better in left field. Like, that can't be the answer. But then how about this on the other side of the Altuve coin? What is going on at second base? Like, it's not like you can't – I can tell you, but most people probably don't know who the Astros second baseman is going to be absent of Jose, that whoever actually plays there, whether it's Brendan Rodgers, whether it's Mauricio Dubon, whether it's sometimes Cam Smith plays third and Isaac Paredes plays there.
Yeah.
Like, whatever their long list of options are at second base, Jose Altuve is kind of an option, but not really.
They're better than him.
He's their worst option.
Brendan Rodgers, by the way, yesterday's lineup against Sugar Land, outside of Christian Walker, who should be ready. He'll be at first base where DeCenzo was playing yesterday. Yesterday's lineup kind of looked like the lineup that they're going to roll out on Thursday. Altuve leading off, then Paredes, then Alvarez, then Diaz, then Pena, then Cam Smith. Probably Walker will take, maybe not in the batting order, but will take DeCenzo's place. Then Brendan Rodgers in some very key spring training games and preseason games has been the second baseman with this group.
Well, I mean, he can't hit his way out of a paper bag, but he's a strong defensive second baseman. Like, they are, he is antithetical to Jose Altuve. He's the exact, not gonna hear nothing from that bat, even though he actually did have some decent moments in spring training, I should point out. But not known for his bat, known for his defense, but the other way around right now for Jose Altuve, known for the bat, but not so much the defense. All right, Figgy's mixtape is coming up. What you got, man?
Man, so I'm going to pour up around the nonsense that been going around.
Nonsense.
Yeah, a bunch of nonsense. So a fake CJ Stroud making the rounds at rodeo. We got a mama that ain't playing about her son. And a teenager tried killing their mom.
Ooh.
Yeah, I did see this. All right, that's coming up next. So it'll look.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam Robinson.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's a mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Did y'all see this making the rounds? I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday.
I did over the weekend.
C.J. Stroud was at the rodeo. Hey.
Wow.
Rocking the jersey.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Wait, what? C.J. Stroud was wearing his own jersey?
Yeah.
Is that not the most dead giveaway?
Yeah, that's the biggest
that could possibly be it. That dude ain't who he say he is.
Yeah, so
hey, look at me, C.J. Stroud in my C.J. Stroud jersey.
So I got to give this guy a little credit, man. It's a guy by the name of Colin Drum, and I think his Twitter is Colin Drum _ and he wore a C.J. Stroud jersey and actually got into the carnival part of the rodeo. It worked. It worked. And so he was standing around taking pictures and all that stuff. This is what it sounded like when he was actually inside the carnival part at the Houston Lifestyle Rodeo.
This CJ Stroud for sure. What, nigga, I need a Super Bowl. You know I need a bowl, man. I need a Super Bowl, though.
They was posing, taking pictures with him and everything.
Wait, who was that talking? I know
the fan. It was some random person.
I was going to say, I know that wasn't. Because if you're going to, I think, pose as CJ Stroud, I feel like you got to try to do the voice, too. Like, you got to get his California.
Look, he's got like a little beard cut, too. He's got a little paunch.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the offseason.
CJ.
The crazy thing is, he kind of looked like CJ.
He does look like him. No, he does look like him.
He's got the look, and he's kind of got the mannerism around a little bit.
Yeah, he does.
I'd want to hear the voice, because if he the dead giveaway would be for somebody pretending to be CJ Stroud, but sounding like somebody that's actually from Houston. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has a very, to me, distinct and notable California
boy
going on, like Southern Cal, LA type of thing.
Going the core?
Yeah.
Going to the core?
And we don't talk like that. And he don't talk like us. So that would have been the dead giveaway for me.
So
he looks like him, though.
He does look like, he really does.
Yeah.
But he's wearing the C.J. Stroud jersey, man. The only Texan I ever heard about doing this, I'm putting his business out there, Chester Pitts did that. Chester Pitts wore a Chester Pitts jersey.
That's different. With all due respect to Chester, you know I love you, Chester.
Yeah.
That would make sense. If I'm Chester Pitts and I'm trying to go somewhere where people know I'm Chester Pitts, I don't know of a better way to get that point across than to actually wear my Chester Pitts jerseys, just so you know I am the important man that I say I am.
Yeah, and Chester knows I've given him a hard time about this, but you're an NFL player wearing your jersey out?
It's hilarious.
It was a more famous, I want to say it was an NFL player that wore his jersey to a club. I'm trying to remember who that was. It was somebody that famously wore their own jersey to a club.
Yeah, unless you can, and you should shower after this, but unless you coming straight from the championship game, the Super Bowl or whatever it is, like that's the only reason, and even then you need to be showering. But I remember I met Evander Holyfield in the airport, and he had Evander Holyfield garb on from head to toe. His hat, his shirt.
Well, that was his branding.
That was his branding.
It wasn't his boxing trunks.
Wasn't his boxing trunks. That's true. That's true. Like when I met Dennis Rodman, he had on a Dennis Rodman T-shirt, but not a Dennis Rodman jersey. Yeah. Very funny.
Some more nonsense going around on the World Wide Web. Did y'all see this? Juju Watkins, by the way, prayers up to Juju Watkins. She tore ACL.
Yeah.
Look, I think I shed a couple tears when I seen that. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
But
she's the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did y'all see her sitting next to Jaden Daniels?
Well, for a little while I did.
Yeah.
For as long as she was allowed to.
Yeah, they were sitting together. It looked like they having a really good time. She was smiling and laughing. You never see her smile.
Right.
She usually have a what's that called? A rest in B face.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, she's a killer.
Yeah. She was smiling. She was smiling her butt off right there. Up until his mama. Up until Jaden Daniels' mama came and sat right between them.
Yeah.
That looked like a couple kids at a movie theater.
And folded her arms, too.
Yeah.
Like, she crossed her arms, like, not on my watch.
It looked like two teenagers at a movie theater.
Yeah.
And then now, I'm sitting next to both of y'all now.
Yeah.
I'm sitting between y'all.
So
this concerns me.
I was just about to say, so you might be in the same place as I am. I think her heart is in the right place.
Oh, of course.
She's talked about taking care of him. There's been some, comments out there, interviews and such. But this is a little bit much.
Yeah, I mean, the Xavier Worthy story that we went over earlier is enough reason alone for a mother to be worried about her young son who just came into a lot of money and fame. Mm-hmm. So I'm not questioning her intentions, but the effect, the result. I think it is both a little bit unhealthy and unnecessary. Embarrassed. Like you don't need to do this because dude is of a certain age and should be able to handle himself. But then also how it also, I think, reflects on dude as well.
Yeah, look, I don't have a problem with her kind of being overprotective a little bit for certain women. But this is Juju Watkins.
That's a good point.
This is not no Instagram chick. This ain't no disrespect to her, but this ain't Drea or anybody on hip hop, Love and Hip Hop or anything, man. This is Juju Watkins, who was going to be a star, in the WNBA and a star right now in college.
And not to get ahead of herself, but
this might be the one you let him sit next to her.
Say, if your child and this
let
child,
him slide.
you know what I'm saying? One day, you know what I'm saying. The next child that comes from it could be like a stud.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. That's a little presumptuous. I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this: is this healthy for Jaden Daniels?
That's what I'm getting at, man. No, hell no, it's not.
It's not.
Hell no,
it's not. Like when you were in high school, and he's not far removed from high school, to be honest, and your mom and dad kept saying, "Oh, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that." What did you do?
Did it.
Yeah.
Did it.
That.
But she is part of his financial team and stuff.
Sure.
Is she like his agent?
I don't know if she's his agent.
I can't remember, but she is like right there all the time. And
but it can be a bit much.
It can be, but when you look at stories like Xavier Worthy, and maybe an Anthony Edwards, and just all that drama going on, I could see her being overprotective. But this is Juju Watkins.
Like at a basketball game, right?
Yeah. Come on now. What
watching a basketball game?
March Madness.
You gotta sit between them at a basketball game?
She act like they ran off behind the bleachers for like 10 minutes or something like that. They just sit out there with cameras and everything. God and everybody is watching. Like, what are you talking about?
Now, I do hope that it was not what it was, where maybe it was like a little joke or something like that. Hopefully she wasn't serious, like, y'all ain't about to be doing this right here. Hopefully it was.
I hope.
Yeah, I hope it was like a misunderstanding and we just lip reading pretty wrong.
Yeah.
But you gotta let that go, man.
Maybe it was staged for the gram. Because maybe this is like her brand now, the overprotective mom.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it was a little bit of that.
Yeah, I hope it's that. But yeah, man, let him roll with Juju, man.
Yeah.
That's not a bad get right there. Now, I want to know if y'all seen this. So this kind of been making the rounds. 3 teens tried to kill their mother.
I did see this.
Now, here we're going to go to Fox 26 News in Houston for the story right here.
A family dispute turned violent. The Harris County Sheriff's Office says a mother was assaulted by her own teenage daughters for turning off the Wi-Fi. Authorities allege the girls then plotted to kill her. The 3 teens, ages 14, 15, and 16 years old, accused of grabbing kitchen knives and chasing their mom throughout the house and into the street. A nearby neighbor says they were returning from the rodeo when they saw the family in the driveway. Moments later, the homeowner and her sister heard yelling. And those 3 aggravated assault of a deadly weapon.
They plotted to kill their mother for turning off the Wi-Fi.
Man, listen.
Lord have mercy.
All right, so I saw this story come down yesterday, and when I did, we kind of joked, me and some of my Houston Chronicle colleagues kind of joked a little bit about this, just in terms of, hey, file this away for later when it's time to punish the kids. But man, seriously, this is like, I don't think my kid's gonna ever plot to kill me, but this is a reminder of what is important and of the utmost important to this generation.
Yeah,
like I can, just name a thing but everything that I can punish my son with is some kind of electronic.
Absolutely,
it's his iPad, it's his PS5. But if I say, hey son, you can't go out this basketball goal that I just bought you, you can't go out there and shoot for 10 days. He won't bat an eye.
He's like, cool.
Bet. So, like, I got to be mindful of this type of stuff, man. You be mindful of what the kids might plot against you in 2025.
What would you do? So, B-Sal, you got 3 kids.
Three
young kids.
One is a teenager now.
Yeah, what would you do if they all tried to plot to kill you, man? Like, what would be your reaction?
Yeah, so 2 of them are girls.
Well, these were girls,
all
right?
of these was
Yeah,
girls.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you know, I'm a man. This was their mother.
Yeah.
So like, as a man and I'm trying to picture what I would do if my girls were like my baby girls, right? Were trying to kill me. Now my son, I've already decided that I got about a good. Like he's 9 now, and he's even small for 9.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's going to be 14, 15, 16 eventually.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to
You gonna have to fight for real, man.
Hey, look, it's either that or he going to be the daddy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If I want to remain pops, I need to get my, you know what, together. My girl, I cannot even see it. Cannot even imagine my girls. You know, now I already had to yank my teenager up by the collar a time or two, about a thing or two. Okay. But, like, and she's not aggressive. My baby now, my baby girl, the 8-year-old.
She a little feisty.
She a little feisty. I'm trying to imagine going from what she is now to she gonna go upside my head, man. I just can't wrap my head around it.
To me, the bigger story is that, like, this is the world in which we live. Like, that is the most important thing in their lives.
Yes. They went out to grandma. Grandma was involved in this. So, like, I think they threw something at the grandma, man.
Yeah. Now, I do think this family had a lot of issues. By the way,
Yeah.
like I don't think it was just simple as turn the Wi-Fi off and let's kill her. I think they had other issues going on too, and this is probably one that led up to, hey, let's plot to get this lady out of here, type thing. But the reason I asked, like, what would you do, because it was a point in time, like, I never tried to kill anybody. First of all, let me be clear.
Let's be very clear about
For
that.
the record.
But it was a time where my mom got up in my face, and I wasn't trying to hit her or anything, but you know how somebody get in your face and you just kind of put your hand back like you're trying to protect yourself.
Yeah.
And so it looked like, I guess to her, it looked like I was about to backhand her.
Oh, no.
So she like, oh, what you would hit me? And I was like, I would never attempt to hit you. Are you crazy? So I can't imagine plotting to kill my mom. I feel like a black mama will be like, kill me then. Kill me before I kill you.
Yeah. But also the big thing to me, just the generational divide and breakdown is, like, we all come from, and Lopez, you're even from a different era, but we all come from an era where you are a healthy level of afraid of your parent.
Yes.
Right? Like, there's a healthy fear and resentment. Maybe you can just call it respect, but, like,
still to this day, I'm scared of my mom and dad.
Oh, there's no way. And I probably could actually handle up now against, but in my mind,
You just don't do it.
there's just, I could not even try it.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like, they value that now more than what we are all agreeing you would never in a million years. Now, I will say this, and you're going to experience it, B. Scott. I think most of our listeners who have kids that are either are in or they have been in the teenage years, there's at least one moment with every kid where they challenge you, and you have to kind of put them in their place.
Yeah.
Every single kid. All 3 of mine, you know, you gotta put them in their place. You know, and once that happens, then I think that it gets back to the respect that it was.
Yeah, no, I just seen a couple homies who tried to step up to their dad.
Ain't gonna happen. They'll do it once.
They father yank them up, kind of did what B. Scott did, just kind of yank them up by the collar a little bit, and like, well, I wish you would. and then, like, if you got one of them big families, they be like, oh, you tried to do what? They drive on over there and they all gang up on you.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't do that. But
one of the Texans is pointing out how skinny I am and how I'm gonna definitely have to start working out before my son gets too big. Now the key is establishing that very early. It's like, hey, I'm gonna need to be ready, but also I need to be making sure that I'm training it now to be like, hey, 6 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, however long I live, you'll never try me. Because it's established. Like, I will yank you by the collar. I will crush your collarbone. I will do whatever it is that I need to do to make sure that you know who the daddy is around here. I don't care how much I weigh.
That's how my parents got, man. Like, I feel like my dad got that old man strength too.
Yeah.
Like, he might not look super cocky, but he got that old man strength.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, he would knock me cold out.
Yeah.
Like, he going on 70.
Yeah.
He
It's
would
like-
knock me cold out.
I tell people, look, I don't got muscles, but I got knuckles. My knuckles are hard as bleep, for sure. Don't ever get it confused. That is Figgy's mixtape right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're going to pass it along to the drive, but also, man, I got to get this out once more. I'm not trusting the Texans to put together a proper offensive line, and we'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
Yep. And no better.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Brandon Scott in for Reginald Atatula, here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And I started the show in a similar way that I'm going to end it. Asking a question as far as your trust level. Do you trust it? I heard you and Luke Morrow having a discussion about the offensive line and trying to make sense of it, what the Texans have done up until this point with their offensive line. And I think I can make sense of it. I see what they're trying to do, and I trust their intentions, that they are well-intended and they mean well in what they're doing. I just don't trust the results. I don't trust the aptitude or the competency level. I don't trust that they are good enough at this to put together a viable offensive line to go out there, protect C.J. Stroud, and ultimately take this Texans team to the next level, to the next tier of AFC contenders. I don't trust it. This is the key part of them going from here to there.
Look, first of all, I thought when you said you were going to end the show with how you started the show, I thought you were going to say by eating Girl Scout cookies.
Oh man, hey, listen, I should say, because I did not start the show with eating Girl Scout cookies, but these need to be tested for heroin.
Which ones are those?
These are the cinnamon. They're the gingerbread. So it's a gingerbread cookie with some type of frosting on top. Okay, and whatever's in there, it's not just gingerbread. It's not just cinnamon. It's not just sugar.
Like nicotine or something.
I think, and I've never actually had heroin, but I've also never felt this way. I think there's a hint of heroin in these Girl Scout cookies. We should check them out.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. You're doing that right in front of me too. But that's all right. I get it.
Sorry.
Okay, so trust with the Texans offensive line, and you know, I brought up the analogy earlier. You know, has a girl ever cheated on you? And surprisingly, everybody said yes.
It's like, yeah, hey, man, we've all lived some life around here, man.
Everybody said yeah, but then let's say that girl comes back and you want to trust her, you think she can be trusted, you believe her, she sounds changed, she sounds different, but in the back of your mind, there's just a little bitty part of you that says, I don't know if I can.
She's still a skeezer.
Yeah, that's right.
She's still a scamming ass skeezer.
Everything points in the right direction, but in the back of your mind, there's just a little something that says, I don't know if I can. That's where I am with the Texans in the offensive line, because they've been so good from the moment that Ryan joined forces at just about everything except offensive line.
Yeah.
Except offensive line. So why should we trust them with the number 25 overall pick to pick an offensive lineman when they couldn't get number 15 overall right now?
Yeah.
You know, why should we trust them with the signing? And I'm high on Cam Robinson, but signing Cam Robinson and Trent Brown and Tomlinson and down the road when
trading for Ed Ingram.
Yeah, trading for Ed Ingram when they haven't really shown that they can evaluate that type of player, here. So I absolutely want to. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, I mean, you think about everybody that was a part of the situation last year. It was, for the most part, all in-house developments outside of, even Laramie Tunsil at that point. I understand that they traded for him, but hell, he'd been on the team for 5 years at that point.
Yeah, that was a B.O.B. guy.
That's a B.O.B. guy. But, Shaq Mason is the guy that they went out and got. But everybody else was somebody that they either drafted or tried to develop, and the Kenyon Green thing that you mentioned could not have gone worse.
Yeah.
The Juice Scruggs thing, they trade up to draft him in the second round,
and jury's out.
The jury's still out. Now, I think he still has a chance to be a solid player, and I don't think he was. I don't feel like Juice Scruggs was as terrible at center as him getting demoted from that position might lead you to believe, but there was clearly a communication issue.
That was it.
And something he was getting done, because they probably, when he was healthy, would put him over at guard, which I disagree a little bit with Clint on this as far as what his better position is. Clint thinks he's a guard. I think he's very clearly a center. By the way, the point is, they have not done a good enough job at evaluating, acquiring, and then implementing offensive line players and offensive line play. Like it just has not been their calling card, and you can point to a number or a long list of reasons for that, but also a long list of examples of that not working.
Now there is something that has significant that has changed. Two things that have changed that maybe it will give you a little more belief in that belief that you have that they can finally get it right. D'Amico Ryans, I think, would tell you he probably didn't spend enough time focusing on the messaging and the blocking scheme and sort of the disconnect on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
We know that because he ended up firing a very good friend of his.
Yeah, and somebody who he trusted to do that.
Right,
probably.
Which could not have been easy, obviously. And then keeping the offensive line coach, who clearly he had to have believed, and Nick Serras had to have believed, he's Cole Popovich is a guy that I think is going to be able to deliver the message and deliver the right message in how we want to block. So to be fair, I think D'Amico Ryans, number one, is focusing a lot more attention on not just the culture, but spending more time on the offensive side of the room, specifically the offensive line. And number two, and the other mistake, but I think they have guys in charge in Nick Caley and Cole Popovich that they are in lockstep with their approach.
You mentioned earlier that you think that Cole Popovich is under the most pressure of any coach on the Texans this year. That I feel like is in line with my feeling that this is just too hard to trust, too difficult to trust, too much of a bad history to feel good about it. Like my trust issues with the offensive line feel like it's directly linked to and tied to your feeling that the offensive line coach is under the most pressure to get it right this year.
Look, I think the one that's going to be talked about the most is going to be Nick Caley, because he's the offensive coordinator and he's out there. He's out there every week, usually Wednesdays or something like that.
Yeah.
In front of the public. But I think the guy in the building under the most pressure is Cole Popovich, because if he doesn't get it right, if this messaging, if he was wrong last year and wrong this year in getting these guys to fit together and have that swarm mentality and all that, he ain't gonna be long for this world.
Dude, it to me also is just asking a lot. And again, a lot of us were in support of them blowing this thing up, feeling like they had an identity issue, they had a mentality issue, they had a physicality issue, an approach issue, identity, all of that. So we were good with blowing it up. But, man, it does feel like it's asking a lot for a first-year offensive line coach to make magic with just a cast of couple guys and say, hey, man, we think so highly of you. We think you can make lemonade out of these lemons, man. We really think that you can. And not just that, we're going to do that in year 3 of C.J. Stroud, in one of the more pivotal years that you're going to get for a quarterback on a rookie deal. You're obviously going to pay him. But, to me, it is a bold strategy and a rolling of the dice, and something that, at least just for me, is hard to trust and believe in until I actually see them do it.
And, oh, by the way, neither Caley nor Popovich has ever done that job.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Here you go, first-timer. We just fired a first-timer. But you know what, first-timer? We believe in you.
Yeah.
We believe in you with lesser talent, with lesser-paid guys after we've gotten rid of the higher-paid guys. And you know what? You going to make this happen.
Yeah.
As we are now joined by the fellas from The Drive, Ron the Show, Hughley, Clint Stoerner. How y'all living, man? How y'all trust issues going?
How you working with these negative bastards?
Wait, what are you yeah, look who's talking.
says Mr. Glowing Positivity, Ron the Show, Hughley over here.
Hey, put down that mirror, man. Put down that mirror.
Y'all always look at it that way.
Lord knows Ron the Show, Hughley ain't never put nobody in a bad mood.
Whenever I think of Ron,
I'm telling you, man.
Whenever I think of Ron, the first image is just a bundle of sunshine.
Hey.
Oh, Sonny just walked in the door.
Sonny.
Oh, Sonny Show just walked in the door.
That's right, baby. Hell yeah, that's the damn truth. That's what that is.
Well, brighten any room he walks into, doesn't
That's
he?
right.
Negative in here, man. Yeah, be kidding me, man. Give the guys a chance.
Crosstalk is presented to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
How do you not?
And these are the guys from The Drive.
How do you not just believe in them?
How do I not just believe it?
Yeah, blind faith. I know you're a fan of that.
How come y'all just don't believe?
No, Ron's a fan of blind
faith. Give Nick
faith.
a chance, man. Nick and
let it play out. Are you let it play out guy? We had one of those last week that was driving me nuts. Hey, why don't you guys just let it play out?
I'm let it play out, guy.
Fine, we'll just sit here and stare at each other.
But we got a job to do. We got a show to do.
You ain't going to last long in this business with that.
I'm just going to sit here and stare at y'all the rest of the
Look what they done with the secondary.
The old long season guy. We trust D'Amico and Nick.
Yeah.
Let it play out. Yeah, you ain't going to last long in this business. 4 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, boys.
Tell that brother how long the segment is. Man, how I'm going to turn let it play out into 18 minutes? How I'm going to turn that into 12 minutes, brother? How many different ways can I say let it play out in 12 minutes, man? We ain't got no commercial yet. Let it play out. Let that be the last thing I say.
No. In all seriousness, it is clear, at least up to this point. And again, I want to completely leave all options of, hey, maybe there is a Joe Tooney trade out there that we don't know is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is another player that they're looking to bring. But up to this point, it appears that they are really leaning into, we are going to coach this thing up.
Yes.
And we're going to
I'll fix
that's like that's what it feels like the way they're going.
This is, and not to bring back the Patriot South thing or whatever, but this is a ripple effect. It could potentially be a ripple effect of Tom Brady.
Sure. The offense is predicated on the quarterback taking control.
Well, and so much so that it's the do more with less.
Yeah.
It's with Tom Brady back there, you can do more with less. You don't need this guy. You don't need to spend that kind of money. You don't need this level of offensive line. You can make things work. You can patch this thing and get by and play good offense and let the other team make the most mistakes and you can win. Like that's
like
That's
that
a tough
day,
pill to swallow if you ain't got Tom.
Cecil Shorts was sitting right there in that chair one day, and he told a great story about Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien went into the wide receiver room and slammed his fist on the table and said, "I know this will work. It worked in New England." And Cecil went, "Yeah, it did. I wonder why."
When are all of these people that worked with Tom Brady gonna finally start putting some respect on Tom Brady's name and acknowledging that there is exactly one, and I'm talking about one Tom Brady, one.
Matt Castle won 11 games.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, that guy now.
And still wasn't Tom Brady.
They missed the playoffs too. How the hell that happened?
The Chiefs found that out. Matt Castle won 11 games. Y'all signed him. Was he Tom Brady when he got there?
No, they made the playoffs. At that time, Matt Castle looked like everything.
Yeah. Y'all did not know what was on the horizon about.
No, I tell you.
But I digress.
Fell in love with an Alex Smith.
How about that? You are listening to KIOT AM, KIOT FM, HD 2. Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You heard Clint Stoerner there, and I'm sure we'll rekindle a little bit of that conversation. Tyler Milner's in the building. If you are on YouTube and Twitch, you can see our faces. Those of you wanted to find your way as part of the show via the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. And Tyler, can I get a little 90? Can I get a little Cam Smith? Can I get a little last night Cam Smith in my loins? Can we hear that a little bit? Cam came into Dykin and he said, "Nah, man, I'm gonna continue this thing," and got him a nice little triple. I mean, he is not just a guy that looks good getting off the bus. He's moving around them bad boys. But here is last night, if you missed it, against the mighty, mighty Space Cowboys, Cam Smith continued his great spring.
Cam has had as good a spring training as anybody. He and Jeremy Payne are the two best springs. And there's a ball down the right field line. Fair ball. That's going to score at least one run. Jeremy Payne is on the move. Tony Perez-Chica waving him home. And Cam Smith heading for third. He is going to start out his Astros.
That was the part that got me, Clint, is
him jumping up all hyped.
Hey, man, I said, man, it is March 24th.
Let's get it.
And my man is in here with the wrong number, I would assume, on the back of his jersey.
No question. That's got to change.
And he
2
is,
days to change.
Sure. And he is fired. I mean, he is fired up. Like, I don't know how many Astros we got over there that gets themselves good and amped like that. Right? You remember you had a little crazy Hector Neris who would lose his mind a little bit, get himself fired up. Bregman would get himself a little fired up.
What about your boy, old center fielder? What was his name?
Oh, Jose Surrey.
There you go.
He'll piss people off. Jeremy Pena gets himself a little fired up a little bit. But my man slid into third base, boy. I thought he was in the postseason. And I loved it. I loved the energy he brought. I love, like, that. There is something to, like, he just has a different kind of energy and feel like, that, hey, it's my first time around, baby. The hell with this. Like, he don't look like we're about to embark on 162. He look like he about to go out there and have a blast every single damn day. And I think that energy is something that could be really helpful to a veteran team like this.
Hell yeah, it can be. I mean, veteran team or not, this team lacks personality.
Oh yeah.
This team lacks personality. This team, you can argue at this point, lacks leadership. This team lacks a spot. Who's going to deliver? And we've talked about Christian Walker multiple times, and Christian Walker from that leadership standpoint. I disagree with anybody that doesn't think that a real alpha can walk into a locker room, or in this case, a clubhouse, and within a month be the biggest, most important leader on that team. I think Christian Walker can do that. When you got a work ethic, when you got pelts on the wall, I think Christian Walker can do that. If you're an alpha, if it's authentic, if it's genuine and sincere, it don't take 2 years of service to get that title. I think that can happen. Even with Christian Walker, even if I am right with Christian Walker, there's still a void of spark. There's still a void of personality. There's still a void of outward expression, and that's contagious and can spread among the team.
Really happy.
And there's a handful of guys on this team that could do it, but just simply don't bring it to the table, right? You look at Yainer Diaz. I think he's one that could do it, but I don't think it's naturally in him to be a rah-rah guy or even a fire-him-up guy. It's clearly not in Yordan Alvarez's toolbox. And you look at Altuve, it ain't there. Right? So you start wondering, where's this going to come from? Pena possibly, but he's too up and down and worried about giving hearts to the crowd and all that kind of job, which is cute. That's fine. He's a panty dropper. That's cool.
It's a panty dropper.
It's damn sure not Jake Myers. It's damn sure not Jake Myers.
Hey, Jake out here.
I screwed it up.
And I mean,
just living life, baby.
Chaz is going the wrong direction, right? Dubon, hell, they're doing everything they can. This utility role all of a sudden is more important than starting players. But hey, whatever.
Just cutting a promo on the Astros.
Look, I just think at the end of the day, there is.
By God, he killed it.
I mean, we need a right fielder. We need some fire. We need some youth. We need some spark. We need another bat in this lineup. And Cam Smith appears to be bringing that. And then look, everybody out there. I know Luke Morrow yesterday. Luke did a great job. But everybody out there won't start, averaging out. Hey, he's been facing this AA, AAA caliber. Hey, everybody else facing the same.
I think the big one is also the service time. Is if he waits, if they wait a little bit.
All right, bud. That's what old Bud Norris tried to hit me with too. The business
service
side.
Time,
hey, man. Sometimes like Dana Brown, he's a fast mover. Let's just get this thing rolling. It's in the best interest of the team.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
It's in the best interest of the team if that man right there is on the field this year.
And not just this year immediately, like coming out.
Immediately, yes.
Thursday is a deal. I know last night, make sure you're listening. You can hear him again tonight. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago. They had hotel lobby Bobby.
Yeah, they did.
2 Chainz in the building. What was he? Tonic, vodka, and what was he? Gin and tonic?
Vodka cram, man.
Vodka cram, just a splash.
I'd have bet he was vodka soda, but he went vodka splash of cream.
Just a splash.
He wanted to get that little pank in there. Just
he did.
A little bit of that pank.
He sticks his pinky out when he drinks. Hotel Lobby Bobby was on with Area 45 last night. And Cam Smith, will he start up with the big league team? Will he be a starter? This was Hotel Lobby Bobby Nightingale's response.
Is Cam Smith going to be the everyday starting right fielder, despite the fact he's played right field for 2 weeks?
Yeah, he will be. They're going to give him a chance. We'll see what happens. I don't think anybody saw this coming, that he would be ready this quickly. So kudos to him. What do you have? A first at bat tonight? Was it 2-run double, 2-run triple, something like that?
Triple.
And very, very impressive. But yeah, I mean, all the scouts that saw him early on thought, okay, he's got a chance to be good, but no one saw it, this quickly.
All right, there is Bob Nightingale, USA Today, saying he will.
Matter of factly.
He will. He will. Bobby sounded like he had one of them vodka crams right there. I'll be honest with you. He sounded like a little late night.
Maybe 3 of them.
Might have been in that lobby of whatever hotel he's in.
Maybe 3 chains, not 2.
That would be a great shtick. Being the baseball insider, maybe as you get, like for John McClain right now. Like if John McClain could somehow turn it into, I'm only doing post 7 o'clock interviews.
That's it.
Nighttime radio, and I might be a few vodka sodas,
I might
vodka
be in the bag
crams.
a little bit.
I might be.
Booger butt.
Get on there slurring every now and then.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Trick, I might be.
Not that Bobby was just
cockamamie. If you told me that there was a nice glass with some Tito's and some
kind of spirit
and a splash, he seems like a Kettle One guy, but whatever. And a splash of cranberry, I would not have been surprised by that. No, man. So it looks like it might be the case. We'll talk to our guy MLB Network coming up at the bottom of this hour, 2:40. Robert Flores, to get his thoughts, to see if he's feeling and hearing the same thing as well, that Cam Smith will start the season with the big league club. And I think the only thing right now is the service time thing. And I know Luke Morrow, as you talked about it, has been big on that. But it feels like, this feels like this is moving this route. And hell, they're not even allowing other people to play out there right now. And so it looks like he is going to. I think he's in the lineup again today, potentially again.
I'm looking at the lineup, and if it's right, he done moved up a spot.
In the 5 spot?
He's in the 5 hole, man. Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez, Pena, and then Smith in right field. DeCenzo, Caratini, Dubon, McCormick, and Wisniewski's on the bump for the Astros. You got look. I mean, my man, this is two straight games before you open up in less than 48 hours.
With a lot of the guys rolling, like a lot of the main guys in the lineup.
You'd think so.
Yeah. A couple of things we need to tackle with Cam though. Is he gonna stay with 90, or is he's getting a new number, right?
He better not be. No, that
with 9, big, strapping, good-looking.
99, though, I think is where you go, right?
If you're going to go,
you're right.
I like
it.
Good call. Yeah, if you're
going to go there,
big,
slide
you might as well
99.
go the biggest possible.
Is he sound like he's ripping off Aaron Judge, or like maybe he's just comes and says I'm a big
not in this city
J.J. Watt fan and I'm going 9-9. It's that, or like he's got that build where you can't go wrong anywhere. Is one still available?
You got me.
Correa had it. Has anybody used one? Because he looked like he'd clean a good one up. Like that number 1 on that, because Correa, that kind of a bigger strapping, and he's obviously a lot bigger.
He's rocking 24 at Florida State with the most Seminoles.
I think numero uno is available, and he is the number 1 prospect in the system.
Take that, man. Go ahead, snag that. Give me. I want one end of the spectrum.
I can be clean.
1 or 99. Like, just give me one of those.
Should I know? I feel like 24 is taken. Who's taking 24? Who's wearing 24?
I don't know. You got to mess around with the Astros too. They got some retirees in there as well.
I think there's a good chance you see 24. 24 is what he's rocking at Florida State.
Listen, that would look fun.
24's retired.
There you go.
Who is that?
Jimmy Wynn.
I'm about to say, they've got
Jimmy.
They've got some. Yeah, just go get that one, man.
Did TV work for the Astros?
Or does he say 90 was going so well for me and got me in this spring training?
No, he's of the number being guys, that's not it. What about 2?
I mean, that's a little soon, man.
Is it too soon?
Is this
too soon?
No, let me. you two may know better than me. Does 2 have a chance to be retired?
100%.
So maybe
doubt.
you step away from 2.
Oh yeah, he's too smart.
Retired?
Like is 2 is that's what I'm saying. Like is Bregman
one of those core of the golden run?
Is he one of those? Because
I mean, you can't. They're going to end up. You win too much, you're going to end up retiring the whole damn.
Not everybody. Like I mean,
look at the names already up there, though. I mean, Bregman's done a hell of a lot more than most of them.
Text line coming in. Keep 90. Make it your own number. Keep 90. Make it your own number. Someone texted in.
Good one.
I think obviously Altuve is going to get retired, but I don't think he's the only one, right, out of this group. I would think Breck.
I would say Bregman's more likely than not. 100%.
So maybe they don't let him hold 2.
Well, you let him hold it now and then take it from him if they retire.
No, well then you can't do that. I mean, if Cam Smith turns out to be Cam Smith, you can't yank it from him. Like that's the only thing. That two would be nice, but I mean that 1.
I've not spent a whole lot of time thinking about retired numbers, so I may be out of pocket here. But that didn't hit you. That didn't hit you. Like when you hear Altuve's number retired, it's the best Astro of all time.
But when you hear Bregman, that you don't get the same feel.
I don't jump directly there. No, I
that was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah,
that was too perfect.
And this guy's talking through drops. Yeah, no, I mean, I like Bregman and all, but I didn't retire your number.
I like if you were to tell me in this golden age, and he's had huge moments, and like I think he's probably number 2 in this run. It's him and because
that's exactly, I guess, kind of where my brain was at with it. I mean, he's the guy behind Altuve if you're making a list of this golden age.
Yeah.
Which is, yes, before someone freaks out, that's debatable. But.
Well, to me, this is a cool conversation because that's part of what's really fascinating about the Astros.
I get where
you would think as much success as they had, you would think that there would be a laundry list of 5 or 6 guys. But the reality is there's not. Like there's a short list.
Well, just because like Springer wasn't here
right,
long,
but that's the fascinating part of it. The way that they don't pay guys long term in those monster contracts means there's a lot of turnover. So it comes down to, the conversation is there's 2 guys that have been here for the long haul, and that's Altuve and Bregman. Yeah, look.
Now, if you wanted to talk pitchers, like you start talking JV, you start talking maybe a Ryan Presley, big part of all those years.
Yeah, I don't know if Presley's getting retired. JV is interesting. I know this is rough. I still, but it's
that makes sense.
But he won at least 1 Cy Young here. If he didn't win 2, did he win 2? I think he may have won 2. Didn't? Yeah, I think he got that one over what's his face you hate, Tyler. They were coming down to the end of the season.
The rep of himself.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole.
Yeah, Garrett Cole. I think he did win 2 Cy Youngs here, 2 championships here.
Might have some interesting audio for you. Give me a sec.
Verlander's interesting. I don't think Presley. I don't see that from Ryan Presley. But 2 is Altuve's a no-brainer. Some people are saying, like someone said, no, they're not going to retire 2. They can't retire the whole lineup. I don't think that is the whole lineup. I think right now if 44 continues to have this run through,
no question.
44's
got a chance to. It don't matter what these guys, not Altuve, but definitely Bregman. Like it's strongly because of the championship.
Yeah, the championship's tied to it.
If Jordan continues and can just stay healthy, I know everybody's worried about them knees, but if he can just stay healthy, it don't matter what the hell happens winning wise, he's going to be in.
Yeah.
I can't find it right now, and maybe we can talk about it later, but there was a conversation Justin Verlander had with someone in the media, I think with MLB Network in the last few weeks, and they were talking about, his eventual Hall of Fame entrance, and he said what logo he'd be going in with in terms of the Astros and Tigers, which kind of shocked me.
Which is, he's had his greatest. obvious team success, and he won the MVP with the Tigers, like not the Cy Young, the MVP. Like he won the Cy Young and MVP that one year, and he had all those great years with the Tigers. They went to the World Series a couple times, but he won 2 here and a couple of Cy Young. So who knows? We'll see. Definitely not going in as a Met.
Nope, and hopefully not a Giant.
I don't think he will go in as a Met. By the way, I saw the Astros post this when Cam had that hit. Cam, the man. That it?
No, that's weak. That is.
Yeah, it can be a lot better.
That's very.
We got to think on that.
That is very little time invested in
Cam, the man.
In creation. No, spend more time in creation mode.
I can come up with some good ones.
The prototype.
Wham, bam, thank you, Cam.
That actually is significantly better if you were the play-by-play guy.
Thank you.
The if you were Luke Morrow.
Yeah, get Luke to say it, and we might we might be able to use it, Chief.
He's at the plate now, looking for his second hit of the day.
All right, coming up, we've talked a lot about the. Yeah, love it. He gave it, baby. We talked a lot about the offensive side of the ball with the Texans. But what about that other side? What should be the expectations for D'Amico's defense next year? We talked a lot about the offenses be for that defense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam Robinson is Clint Stoerner approved. miss out. Visit tchouopen.com/tickets to secure your tickets today.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Breaking here from Chandler Room of The Athletic. John Singleton cleared waivers and will be released by the Astros. Sources tell Chandler Room and The Athletic. There is still a chance he resigns with the Astros, but Singleton will explore his options. Damn. That boy went and got in the best shape of his life. Said he got abs. He probably thinking to himself, man, I should have just stayed heavy.
Been a lot easier to stay big, man. Get the hell up out of here.
Or I made it kept my job.
I don't know. I think it'll go a long ways in whatever he does next.
Yeah.
Big John, he is a guy that I like covering. Just ain't got room over there at first base for me.
Those bat flips, boy. My favorite bat flips are the ones that didn't exit the park. No,
he may be back.
We can't
Tyler,
do that yet,
jump
Tyler.
the gun.
You can't do that.
Are y'all going to be real with yourselves on this
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
What the hell's wrong with you, man?
Y'all going to be real with yourselves on this Tuesday? You're going to lie to yourself.
They're doing right by Big John and letting him test the market, man.
Be back. He might know. No, they left that out there. I'm not co-signing.
We have seen our last bat flip on a flyout.
No.
We have.
Chandler Rome left it in there. There is still a chance he resigns with the Astros.
I mean, thank you, John, for everything you've done. Seriously, great story.
I think you're
great story.
I really do.
We say goodbye to you, John.
No, I'm not doing it. I am not pouring it out. In fact, I'm drinking my water.
I know it hurts.
Can y'all keep it down, man? I'm back at 1994.
Well, you shouldn't be back there.
The Baytown League Commons, Melvin Bradley. No, not Melvin Bradley. It was Melvin Taylor.
You get that
singing this right
every
here.
Time, no, I'm not participating in this. No.
We appreciate everything you brought, John.
No, and John, there's still a chance. Stop this. John Singleton is just right now released. There's still a chance. Okay. Now you didn't play this for Forrest Whitley last year, and you should have. Sorry.
If we played that for Forrest Whitley, we'd be playing it every time we mention his name.
No, it's just that one time. Just that one time. All right.
You jumped the gun on that, Tyler.
I think you did. I really do.
You don't make many mistakes. That was one of them.
I disagree.
I know.
First part was right.
Oh, okay. I was going to say you disagree with.
No, first part was right. Rarely, if ever, do I make a mistake. I mean, I'm pretty damn good at what I do. But anyway.
All right. Listen, we've talked a lot about the offense and the offensive line, the receivers, the lack of speed.
You can't even take yourself serious.
I can't. I know.
I hear you chuckling back there.
He can't help it. So I'm a transition for him. But this defense now, Clint, they've added Gardner Johnson at safety. They've locked up Hunter. Like, this is a defense that at some point late carried this team and looks to be pretty good. They bring in Sheldon Rankins. They add him to the inside to go along with some of the guys they have up there. What should be the expectation of the defense? I think it's kind of up in the air with the offense, but what should be the expectation for this defense for the Texans?
Well, the way they're loading up, hell, it ought to be a top 3 defense in the league.
That's exactly the number. I said 5 to myself, and then I was like, no, like this should be a top 3 game defense. I think there is a real argument that they have the best set of edge rushers in the game, right? The only team last year to have 2 edge rushers with double-digit sacks. I think there is, and that's not including guys like Barnett and guys like what's his name that flips inside and outside.
Autry.
Danico Autry, not including him. Those 2 guys, but when you add them to the mix, they've got depth there too. And then there's an argument that they have the best secondary in football, including maybe the best pair of corners in football. At least there was the numbers kind of played that out last year. So, and then they've got athletic linebackers. We'll see what happens with Christian Harris. That was just very strange at the end of the year, but hopefully he comes back and he's healthy.
They're all fixable.
I'm with you, man. Listen, maybe they're a little maybe weakness you'd call it interior, but we saw last year they were able to overcome that. If it was a weakness, this feels like at the very least a top 5 defense.
Yeah, look, I think, again, talking Texans right now, I don't want to talk about the Texans as it relates to the Jacksonville Jaguars, Tennessee Titans, right? I don't want to talk about how they're going to fare in a bad division and against bad football teams. Let's talk about, we're talking playoff caliber football teams, playoff caliber defenses, and playoff caliber offenses. Like, I think the only checkup, if you will, on this defense is
there a weakness?
It's I wouldn't call it a weakness, but I think when you bump it up against like playoff caliber defenses, and more importantly playoff caliber offenses, and like how are you gonna attack those offenses? The only weakness is, again, that context matters. We're talking about great defenses. Like, the only weakness is the interior defensive line. Like, you don't have the one guy that is going to, no doubt about it, push the pocket if you don't dedicate two offensive linemen to him. You don't have the guy that's going to, no doubt about it, command a double team in any kind of run scheme you throw out there. Like, you don't have that guy, right? And you don't have that guy that in a clutch situation, hey, that guy right there is going to be a bear to handle. That guy right there is going to be an absolute problem for offenses really throughout the game, but damn sure in critical moments.
Because right now, inside, it's Tim Settle. They brought back Mario Edwards Jr. They still got Kurt Hinish out there. 072 Tommy. He's out there as well. That's – but still, it's maybe they're if you want to call it a weakness, but I don't look at it and think, like, teams are going to just run it down their throats. And I also believe with how much help that the edge guys are going to probably be forced to give, I do like the idea of Sheldon Rankins and Mario Edwards getting to go one-on-one a lot in pass rush downs.
Well, like again, to me, it's one of those. Can this team go into a game? And we're talking about the best defenses in the game right now. I mean, last year Philly had to be especially when you look at their personnel, kind of how that developed along the season. Like, I think Philly is kind of who you would bump them up against. Like, who's going to be? They got two dudes inside that were absolute problems, right? Who's going to be those guys? Who's going to be the guys?
Yeah, they were kind of the opposite of the Texans, where their big time guys
are inside. Yeah, and then you got a guy's claiming he should have been the MVP over Hurts. That was an edge rusher. But yes, I mean, at the end of the day, the thought is like, do you have the ability? I know you can win 10-11. I know you can play really statistically, and even with the advanced stats, you can play really, really high caliber, good football.
They should dominate the teams in this division.
Numbers will carry you on a year-to-year basis. Those numbers will carry you. Those numbers will ultimately make you real shiny and pretty. But the key is, can you, when you bump up against Kansas City and Pat Mahomes, can you make Pat Mahomes' life a living hell? Can you make Jalen Hurts a non-factor?
They were doing it in the playoffs.
Sure, yeah, they made it tough, but nobody did it like Philly did. But that's where we're trying to get. Hell, the Texans are already at a spot where they're as good as some of the better defenses. Can you get to that next level? And if we're talking that, to me, it's the interior D-line.
This is a defense, Clint, that potentially helps an offense not have to just be amazing. Right? If you're on YouTube and Twitch, we've got a crowd of youngsters.
Hello, lady.
They look young, man.
Tyler, one, it's the boss lady.
I was saying it to boss lady. Gosh,
secondly,
guys,
they're young.
Lord,
I mean, come on, man.
We have a special relationship.
It doesn't matter if you're talking to boss lady or the youngsters. That was inappropriate.
We got to get to Road Flow, and I got a real good mind to bring this up to Road. We got to get to Road Flow, but We got to tackle it. Like, what is the age in which you can say, wow.
I hadn't even seen him yet.
Well, I know. But what's the age? Like, wow, she's attractive. Because I was looking at Juju
There's an answer to this.
I was looking at Juju last night, and I'm thinking, that's a good-looking girl. And then I thought, God, she's 19. Nope. I'm 40. Like, I don't feel right. I don't feel right. All right, let's move off of this. Robert Flores, we'll get a preview of the Astros and what he thinks bullpen, everything coming up with MLB Network's Robert Flores coming up.
Hey, y'all, check it out.
excitement because there's always something happening at Sam Houston Race Park. Don't miss live Arabian horse racing. Saturday, March 29th. Visit shrp.com for details. That's shrp.com. Sam Houston Race Park.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and let's head to the phone lines to someone you all know very well. Since we've been doing this, a part of this show, Robert Flores, Houston's own, who I know is excited about. Brother, hey, your Cougs made you sweat it out a little bit at the end of that game against Gonzaga, and I'm saying that correctly for you, Kelvin. But they're moving on. You got a chance here coming up against Purdue. I know you're amped up about this thing.
Yeah, well, what I'm amped up about is why the committee decided to have a number one seed play a road game against Purdue in Indianapolis, but that's neither here nor there.
There's toughness here, man.
Yeah, and the Gonzaga ending was less than ideal, but hey, survive in advance.
There you go. There you go.
Fingers crossed for this weekend.
There you go. No, you're in good shape. Yeah, y'all are gonna at least with Purdue. Now Tennessee, we'll see, but Purdue they'll give them problems. All right. By the way,
best teams I've seen all weekend were Florida and Duke. Just pure talent. I thought Florida and Duke were the most talented teams. Doesn't mean they're going to win it. Those were just, I thought, the most talented teams I saw of all the games.
I'm sorry, Ruffalo. Did you say Arkansas?
No, he didn't.
Oh, my bad.
I did not.
Oh,
I love the story. I love Cal, and I love what he's doing. I just don't know if they can continue past this weekend. But hey,
just checking, man. I didn't
Dogs
know.
are winners.
Roflo, it was the I did not. It was the dismount on the I did not. That really drove that into his heart. All right, you can catch Roflo on MLB AM Central Time on MLB Network. Always an entertaining show, and as the season gets going, starts tomorrow as the season gets going,
sir.
man. That's the spot to turn on and catch everything in the morning. So check him out there. All right, so the big story here is Cam Smith, and there's a lot there with service time and should he come up and what kind of pitching has he really faced in the spring with these numbers. What are you hearing, and what's your thoughts about him potentially starting immediately?
Well, I was at Astros camp probably about 3 weeks ago, and I had a good chat with Dana Brown about him, and talked with Joe Espada about Cam, and they love the kid. Joe Espada said, as good a ball player as he is, he's an even better kid. And I think that comes through. I think that he has certainly surprised them by how well, how he's done. But to your point, Sho, there are a lot of factors here. One, there's a need. Okay, if you're going to put him in right field, there's a need for some outfield production offensively. We know this. We knew that going in. So he feels that need. The service time issue, that's certainly something to consider. However, per the new CBA, if teams bring up and have a rookie start the season and that rookie reaches certain thresholds or wins Rookie of the Year or finishes in the top five and voted that team to bring that rookie up or to have him begin the season with them, some extra draft pick compensation. But I think the other thing, and this is the biggest thing, is what happens if he struggles? Because we all know the pitching he sees or is seeing in the Grapefruit League, it's going to be vastly different than what he sees at the big league level. I'm not saying he can't adjust and can't produce, but the big question is for me, what happens if he struggles out of the gate, going 2 for 20, 3 for 35? Then what do you do? Because I don't think you want to run the risk of having this yo-yo effect. Look at what the Cardinals have been experiencing with Jordan Walker, for instance, a young man that extremely talented, but then 1 week he's at the big league level, and the next week he's at the minor league level. Then he's at 2 weeks in the minors, and then he's back up. So I think they got to be real careful about how they proceed here, but he's certainly opened some eyes for sure.
How do you what you mentioned first about Cam Smith and Joe Espada, Dana Brown, kind of their feelings towards him? How much of that do you think plays into, his ability to handle the what if he struggles? Right? I mean, don't you think that you've been around plenty enough athletes of any kind, whether it's baseball or anything, but there's some guys that are just wired and the struggle's not going to bother them. In fact, you can argue to make them better. Surely they've got a pretty good grip on, at least feeling towards what that would look like if he did struggle, right?
Yeah, and I think they got to feel pretty confident. It's like, internally in terms of coaching and veterans in the clubhouse. I mean, this is still there's a lot of new faces in that clubhouse, but there's the leadership, that category you would think remains, the box is still checked. Jose Altuve is there. Christian Walker is one of the best dudes in all of baseball. So and then you have the confidence. You hope that the young man has the confidence in himself to withstand those kind of early struggles. I mean, but you guys know this. Baseball is a game that's going to beat you down, and it's all about how you handle it. So it's a very intriguing decision, but we do know this. Eventually, it would seem to me that this young man has the potential to be a franchise cornerstone. And the fact that the Astros acquired him in the manner that they did, I think is Dana Brown deserves a lot of credit, as well as, the people around him.
Robert Flores, MLB Network, joins us. You can catch him every morning, starting tomorrow, MLB Central, 9 a.m. On MLB Network. The other big story outside of Cam Smith is potentially the other corner outfielder, and that is Jose Altuve. And listen, you can answer if you think this is going to work or you're concerned or whatever. But I want to come from it from this point of view from you is, did you get the sense last year or the previous years or whatever that it was so needed to be this aggressive to move?
No, that's a great question, because I thought about that when the move was announced or it was floated. I don't recall. Look, I've known that Jose Altuve has had different struggles defensively, especially here in the last couple of years. But no, it did not strike me as being egregious. However, I thought collectively as a whole, and I think the numbers bear this out, and this is something that struck me, was defensively the Astros weren't as good last year as they had been during this run. So was Jose Altuve a part of that? For sure, no doubt. But yeah, that's an excellent question. It was not anything that made me go, oh my God, they got to get him out of here. But look, the numbers. What's the old saying? The numbers don't lie, right? The numbers have gone down steadily. And I give Jose Altuve a lot of credit, man. I think this is just part of one of the many reasons why he's going to go down as the greatest Astro to ever wear that uniform. Because there's not many people with his resume and his stature within an organization that would be willing to do this. So I give him a ton of credit, and I'm pulling for him because I like him a lot, and I hope it works out for him.
How much of it, Roflo, do you think is more geared towards the offensive side of things, just getting the best lineup? Yeah. You lose Kyle Tucker, so just this whole thought of like, hey man, we can overcome the center fielder not hitting the foul out there. You can overcome these kind of things because you got the Kyle Tuckers and the Jordans and this and that. At some point, right, that well runs dry. And so how much of this could you look at and say, hey, look, this is about getting, having some flexibility in the lineup and getting our best bats in the lineup night in, night out?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you mentioned it. Look, the outfield, when you look at the group and you set aside Yordan Alvarez, we know that right now there is a void of consistent offensive production. So if you can kill two birds with one stone and take away Jose Altuve the perception of his declining defense, and the numbers would suggest it's more than a perception, but if you can put him out there in left field and still have his offensive capability, that's a plus. The thing that is going to be interesting is, do you run the risk of not only do you put Jose Altuve and then run the risk of having some declining defense in left field? Yeah. It's a very, very difficult decision, and I'm just fascinated to see how it's going to turn out. It is going to be really fascinating. I'm pulling for him because I know it can't be easy, but I really give him a lot of credit for having the enthusiasm to be willing to take this on.
Roflo, listen, the season opening day gets in full swing coming up on Thursday, and I know this is busy season for you. What all you got going on?
MLB Central returns tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Houston time, and then people can now stream MLB Network as a standalone product. I know we got a lot of YouTube subscribers out there, YouTube TV subscribers out there listening right now, and MLB Network unfortunately hasn't been available on that platform for a handful of years, but you can stream MLB Network as a standalone product right now. Go to MLB.com/live-stream-games/products. So, yes, we're working on the URL to tighten that up a little bit, but this is the best we got going so far.
Well, one more time, Roflo. Hell, you lost me. Give me that one more time, Chief.
It's MLB.com/live-stream-games/products. And if worse comes to worse, just Google MLB Network 5.99. and the options will come up. There's a couple of price options you can go through, but that's one of them, and it'll get you to the right spot.
////.
I know. We need to work on the URL. But
just go to Roflo on Twitter and send him a DM.
No, let's not do that. Please,
let's not post the link. Post the link, Roflo. Post the link, baby.
That's right.
All right, man.
You know what? I'll do that right now.
Enjoy opening day.
Hey, thanks, guys. Y'all have a good week. See you later.
Hey, all right, that was 2 dashes and 2 slashes.
Yeah, it was a /// right there to rope that thing out. That's Robert Flores, MLB Network. Catch him every morning starting tomorrow. MLB as the baseball season gets in full swing coming up on Thursday. All right, many people had feelings about the Laramie Tunsil situation. I want to have a bit of a discussion now that we are past that and where we're feeling right now. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam.
free. Text KING to 321-321. That's KING to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, I had to fight it back there, fellas. Welcome into The Drive.
You needed to poop?
I didn't until you just said that.
That's what you may have been fighting.
No, I went back there, went to fill up a little water. They got an array of Girl Scout cookies back there.
What's your favorite kind? What's your favorite?
That lemon one.
What's your favorite, Tyler?
That lemon joint.
Peanut butter patties.
Oh man, I'm the coconut with the little lines of.
I don't like anything coconut.
I don't like coconuts either. Not a big fan.
Good job, Ron.
Man,
disgusting, Clint.
Oh yeah, you two. One picked a lemon, one picked a peanut butter patty.
That lemon one, and then bread.
The sexiest cookie in the bunch. Y'all go with.
Listen, man, we don't like coconut. You don't have to get like a cornered badger right now, man. Nobody.
I mean,
Tyler was a little.
who doesn't like corn? Who doesn't like coconuts or corn?
I don't like coconut. I don't like the.
I'd actually say the most bland of them is the one Ron was about to bring up, but I like those two. The shortbread.
The shortbread. They're just the regular ones.
Oh yeah, they're all good.
Those are pretty plain Jane, but they're delicious.
That lemon, they put that lemon one, and I looked. It was the one right there sitting there, and they're screaming.
You didn't grab one?
I did.
One of them can't hurt you.
Did y'all see that study that came out recently?
What was it?
They tested every single Girl Scout cookie and every single flavor or version of Girl Scout cookies available to you and your taste buds contain like a kind of eyebrow-raising amount of metal in them.
Really?
Yeah, it was a study they did. It was just like a month or two ago. But
that isn't deterring me.
Oh, me either. There's more,
Just trying to.
Tyler's trying to end the Girl Scout cookie.
Nah, I mean, dude, I'm about to pound like 5 or 6 dark liquors tonight. I ain't worried about a little metal in my cookies.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
That is the man that knows what he's doing to his body.
I prefer not to have metal in my cookies, but I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear
for
that.
sure.
Is that the new thing now? Is metals in foods?
I just heard about these Girl Scout cookies having some, I don't know, it feels like plutonium or aluminum or.
I may have to go try one to see if it tastes different. Yeah. If it tastes different. Yeah. All right. I wasn't here when the Laramie Tunsil trade went down with Washington.
Yeah.
But listen, leading up to it,
you were at Toy Story.
I was in line. That was a long line, 41 minutes. But I do remember a lot of conversations leading up to it. We on this show were big on hey, I think it's time to kind of get out of the Laramie Tunsil business. We had conversations of that, and I know we were aligned on that. And I know many of you were. Many of you, again, I wasn't here when it happened. I would imagine the vast majority response based off how people talked about Laramie Tunsil early, was happiness, was excitement, was, yes, he's gone, all this, especially when you saw ultimately what they got from him, the amount of picks they got. I wonder from those who were in the camp that we were in, the camp of excitement, the camp of, like, I agreed with this move. This feels like the right move to make. Now that you have an idea up to this point how they have decided to handle the offensive line, obviously trading Laramie Tunsil, moving on from Kenyon Green, moving on from Shaq Mason, bringing in Laken Tomlinson, bringing in Ed Ingram, bringing in Trent Brown, bringing in Cam Robinson, all the moves they've made. Now that you see how they've handled it, not a big time get that you were hoping for, not we talked about it yesterday, more bargain feels, more bargain and leaning on the coaching improvement. Now that you've seen what they've done, if you could go back, if you knew this is how they were going to handle it, would you still be in the camp of moving on from Laramie Tunsil?
Absolutely 100%.
Because I know you haven't agreed with the route they have taken
Not one
with
bit.
this.
I'll be honest with you, I have a hard time making sense of it. But
so even knowing,
yes.
all right, this is what they were going to do, you would still go with the Tunsil move.
Get him out of the building. Everybody else will be better. I feel that strongly about it. I absolutely do. And now, look, it sounds like a just unbelievably disrespectful comment about Laramie Tunsil. It's not meant to be that way. Laramie could go to Washington and join an offense that has a different set of leaders that's already set in their ways, and all he's got to do is step in and play left tackle, and he'll be fine. The reality of the situation in Houston was you have a lack of alphas, you have a lack of leadership. Make of that whatever you want. You have a void of leadership on the offensive side of the football. You have a head coach that's a defensive-minded head coach that appears to hold his defense to a whole different standard than he does his offense. And the fact of the matter is when that is wired the way Laramie Tunsil is, whether he wants to be or not, that is going to permeate throughout your offensive roster. And I don't think his talent was worth that impact on this roster.
But what they've done to replace it is, and not the overall moves they've done, what they've done to replace it, that's what I'm struggling with. I'm with you because there was nobody more on the, all right, I think they've got to move off of this. But I also thought when they moved off of this, it would be at least, one Pro Bowl caliber player out and maybe one Pro Bowl caliber player in. And I don't think they have done that. How about just a proven starter? Cam, I think Cam Robinson probably fits that. We got a stretch to make him fit, though. Jacksonville didn't want him. They traded him mid-season, and now Minnesota gets their guy back. But you're right. Look, to your point, I think he's a starting caliber player. Yeah. Yes. But the two places he's landed in the NFL have both said, "Oh, we're good. We'll move on from him." So, you're right. I don't want to minimize that move. I think I tend to stand on it, but I don't even know at this point if they've broken even. If that makes sense in terms of just talent. Overall talent. Yeah, overall talent they have not. But I don't even I'm not sure if they've broken even on that. I think I will still lean to that because maybe change in mentality, and I think he was a big part of that, may increase that. Yeah. But it's a little tight. Yeah. I in my mind, moving on from Laramie Tunsil, I would not have guessed resulted in that they would look like this. Right, agreed. And as I'm seeing some people texting in, getting rid of Laramie Tunsil's addition by subtraction, I think that's kind of where you're rolling. A lack of leadership, true. I can see that. So I lean that way, but it's. I just thought it would look a lot different. Ron, I'll argue that DeMeco Ryans moving forward will be a better head coach than he was had Laramie Tunsil been on his team. Yeah. That's how much of an impact I think that move will have on his football team. You thought him being their handcuff. DeMeco Ryans screwed up. DeMeco Ryans screwed up early on being so pro Laramie Tunsil. Right now, there's no doubt about it. DeMeco Ryans said it. First thing he said when they talked about what are you going to do in the offseason, I want my guys to enjoy the Super Bowl, and then we're all going to come back to work. We're going to get our ass back to work. You cannot hold a team accountable when the highest paid guy is sitting back there in sweats watching, going to the press, thanking the head coach and the general manager for giving him the time he needed to get right. You can't DeMeco at that, in my opinion, DeMeco at that point in time lost the real ability to put his foot down and say, hey, man, they got Kenyon Green running laps because he jumped off sides. You got Laramie Tunsil during the season leading all offensive linemen in false starts. What kind of sense does that make? Right? Now you can actually make a dude run laps and it means something. Before, you were just picking on Kenyon Green. Yeah. That's the value in this thing. No, I think it was that. I think it was that.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, Tyler, there's some breaking news. What you got?
That's right. Opening day is nearing for the Astros. This is some Astros breaking news. Some we've been talking about, some we've been looking for, and here it is. The Athletics' Chandler Rome, he reports that sources tell him the 22-year-old Cam Smith, he has and will officially make the Houston Astros opening day roster for 2025. Welcome to the show, Cam Smith, officially.
All right, there it is. We were wondering, there were potentially, we talked about it yesterday, there were 3 spots there that they were looking to fill, and Cam Smith, wow. To imagine where he started in this when spring training started, for him to have actually put himself in the position to have made the team, it had to go exactly how it did. Him relentlessly hot and just forcing the issue on this thing. I would hope that this means he is your starting something, and I'd imagine right fielder. He is your starting right fielder. I would hope that this doesn't mean, and I would be shocked off my ass if this meant that he was coming up here and not getting every day at bats. But I don't get the sense that he's a platoon guy or a bench guy. I would imagine that Cam Smith is your right fielder, and he's hitting somewhere 6th or 7th in the order. And you got to love it to see what he has done to force the issue. He forced the issue with his play.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was a huge opportunity with the Astros, whether it be at third base or right field. There was a huge need for another bat in the lineup that could bring a little bit of pop. Like we mentioned earlier, the youth. The youthfulness, the excitement, the fire, the everything he brings to the team, I think is much needed. And the opportunity presented itself, and he went out there and he grabbed the bull by the horns. And look, crazy to think that if this dude goes out there and performs well, look, it's talking about struggle early. Okay, whatever. I mean, who gives a rip if he starts 2 for the first 30? Who gives a damn? He's going to bat 9,000 times.
And by the way, Clint, he has got to really, really struggle to get yo-yoed back and forth.
Yeah.
He should just be up here.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing: is who would have thought that when you traded Kyle Tucker and the contract, that the money you were going to have to pay him, avoid paying that contract. I'm putting the cart before the horse. I don't know if he's going to be a forever right fielder. I don't know what the hell is going to happen. But if this kid comes up here and continues to play well, whatever play well means from a statistical standpoint, if he continues to contribute and he is your everyday right fielder and he stays healthy, your right fielder will mean more to this team this year than he did last year. And it was Kyle Tucker because he was injured the whole damn time, damn near. Yep. So to think that you get your right fielder in a trade with Kyle Tucker, and the guy has such an upside the way that Cam Smith does, could end up working out beautifully for Dana Brown and the Astros.
It feels huge.
I gotta imagine Clint's over there with a real good sports boner over there.
Oh yeah, baseball boner.
With just the thought of, hey man, they've decided to come out and say, yeah man, our corner outfielder are 2 guys who have played the positions that they're playing for maybe combined a month.
Hey, not even full spring training, Chief.
How long has he been playing right field? What, 2 weeks?
First time. This spring training, first time.
Are the days in double digits?
And then Altuve has just started now.
First time.
He looks like it.
And as Clint is like, yeah, this defense thing.
Tell me about how important that defense is again.
God, their corner outfielders is a second and third baseman.
Yeah, right. You got a second and third baseman playing left and right field to start the season.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Well, tell me again how important the defense is.
We understand. At least that right. The other one, I don't know, but we understand the move. But Clint has been talking about it for a minute about this defense, and they have thrown.
Well, this is one where I just got to be the better man. I can't tell you how many people in random conversations that have either heard us or I've brought it up in conversation have literally borderline disrespected me on Cam Smith being on the opening day roster.
By the way,
I'm not saying that I knew. I'm just saying in general. Like I think it's a good conversation. The kid's balling. Let's talk about it. And people just dismiss it immediately. And here he is making the roster. So all the baseball heads out there, along with as all the defensive guys, baseball is of the utmost importance. Once again, every bit of my ass in Times Square at a city meeting, you can kiss.
By the way, Chaz comes in for who?
Good call.
Chaz comes in for who? Defensive replacement.
He's got to relieve Altuve, right?
Yes. Is that like Cam between Cam and Altuve? Who comes in as the defensive replacement late in game?
I hate this right now.
I mean, if we're talking, he's got to move. I'd like that turnstile to move back to center field. If we're being honest.
Well, you want to have Chaz, Cam, and Altuve out there.
Well, Chaz is playing center today.
It's not ideal.
He's in center today, boys.
I think Chaz comes in for. I think it's Cam right now first because Altuve's back.
Yeah, because I mean Jordan will be. Now it really comes in is what happens when they move Altuve back to second.
Jordan.
Because I think there's a real chance that happens by the All-Star.
You don't think that?
No. I don't. We need to.
Somebody texted Altuve will go to second. Dubon will go to left. Chaz will come in and right.
And have all these experiments.
That's their late inning lineup right there. All right, coming up, we'll talk to you more about the breaking news because
EA Sports, it's in the game.
And we'll get your EA Sports, it's in the game. But we'll give you more about the breaking news. Cam Smith, 22 years old, is going to make the opening day roster and presumably play right field. And I'm going to tell you why, as Astros fans, your ass, at least most of you, some of you won't, but most of you should be absolutely excited about this decision. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. Living with chronic joint pain is an absolute bear, y'all. Nothing feels good, man. You forget about doing the things that you enjoy, by the way, this spring because right here in Houston, several locations, by the way. They're here to get you the relief that you need. There's no doubt about it. It's a no-brainer, y'all. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain, QC Kinetics is a no-brainer. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with these regenerative treatments that help calm the debilitating joint pain in those joints. I'm telling you, QC Kinetics is a no-brainer.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you are just joining us, the breaking news: Cam Smith, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, has made the Astros opening day roster. The 22-year-old phenom and centerpiece of the Kyle Tucker trade played just 32 minor league games prior to his promotion, and he has made this team with a just spectacular spring that continued last night as he had two RBIs with a triple. His first game at Dyken Park against the Space Cowboys, but he is going to be there, and I would imagine that he will be the starting right fielder for the game against the Mets on Thursday and moving forward. And Clint, to me, and I see some people checking in, your thoughts on this? The decision made by the Astros to bring up Cam Smith right away. And to me, for Astros fans, you have to at least love this. Now, some of you, there are some parts of Astros fans who are really, really, really knee deep into the baseball thing and don't almost give themselves the chance to enjoy it just as a fan, but also feel like they are working in the front office too.
Yeah.
So they're thinking of it deeper. But to me, Clint, yes, the move that makes the most sense is, hey, just wait a little bit so we can have that extra year of service time. But the Astros, the decision makers, and this goes from Captain Joe, probably above his head, to Dana, to Jim Crane, where they said, to hell with that service time stuff. We're trying to win, and we need him up there right now, and he gives us the absolute best chance to win, and it's not for us to just wait a little bit so we can get that extra year, which I would agree to most. I can understand how that makes sense, but they said no. Right now, this gives us the best chance to win. And if you're an Astros fan, I would love that decision making, and not just haggling over a year.
Well, I am an Astros fan, and I do absolutely love it. I mean, at some point in time, it can't always be the best business decision, right? Now, and it can't always be, what's best for the team based on what we see. I think there's always some give and take. It's a fluid situation, and when you run into a situation like this where there's a desperate need in the outfield, there's a definite need in the lineup with the power that he can bring and that he's shown at the plate in spring training. I know it's a small sample size, but he has shown it. Versus, I know it's lesser pitching, but same pitching that everybody else has faced. He has shown it consistently, and clearly he's done enough for the organization to buy in from jump and forget the best business decision and end up doing doing what seems to be right from a baseball perspective. And so
they looked at this and said, "What is the best team we can field?"
That's right.
And who gives us right off the bat? And the price stuff, because we don't want to get off to that start we got off last year. What gives us the best chance?
Well, but it's super smart too, though, right, Ron? Because what if? Let's play the what if. By the way, we can do a segment on this at some point if you'd like. But what if the Altuve thing doesn't work in left field? You got to bump Altuve back to second base, and now you're back to having to use Dubon more than you would like to as something Chas McCormick in left. Like you're kind of up in the air. But if you were already doing that and right because you're worried about the business decision of Cam, now you got either Dubon out there, you got Chaz out there. Now you're shorthanded. This at least from a plan perspective, I don't know what the hell's going to happen, but at least from a plan perspective, it gives the Astros a chance to say, all right, Cam's our right fielder. Now all the resources that we're going to be juggling is going to be in left field, and it's only going to happen if Altuve can't play left and ends up needing to play second. It seems like to keep from juggling second, left field, and right field, this is the right decision as well. So, look, I'm here for it, man. And I know from a fan's perspective, like showing up to the ballpark, or hell, for me getting home and watching the Astros through the last hour that I get with my two little girls before they go to bed is going to be significantly more enjoyable out of the gate. Yes, because Altuve's in left field. I want to see what that looks like. But also that big youngster is going to come to the plate, and we get to see him swing the bat and bring hopefully some kind of personality to this team as well. So I'm stoked about it.
Yeah, text line come through. Cam Smith is as much about, hey, don't look at what's happening in the left field. Keep your eyes on right field. Take the focus off Altuve for now.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to agree with you, but I don't think there's any. I think it would take an absolute idiot to think that they're going to do anything, any move right now that they could possibly make that's going to remove any of the attention off of Altuve, the best Astro of all time, playing in left field and making routine plays seem difficult. Yeah, no, that would take any attention off of opening day. Altuve in left field is going to be the lead story.
Well, we heard last night on these airways on Area 45, Bob Nightingale, USA Today, talked with the fellas and said he expected this to be the case, and it is the case. That is the reports right now. By the way, I'm going to read this just as it is written because I don't want to mess this up. The fastest growing all Astros talk podcast is out there, folks. New episode, The Big Orange Wagon, posted last night. Talk Cam Smith, Altuve Stuff Show.
You're reading it as it's written. I like it. Keep going.
And opening day for the Astros. So check it out. Is Patrick Creighton and our guy, the executive producer of The Drive, Mr. Tyler Milner as well on that. They put out multiple episodes a week, so check it out anywhere where you get your podcast, the Odyssey app, the Big Orange Wagon, as they've talked a lot of Cam Smith as well. By the way, this story here, and we've talked about this off the air, I feel like I want to retract my original statement that I made. I don't know what the hell's happening to Mookie Betts. I hope to God they find out what the hell's happened to him. Mookie Betts, as you know, the Dodgers already started their season against the Cubs in Tokyo, but he didn't because he was sick. And this sickness has gone on for like a month plus, and I don't even know if he's still going to be ready for the regular season to start. Illness, he's lost this. Originally, he had lost 15 pounds. This coming from Mookie. Mookie said, it feels like my body is just kind of eating itself. He says in a week of a mystery illness that has cost him more than 20 pounds and kept him out of action. What the hell does Mookie have?
Well, we don't even need to be talking baseball. Like, Mookie needs to hang up the leather, put the cleats down, take your ass to whatever specialist is in California out there. They got a ton of big-time specialists out there.
Clint, I'd imagine.
Figure out what's going on. Hell, I saw him in a workout. Like, he's got a glove on.
Oh, is he still working out?
I don't know if it was today, but I saw a picture of Mookie Betts, what looked like Mookie Betts that hadn't eaten in 2 weeks, that's lost. Like,
can you tell that he looks different?
Hell yeah.
I remember I originally told y'all off air, 15 pounds, 2 weeks?
Yeah, you'd sign up for it?
I'd sign up for it right now. But I don't know about now, man. We're going on a month. 22 pounds, like 20 plus pounds, man. And my body's eating itself. Like, this ain't no flu. This ain't
Doesn't sound like something you want to be messing around with.
I'm still thinking about it, but I probably would.
Mookie, you think you can put it in a petri dish and send it Ron's way?
Because I'm telling you, for Mookie, if it's 20 plus for him, that's every bit of 43 pounds for me.
Stomach eating itself.
My stomach, part that my stomach is eating myself. Imagine to be sick for
all joking aside,
like
man.
that kind of sick.
No, all joking aside, man. This I don't know what's going on, and I don't know what kind of specialist is telling him like, hey man, it's a good idea to be. It's no big deal. You're just losing 20. No, I mean he needs to be hospitalized
because they had solved it.
I mean, for fluids alone, I would feel like
I think he's
my
able to intake
body
a lot of fluid.
feels like it's eating itself. The hell did he eat?
Hopefully not Monday sushi.
Hell, going on in Arizona. That's where he's been. I don't know, boy. That's wild. But, 20 pounds. That sounds good, but I ain't running with that thing. All right, coming up, a really, really difficult night for one of sports' biggest stars right now in this moment. Tough night last night. And I thought Clint really brought up an interesting question involving the Rockets? I thought this was a intriguing question, and I think it's worth us discussing. That's coming up.
Our Vision Homes, baby. They build on your land. That's right. Do you own acreage? Do you have acreage lot? Our Vision Homes, they will build on your land. In fact, it's their specialty now. They're a turnkey custom.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Came down last segment or so that Cam Smith made the opening day roster, and more coming. This from R.A. Alexander. Cam Smith will start in right field on opening day. Joe Espada also said Zach DeZenzo also made the team. Cooper Hummel was informed he did make the team as well. The Astros have yet to announce their final roster spot, but DeZenzo, Hummel as well. I'm a little surprised with DeZenzo because I know there were reports that Cam Smith and DeZenzo were two guys that they felt needed to get every day at bats right now and didn't need to sit. And obviously Cam Smith is going to be the starting right fielder. I wonder, does that mean for DeZenzo? I wonder, does that mean that our guy, the first baseman, maybe is a little slowed up. Maybe he's not quite ready. Christian Walker's quite not ready. There's some concerns there, so maybe that's why Zach is there, maybe potentially playing first base. Obviously, John Singleton didn't make the club. Zach DeZenzo, Cam Smith will be starting in right field for opening day, and Cooper Hummel as well. Big day for him as well. He made the roster as well. So that is the latest there with the Astros. We'll continue with that big story and what all that means moving forward. Clint, last night, a really tough thing. I'm watching it live. Juju Watkins, appointment television for me, watching it live on a Monday night, and she goes down, and it looked every bit of torn ACLs. That's as you see it, it was not a ton of contact, a little bit there from the defender at Mississippi State, which clearly in the handshake line, they had some issues with it. The USC team, as they had to be separated in the handshake line with the young lady. But there was a little bit of contact, but that knee buckled, and then you saw her reaction, and that wasn't that didn't look like the reaction of a sprained knee. And later on, she was carried off the floor in a really, I mean, the whole arena just went absolutely silent. You could see the concern all the way through. Now, they beat the hell out of those girls. They beat them by damn near 50. But the concern was big. And then it was confirmed this morning that USC phenom Juju Watkins has suffered a torn ACL in her right knee. Sources tell ESPN. So she is obviously out for the tournament, obviously probably out for some time next year, but just terrible. She is the star of the women's tournament, her and Paige Beckers, and they were in a collision course to meet in the regional final potentially. But she's the star of the women's tournament, and this is a big blow to me. And again, for me, like, she was appointment watching for me. Like when they had games, I was clicking in to watch Juju.
Well, I'm not quite there yet, but you mentioned her versus Paige Beckers being on a collision course there. That damn sure would have been.
That would have been a big. That had a chance to be in the range of what we were seeing last year.
Oh yeah, with Angel Reese and
I don't want to quite say it'd been there, but in the range.
Well, I mean, it may not have drew the eyeballs, but I mean, from a sheer basketball perspective, it would have been as good, if not a better matchup with those two going head to head in a win or go home game. So yeah, man, that you hate to see anybody get injured, and when it's a player of that caliber, when it's a player that for the most part is one of about 2 or 3 girls that's carrying the game right now, it's tough to see her go down, no doubt, man. She looks super likable too. You know what I mean?
Except for if you're Jaden Daniels' mother.
Well, I mean, if you're a rookie of the year quarterback's mother, and you may not want him getting mixed up and worried about relationships right now.
Like she's a bad person to get mixed up.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's clearly one of those, like, I just want to keep you away from women in general, not football.
I'll slide in here.
You would think,
two.
Well, look here. I mean, if I was his mom, I'd be like, this come on, I'll let you rent him for one evening, man. I'll let you just that'd be a hell of a matchup, wouldn't it? Right there, boy. I want to buy some stock.
She's his agent too, so I'm thinking to myself, what those kids?
Hey, could you imagine? But yeah, I mean, she like super likable chick too. Absolutely. I mean, just a straight dog on the floor. No, it doesn't seem like, and I don't follow her every day, but it didn't seem like one of those just give me attention, just all about ball. And you hate to lose
power.
one like
people
that.
were like, for the last 2 years, people were coming out. A lot of people in LA just coming out to her games.
Yeah,
that Jaden went out there to see her, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm big women's basketball fan. Jaden is, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I think a thing that also jumped to me is where this sport overall, women's basketball is that has been the number one sports story.
Yeah.
And like just to see where we are right now, that the second round of the women's NCAA tournament produces, and I understand who she is, but I'm just saying, in the past, the second round of the women's NCAA tournament that doesn't involve Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese has produced the number one sports story. I much like you guys do, I watch and listen to all these shows. She led every show.
Yeah.
She led every one of those TV. She led all those shows, a lot of radio shows. She led ESPN. The young lady who played at Sci-Fair, is that where she's? Yeah. They did her
Leah Chavez. I believe
where she is her choice where she's going to play. She's going to play at Oklahoma. They did that live on television.
Yeah.
This is just wow, where women's basketball has gone to where an injury in the second round of the tournament can produce the biggest sports story. Yeah, it's tough. The biggest sports story of the day. All right, I did want to get to this real quick. Jimmy Butler, he is returning to Miami tonight. He has been with the Golden State Warriors, and since they've gotten him, they have gone off. 16-3, 16-4 is where they are since Jimmy has arrived.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
But you brought up a really interesting thought here, in hindsight, now seeing the impact that Jimmy Butler has had with Golden State and that crew, is there a little remorse? Do you kind of wish that Houston made a play for Jimmy Butler?
I think for me, and I haven't watched a ton of Golden State.
Also have to know what that would have meant, who they would have given up.
Right, sure. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of what ifs, right? We won't know. But like in Jimmy Butler, it would have never worked for Jimmy Butler because I think it's since come out. I've heard Stephen A. Smith talk multiple times about Jimmy Butler wanted, in this case, Steph Curry. Like he wanted somebody else.
He wanted to go to Phoenix. He really didn't even want to go to Golden State.
Well, yeah, okay. So he wanted Kevin Durant. Like he wanted somebody to play with that could help carry a team to a championship, wait a bunch of young guys. So it would have never worked out for Jimmy. I like that makes me wonder if Jimmy was ever really serious about coming home. But just the Jimmy Butler that we've watched fit in so nicely up there and seem to take that team to the next level. I just wonder if the folks that had the whole, hey man, Jimmy Butler's old, Jimmy Butler can't get a bucket the way he used to get a bucket, yada yada yada. I just wonder for those folks if in hindsight, if it was like, damn, it would be nice to have that guy in a Rockets uniform. Would it make a difference? Would it? Would this team be different right now? I think they would be. I don't know that it would make them any more dangerous than they currently are as constructed.
I think Jimmy is really helped because he's not the one.
Yes, Stephen A. Smith said that's what he was looking for. Literally says what he was looking for.
Yeah, he's helped because Steph is out there, and Steph is the one that's attracting most of the attention, and it allows him to especially at this age, do the things he's really good at. And that's all of the other stuff. Like he can score, but he's not dependent on having to put 25 up a night.
Yeah.
Like
the focal point of the entire defense.
And I'm not saying that would be the case here, but Jimmy, you would think, would have one of their major scores. This would be gone. One of their Jalen, somebody, one of their major scores. And I think it would have been dependent on Jimmy to have to most nights.
So you're good with it.
I'm good with that.
The way it
I just don't think it would have looked the same because Steph is there. Steph, and they have it too. Or have 1. And all right, what's coming up?
All right, Ron just mentioned Cam Smith made the opening day roster for the Astros. That is official. Is the young fella ready, and what does he bring to the clubhouse? That's next. Before we get there, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors, if you lived around these parts for any amount of time, hell, you know all about it.
And more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
For the record, Hannah, no, that does not count. Just making an appearance in the brilliant work of Tyler Milner as an introduction into my segment here does not count as an appearance. We'd love to have you and Cal as y'all get settled in from your off-season. Owners of National Football League teams do in the off-season in March. We'd love to have you guys and just catch up, break a little bread. Anytime. The invitation is standing and it's wide open anytime. Before we get rolling here, though, I got to tell you, Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Again, that's Mokaram Injury Lawyers. And the news of the day, boys and girls, is Cam Smith, rookie, third baseman, outfielder. Cam Smith.
He's a right fielder.
Right fielder. I'm sorry. Right, you're right. It's right fielder specifically. He has made the Astros opening day roster. He's 22 years old. He was drafted 14th overall by the Cubs in last year's draft. He's less than a calendar year removed, I believe. Would that be right? A calendar year removed, maybe a little over a calendar year from playing at Florida State. And he is officially on the Astros opening day roster. Came over in the trade, in the Kyle Tucker trade this offseason. And little did we know at that point in time that we were trading Kyle Tucker because there was no way that Crane was going to pay him the contract that he had earned. And so we're going to get a little bit of value out of Kyle Tucker before he just becomes a free agent, right? Well, little did we know you're going to get your starting right fielder, at least for the time being, you're going to get your starting right fielder in that trade in Cam Smith. Boys, I'm going to tell you, I just saw this. Joe Espada is did this. It's not real radio friendly, so I didn't get Tyler to pull the audio. But Joe Espada in the clubhouse is meeting with the team. I'm assuming it's the first time that he speaks to the team as a whole, as they're kind of letting guys know that they made the team or they didn't make the team. And he basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but he says, I'm asked a lot about experiences in baseball, and one of them that comes up is, how did you first learn that you made a Major League Baseball roster, an opening day roster. And he said, something along the lines, I thought a lot about that, and I want to make it special for one guy here. Let me make a quick phone call. And he calls Cam Smith's family, ultimately his mom, and it looked like maybe a girlfriend and two other adults. Anyway, they come in the room, and he breaks down crying in his locker because he obviously knew that he was talking about him. And Mama got to actually hug him and tell him you made an opening day roster.
Cool. I'm watching it right now.
Ooh. Hey, man, it's hard to not get choked up on that one, man. I retweeted it. Go to @ClintStoerner on Twitter if you want to. So awesome. If you want to find it quickly.
Are you breaking up here, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean
but it is instant goose pimples. I'll tell you that.
I mean it's wild, man. But anyway, there's check that video out, man. It's really cool. Big shout out to Joe Espada. I know I've been critical of Joe the manager, but this was a clutch, big time, didn't have to do move by Joe Espada in a league, and men crying isn't always the thing that you want to see, and the emotions being shared, especially when you're a new guy, you're a rookie, like they just got traded to the team.
So I'm trying to do the best.
He couldn't hold his emotions, man. That was a big time move for Joe Espada, and congratulations, hell of a memory for Cam Smith, no doubt about it.
No, it was cool. I'm looking at the rest of the guys. For a little bit, they look a little uncomfortable. Like what
I'm sure they're like, wait, what the hell's going on?
And then they just started applauding. So yeah, they've been better.
Man.
Feel like we ain't supposed to be here for this moment.
Yeah, should we step out? Should we step out? Yeah, that's really cool, man. But also, Cam Smith is going to start in tonight's game. He'll start in right field again. We felt pretty good about coming to the conclusion he was going to be on the opening day roster, given that the two games here versus Sugar Land, he started in right field, batted 6th yesterday in the lineup, and was 5th today in the lineup. So pretty good sign that he was going to be on the roster. But it is official. He is on the roster after going 1 for 3 yesterday. First action at Daikin Park at home. It was a big-time day for Cam Smith. He hits a triple to start things off. I think it was a 2-run triple. Is that right? A 2-run triple. I know
Payne was on.
Well, Yainer Diaz was on, too. I saw him rounding third. So I think it had to be a 2-run triple, if not a 3-run. But anyway, it was a hell of a first at bat in Daikin Park for Cam Smith. Here's Cam Smith answering the question, does he feel like he's ready for the big leagues?
Like I said, it was a tough read. I had that first fly ball to me. I got to do better. Yeah, obviously I said I'm ready, and I do believe that. I'm confident, but it's really not my choice. But yes, I do feel ready.
I don't think there's a lack of confidence in Cam Smith. You watch him play, you watch the emotion that he shows, and clearly he thinks he's ready. We'll see what happens when real MLB action, and it's a true MLB starter every night, and that competition ramps up a bit. We'll see if he struggles like everybody seems to talk about him struggling, or if he continues to let this thing rip. Here's Cam Smith talking about, because he hit the triple. He stands up on third base. Again, you're playing Sugar Land. He stands up on third base, kind of a little flex. Let's go back to the dugout. Showed some emotion. Here's Cam Smith talking about the kind of player that he is.
Honestly, that's really deep down who I am as a player. Like, I'm not afraid to let out that roar. You get an extra base hit, get the guys going. Every now and then I'll do that for sure.
Let out that roar, huh?
I like the double for sure's at the end. I like the pause and then another for sure.
It's got a Nico Collins vibe to it at the end when he likes to repeat.
Said he wants to get the boys going.
Yeah, look. There is all seriousness with the Astros and this current clubhouse and this current roster and this current lineup. There is a not only a void in some leadership aspects. There's also, it seems to be a void, like just in personality, right? In some level of personality, some level of spark, some level of fire. Maybe it's youthfulness. I don't know, but it's. Seems like, even with Bregman and Tucker still here, they were still pretty tight to vest. Bregman would show it every now and then with a little bit of swag every now and then in the dugout kind of deal. But there seems like there's a real opportunity for a young guy like that to step into a clubhouse where your leaders, your big-time players are Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, guys that are obviously big-time players. I think Christian Walker's going to fit into that big time. I know he's going to fit into the big time player, but I mean, just kind of more of a quiet, handle my business kind of guy. I think Yainer Diaz is a little bit of flash there, but nothing that just jumps off the TV. I think there's a real opportunity for this Cam Smith kid, assuming, some kind of early season struggle doesn't steal all of his fire. It seems like, Ron, there's a real opportunity for him to be the Astro that brings that Correa, swag, if you will, that juice, that energy to the clubhouse and to this team. It seems like he may be a guy that, assuming he can swing it well enough at the MLB level, that could bring that.
It just seems like it's natural for him.
Yeah.
Right? It just seems like that is – I mean, if you're doing it against the Space Cowboys –
Yep.
Like to start that's just your get down. And I love it. That's what got me going. I'm like, well, hell, what's he going to look like in September against the Rangers hitting the triple? How juices he's going to be? And I like the way you dubbed that the personality, like adding some personality to this team, to this group.
Hell, Ron, we've talked about the lack of personality really since Correa left, right? Hell, he was a part-timer that we knew wasn't going to be here long. So,
and then McCullers was always that guy, but he hasn't played in like 7 years.
But he's coming.
Hell yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's a nice. That would be a nice. The next breaking news is McCullers to
flat ground.
I mean, is that real? No, not flat ground. Hell no, not negative, Tyler. Don't do that. Baby. We're not talking about spinning a cup.
They stretched him out.
Damn, Tyler. Boy, you're on a roll today. You're on a real roll today.
They stretched him out to 60 pitches. That's the next one there.
Feeling spicy.
What is that, number 3? I mean, I'm talking about, like, what is the next breaking news going to be with the Astros on a positive note, right? It's got to be McCullers. It's really the only thing left.
Altuve throws out a guy at home.
Well, that's not breaking news worthy, or maybe it is. I mean, maybe it is. I mean,
if we were doing the show and they were playing a day game,
shallow left field, he hoses somebody at the plate.
I would have Tyler come in with breaking news.
Yes.
Breaking news, and then just play the audio of Jose hosing somebody at the place.
He's like right behind short, like shallow left, but he hoses him.
He's in shallow left, somebody tagging up from first. He nails him at second.
Probably Lance or a trade. Yeah.
Altuve was playing Rover on that one.
By the way, side note, looking at this video, as somebody said, crap, Clint, I'm at work crying.
Hey, I'm telling you, man.
I just watched that post. So cool, stoked for the kid. Let's go.
Yes.
All caps. That's exactly what I would have thought his girlfriend looked like.
You thought he was a white girl guy, huh?
Well, not just the white girl, but the whole look. Like the whole...
girl.
The
blonde-haired white girl?
Kind of... White tank top, more like a more of a workout build.
Yeah, a little narrow build, a little more of a narrow build.
That's right there.
Athletic shape. Huh?
Athletic shape. That's right. That's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm,
right there. I'd like. Yep. That looked like that. That's what I would have picked.
That's a pretty good lineup.
What about him made you pick that?
This felt like his vibe. Felt like his vibe. A nice blonde, tall. White girl, tank, athletic build. Yeah.
Nice, tall, blonde bunny.
Yo, it's snowing. Cam, baby. It's snowing, but I looked at it. Someone texted and said, yeah, Ron, he's a winter soldier. Yeah. but that just the whole, not even, it ain't even just white girl. Not even just, I couldn't see him with even a thicker young lady.
We need to go back and make sure. We need to go back and make sure that that Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne took a picture with Mama. That it was Mama that he took the picture with.
Yeah.
Are we sure?
I don't know.
Because that's obviously Mama. Did somebody pull the wool over? Are we not the only ones that got on a road trip this year? Now, false identity.
Now I will say that can't be Daddy.
Are you just now figuring that out?
I got to him. It's a smaller one.
Every time that camera slid right, I was like,
that can't be Mr. Smith. That ain't, unless she's a Smith too.
What is it about this guy?
That hair that Cam got is coming from somewhere, and it ain't from either one of those two individuals. That tan.
Those two didn't create that.
Yeah. Somebody else did. That ain't Cam's father. I tell you that. Not his biological one.
Hey, from the Bill to Cam, Mama was dabbling in a locker room somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, man. All joking aside, too, that's a big dude, man.
Yeah.
When that dude rounded second on that triple that he hit, man, that's impressive. Absolutely, man. He
looks like he feels like Nico Collins. Like his speed builds, he gets faster.
Take you a gander at Nico at the most recent. What was Nico? What advertisement did Nico and his girl just recently did a photo shoot for something?
I don't know if I got what Nico's girl.
I knew Nico did Methodist.
Take you a gander.
I don't know.
Those two got more in common than you think.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't have felt as confident.
Little shorter, a little thicker, but there's a lot of similarities there.
Like Jordan, man. I saw them at that zoo. I said, my God, that lady. That lady did.
Cam Smith, baby, gonna be your starting right fielder.
There it is.
I hope like hell now that he's on the team, and I hope like hell he doesn't struggle. I mean, obviously, I want the Astros to kick ass, so I hope he rips the cover off the ball. But I hope that at the very least, it's not a struggle. I hope it's just a typical welcome to the big leagues youngster, and he figures this thing out pretty quick. T, I don't mean to put the cart before the horse here on your best bets. We're gonna get to those results. I know it wasn't the ideal evening for you last night. But look, your best bets are becoming like me at a 3-card table drunk.
Damn.
What the hell's that supposed to mean, bro?
It's just too much, man. It's
not too much on weeks like last week. Whenever I'm hitting 70%,
you can still be hot and not have to do 5 or 6 bets a night, right? I mean, I play so long and so much that it's hard to win.
Y'all tell me just keep playing.
No, you keep playing. No.
I don't think I appreciate what you're laying out right now,
I'm just suggesting that maybe we pull that thing back to about a 3 bet maximum.
I don't think he got that.
I mean, we don't need to push it to 5 or 6.
In all seriousness, I've actually thought about. I like the 3. But
you can get your little 5 or 6, and then maybe we trim it down in that best bets, and in the top 3.
Yeah. That being said, we're going up from 5 to 6 for tonight.
Yeah, don't be a punk.
So I think we should definitely
scared money.
Man.
Don't make money. Man, don't give me 3.
No, you won't convince me, Clint.
I'm just telling you.
5 or 6, baby.
I ain't a bitch.
Why not 7?
I sit there and just keep upping my bet, and the longer I play, I just end up giving it all back on that 3-card table. If I knew when to chill out and when to cut back, I'd be really, 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 really good at it.
I know what I'm doing when I'm betting, though. You don't know what's on them cards.
Well, I mean, it's fair, I guess. I just think you got to cut it back to about 3. I think we ought to make a deal.
Nah, man. Tyler.
Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
You was 68% last week.
Hell yeah, it was.
I mean, you can still be 68% betting 3 a night.
I know, but the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is, 4 out of the last 6 weeks of best bets, I'm in the green and making folks money. So I'm just going to keep putting them out there because
well, you can put more on 3 and still have the same percentages and make the same amount of money and have everything you say
strategy,
still be
man.
Oh, the more the merrier.
No, that's too simple. It's sort of a I can't tell you how it's made, but. I got a system.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have pegged that for Nico.
You found it, huh?
I don't know.
I mean, she looked like she got a little thickness to her, a little thicker than the tall, athletic build. Looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, love is love, baby. Yeah, they're doing their thing. I don't know if I would have picked that one. Good for her. Good for Nico. Hopefully they're in love and enjoying it. The young lady I normally follow is commented on it, so good for them. Somebody else I follow. All right, coming up, some news on the we've talked a lot about Cam Smith, but some news on the number 1 offseason player that the Astros were able to add, Christian Walker. We'll let you know the latest on that. And, Clint just, really confronted Tyler on his betting. I just want to say, Tyler, I'm in a place, man, I'm feeling bad for you, man. I want to give you a hug. First yesterday, it was that damn Josh Reddick, and now today, your own homeboys doing you dirty. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, power outages, man. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, or hurricanes, we get them all, and a power outage.
in its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey there, Megan. Josh Reddick here. From what I hear, your favorite player, so I want to say thank you for that. We won't even talk about Tyler's favorite player.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I've been trying to tell you about Josh Reddick. I can't believe him.
You have.
Shirtless Josh, huh? People's wives.
No class.
Got it. Cam Smith going to not only be on the roster, but starting in right field. But more news, Clint, coming from Joe Espada. Christian Walker took 7 at-bats in a minor league game today. He's been dealing with that oblique. The biggest free agent they brought in, Christian Walker from the Diamondbacks first baseman, 7 at-bats in a minor league game today and will travel back to Houston tonight. He is expected to be in the opening day lineup on Thursday.
Good news, baby.
So that is good news. Really good news. As we know who's going to be in right field and Cam Smith, and we wondered, did the Zach DeZenzo, did that mean potentially that Christian Walker, according to this, Joe Espada saying Christian Walker will be is expected to be in the opening day lineup coming up on Thursday. So big with that. Only last thing we need to look at, and I need Cheryl and you, Tyler, and all of us, all hands on deck. Clint, listeners, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we got to find out what this number is before Thursday.
Agreed.
That right now, Cam has been rocking a very strong defensive line number, 90. But we need to see what the change is going to be. Would you say you were 24 in college?
24 in college. It is retired with the Astros.
So that is not an option.
That's not an option.
So, but this is big. This is big. He has got. We're on number watch. This is big for me because if he comes out here with something rough, comes out here with like a 47, 36 or something like that, like
a little better.
I need to know what's all available, man. I think it's definitely got single digit written all over it if at all possible.
If it's possible, or
Can he be zero?
I mean, he could.
Little Agent Zero action?
I mean, he could, but I don't know.
Sorry, Gilbert Arenas.
I don't know if that fits or not. I'm not a big zero guy or double zero guy, to be honest with you.
I was double zero when I raced motocross. Thanks, man.
Look, for you on motocross, I loved it. I loved it. It was a great number for you.
Okay, thank you.
Double aught, baby, double aught. but Cam, right field,
a good 20 number. Like I think anything in the 20s could be good.
No, I disagree.
For like not 20, but like 21, 20. Again, not knowing what's all available, not off the top of my head. Some of those, like, those would be all right. I'm with you. To me, I won't even go 1 or 99. I've expressed that. 99 would work. He is somebody that.
Well, truth be told, his big ass can get away with whatever he wants. I mean, he's a big enough dude to get away with big 99, big double digit. Yes.
Someone said he needs to wear 10. I don't know. Any single digit would be great. Obviously, 7's not available, 5's not available.
34.
2's not available.
Two. I don't know if he wanted 2.
That'd be risky.
I don't know. I wonder if they'd give it to him because I think 2 potentially may get retired. But yeah, that's where we're on. Number watch. Number watch is a big one here.
Who's in 8?
Who is 8?
Who's 8? T. I think he got 8's got a real good chance.
That would be, I believe that's a new fella. Let me make sure.
Well, if it's a new fella, he can go.
Yeah, he ain't in the. He ain't ahead of Cam Smith on the new fella.
Unless it's Christian Walker.
That's what I meant by the new fella.
Maybe Christian. That may be Christian. Yeah, Christian is. He is a single, and that 8 does sound right. Zach DeZenzo's got 9.
Confirmed.
That may not be doable.
That one's not doable.
So there's not very many options,
just
boys.
One.
If it's possible, I'm out on the double zero idea, but I think the single zero could look pretty clean. You don't have to go full Agent Zero.
I'd like to see it. I'm number 1 in your hearts and number 1 in the program.
And number 1 in the afternoons.
Someone said 28. Not bad.
No, that's not a bad number.
It's not bad.
Is that Joe Mixon?
Yeah, not bad. Oh, you're going football, Joe Mixon. Yeah, the number watch. That's the next important thing. Like, cause if he's going to roll out of here with 90, I don't know. I'm going to have to go with it. But if he's going to roll out of here with 90,
that don't look. That's not even.
I just think we can do better.
Oh, I agree. He can damn sure do better.
I just think we can do better. All right.
I mean, that's got to be a standard, right? In every sports organization that cuts people, so maybe not Pee Wee, but like every sport, like you got to, once you get down to your final roster and numbers free up, you got to say, all right, boys, what do we want to do here with numbers? My new guys, what do you want to do, right? You just ease on by the gate right there, the equipment gate, and let them know what you.
Cooper Hummel's number 1.
He can get that ass and move. Let me tell you that right now.
React that way. I'm
looking at it like Yainer Diaz has got 21. That would have been nice. Jeremy Pena smartly in that 3 role. It's got him a single. Paredes went with 15. Zach DeZenzo has taken up a single at 9. We obviously know 7. Pedro Leon needs to give up that 4. Is he
He's
really
not even on the roster?
He's not. I'm just saying this is just the numbers I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna tell you 4.
Jake that slid into that 6. Jake could give his number up too. To be honest with you,
no, 4 may be it.
4's not bad.
4 may be it. I'm gonna tell you, man. Unfortunately, I wore a lot of numbers in my time. I was not real excited about 4 when I got it, but I look back at some action shots. 4's pretty clean.
4's not bad. 4
was pretty clean.
I am still 1. That's where I'm holding.
Cooper Hummel, man.
Yeah, Cooper can kick.
Spoken
rocks.
For.
Yeah, Cooper.
Old Cooper Hummel's got that single digit, that 1.
Like Cooper's out here popping Welch's grape juice right now that he made this team. Like, let's just
he better be thankful. He better be thankful that Altuve done dropped 3
like,
balls.
Listen, I know he's probably a confident guy out there, but damn it, he should be at. Hey man, what number do you want me to have?
I mean, can you say the same for old Cam, though? I mean, he just got the call today, you know?
Absolutely, they're in different boats. Cam is the number 1 prospect that just shot up with them trying to hold him to the minors.
Who?
And they couldn't okay him. Yeah, man. Hell, yeah. Someone said LJ that LJ Hose rock number 0, so that could be nice. The number gate that's a big one. I am really.
One more reason to watch Thursday evening. Thursday day. What time is that open day?
We got to find this. Yes, we got to find this thing. We got to find this thing earlier than that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do some investigative journalism.
Oh, yeah. Someone texted in the only option is 99.
I mean, actually, there's.
I don't hate it, but there are a lot of other options.
Yeah, there's a few others.
Must have been Melanie. Only.
By the way, old Mel jumped on me at Twin Peaks. She's mad at me now.
Just telling you,
she's firing.
I saw her too.
She said I didn't defend her.
She's just Melon.
I said, whoa. I mean, you got one ally on the drive, and you are.
And she's ruined it.
Yeah, you're ruining it.
Yeah, I told Mel. She was there with her friends, and I just flat denied all of her claims in front of her friends.
Be better, Mel.
I said, listen, I have done nothing but try to just be as nice as I can. I've been very complimentary of her.
That's all you can do.
And she just sends in messages threatening me throughout the whole time.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah. I'm gonna be patient. She'll come around.
Yeah, she probably won't if I know her. She won't come around. She'll just keep doing the things that she does, believing she's our only female listener. All right, coming up, Cam is the big story, but I feel like this part of the Texans hasn't been talked about a lot. I feel like this part hasn't been spoken about a lot, and I think we need to do that right now. We'll do that coming up next as we continue live on The Drive.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and
$25.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Throughout this early part of the offseason, from free agency, leading into the draft, since the season ended, primarily the conversation, and understandably, the conversation has, Clint, been on the offensive side of the ball for the Texans. Makes sense. It feels like the top two major needs were offensive line help and then receiving help. And yeah.
Or you can get a little country music rolling, boys.
There you go, a little country music there as well. But they've made some moves. Whether you have agreed with them or not, they have made some moves at those positions. So a lot has been talked about there. And I think the thought is more unsure of what potentially you're going to see on the offensive side of the ball, right? I don't know if confidence would be the word to use on the offensive side of the ball. I think it's more of a hope thing, that you're hoping things kind of turn out as best as they can on the offensive side of the ball based on what you see right now. I don't think it's a hope thing. It's a you expect thing on the defensive side of the ball, the way they have put this defense together, and even adding more with Gardner Johnson to that secondary, which looks nasty. It's not a hope, it's an expectation, but what should be the expectations for this team? You can jump in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. With this defense, maybe we don't know what the hell you're going to get on the offense, and there's hope. Yeah. But this defense in the different space, what should be the expectation?
Well, look, I think the expectation should be a top three defense. I mean, an absolutely feared defense in the NFL. A team that, look, when you talk Texans, I know you got CJ, I know you got Nico, I know you got some players over there that people like to talk about. But when it's all said and done, the Texans are a defensive football team. The one thing that you absolutely must accomplish with DeMeco Ryans as your head coach is have a top defense in the league year in, year out. Not only have they done that, hell, they said not only are we going to have a top defense, hell, we're going to continue to add top-tier players. We're going to continue to fill quote-unquote voids or replace guys that become free agents with guys that are significantly better, both physically and a better fit for what we do and our identity on the defensive side of the football. So my expectations are for them to be in the conversation of the best defense in the league, and ultimately for statistic purposes, a top three defense in the league. I think once you get into the top 5, 6, 7 defenses in the league, I don't really know what statistics mean. I mean, you got to watch the game and see how disruptive they are, where are their weaknesses, and who have they played to exploit those weaknesses kind of deal. But I think at this point, given what the Texans have done, this defense should be a top 3 defense and one of the defenses that are mentioned every time defensive football in the NFL are discussed.
Yeah, DK Taylor, on YouTube and Twitch said conference champion / Super Bowl level defense. Absolutely.
No, conference Super Bowl caliber. If you're going to put it in those terms, absolutely Super Bowl caliber defense.
Yeah. And just to get, because I'm with you, I was thinking top 5. That's, to me, at the very least. When you look at what they have, you have arguably, I think, the best edge rushing.
I think it's fair.
Like, not just the two starters.
And one of them ain't even got to his ceiling yet.
Yeah. And not just the starters, but the depth as well with Barnett and company that rolls through there. Danico Autry as well, who can play on the outside and inside. Like, they have big-time depth to get out of the passer. And then they've got arguably the best secondary in football when you're looking at Bullock and Gardner Johnson and Jalen Petrie and Lassiter and obviously the All-Pro in Derek Stingley. Like, they have a really, really strong secondary group. as well. You combine that, and they're linebackers, right? Like, we didn't even get to see
Christian Harris.
Their whole group together. Christian Harris and obviously Alshire was really, really good. We saw the big step that was made in that room, and not, as you said, not having Christian Harris. Christian Harris was, they thought, their big playmaker out of that group, and we really didn't even get to see him that much. Now, I do think if you would say weakness, it is up front on the D-line, but still, I don't get the sense that teams – I don't get the sense we'll see a lot of what Baltimore did to them.
Yeah.
Baltimore just ran it down their throats. Not saying it's impossible. That would be the only weakness to me. But this defense, to me, feels like a defense that can carry a team through wins.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Always keep them in the game.
I think they're beyond, what Baltimore this year, or was it a couple years ago? But anyway, we've seen them get ran through like mess through a goose a couple of times. I think we're beyond that, though. I think they were beyond it last year, to be honest. But I think right now they're beyond that. They're good enough in the secondary where you can add one or two hats to the box if you need to and become a real problem for offenses that want to run the football against you if you need to, right? I think when we talk Texans defense, for me, it's, do you have the interior presence on the defensive line to really get after, Pat Mahomes, really push the pocket from the inside out, make a Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow type of team, led team, make those guys super uncomfortable. I know you can get to them off the edges, but if you're not stout in the middle, then it's going to be difficult it's more difficult for those guys to consistently get home. That to me, that's talking about stopping the run. Like, can you stop the run the way that Philly does with the down four and never have to bring anybody down? I don't know that they're quite there yet. That's when we're talking the Texans. I think that Super Bowl caliber to really good NFL defense. I think they're a really good NFL defense. Now, can you get to a big game, whether it's playoff, Super Bowl, AFC Championship, and the defensive line and the defense be the reason why you just stymied one of the best offenses in the game? I don't know yet. I don't know if they're good enough that interior presence to be that defense. But I know the expectation is that they're there.
For me, it's the run. Like, if they go down, I think they're fine with Danico Autry sliding in and Sheldon Rankins rushing the pass. I think they can. And we saw Mario Edwards Jr., if he plays the way he did last year, in particular, rushing the passer was a pleasant surprise. And we know 9 times out of 10, most of the time, they're probably going to be able to get singled up. You're probably going to have maybe guards even peeking out at Will and at Daniil Hunter. They like to have that issue, and they may get a lot of one-on-one. Just point of reference, last year, the top 5 defenses, total defenses, were the Chargers, Eagles, Broncos, Chiefs, and Vikings. Those were the top 5. Total defense, the Texans were 14. That is I think they can make a major jump.
Yep.
And I think you said something earlier, and this didn't compare. They should absolutely just give the Titans, the Jags, and the Colts hell.
Agreed.
Like those, but for you, it's, as you're saying earlier, what do you do against the good offenses and the good coaching staffs that give you problems?
Yeah, I mean, every conversation that I have about Texans quote unquote concerns or potential, like I'm starting at 10 wins and I'm talking about teams that are playoff teams. I'm not talking about the division. I'm not to me they're beyond that. They're better than that. Really, on both sides of the football, with C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe, they're better than that, right? I mean, I don't doubt that with Nick Caley, who's never called plays, they're going to say, 10, 12 of their games, they're going to put up big numbers, and C.J. Stroud's going to do C.J. Stroud things. They're going to protect the quarterback good enough. The scheme's going to be good enough. But when the 5 or 6 tough matchups for you, and this is regular season, right? That is what what I'm looking at. I'm going to forget them other games. I mean, if you play well against the Titans, okay, so you're supposed to, right? Like the measuring stick for me is the better teams. You're playing a first place schedule. We're going to get 5 or 6 games this year where it's a wash on paper, and the team that's the hottest, the team that's most prepared, the team that's playing the best at that point in time is going to have a better chance to win. Can the Texans, at that point in time, do they have the superstars to step up and take games over?
From the text line, I agree. The scary part about that defense was we never really saw them healthy. And that's a part two we did see. To me, the scary thing is for other teams around the league is, like, it is just natural growth from young players that have shown a lot already.
Yeah.
Right? Like, does Kamari Lassiter take another step forward? Does Bullock take another step forward? There were some things that maybe he missed, and he had a great year. Right? We saw the jump, to me, from what Will took from year one to year two. Is there another jump there? Right.
Jalen Petrie coming back, and he can make a jump.
More comfortable in his role. So that's the scary part there is what they can grow.
I know you mentioned a couple of times earlier the Christian Harris dynamic, man. If that guy, if that is something that comes back to fruition and he actually plays and I don't know what the hell happened last year, but whatever he comes back around and is anywhere remotely close to what D'Amico thought he was when he first got here, that's going to be nasty. So, yeah, man, that defense is – I mean, it's a top NFL defense or we should be disappointed.
Yep, absolutely. They as I said, they feel like a group that will have the ability to carry teams, to carry an offense. The offense in most games should always have a chance because it'd be hard to see teams running away from this defense. We'll see what happens, but they are primed and ready to have a top 5, top 3 defense. Coming up, the Rockets, they get back on the floor tonight, and they'll have a special person watching them a little bit tonight as well. And Cam Smith, news with the final roster with the Astros. We know who those guys are going to be, and we know where Cam Smith will be, as well as we got some recent information on who is going to be the third starter for this team. A lot of Astros news, Rockets as well. All of that coming up next. A little 5 o'clock fire.
You're gonna get hard.
Cam Smith has made the Astros opening day roster, and that's great news for us fans. Right, Sean?
Don't be afraid to be excited. How often do you get to see a young player, a top prospect in Major League Baseball that's actually still good?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. I-10 the Katy Freeway, eastbound at Taylor. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura.
Inside access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and B.D. Santiago. The Nighthawk is in here. Tyler Milner had to dip out. You remember, folks, he's part of the fan council, and he has got to
media representative with the fan council.
You're right.
Texans
Texans media representative.
Council, not canceled.
What did
He's
I
not
say?
been canceled yet. I said it.
Oh.
He's not been canceled yet. He may, but it's a fan council.
Yeah, part of the fan council. He is there, and he will be he'll be speaking as part of the fans and a media representative. I told him he should go in and really go over the top every time he speaks. Hi, Tyler Milner, Sports Radio 610, executive producer of The Drive. And then do his question. And every time and do it. But he's on his way out there to speak for the people. Many of you gave him a lot of options and things to potentially look at, mostly beer prices and things to get people in the stadium earlier.
And somebody came up with a combo of the two. Use the beer prices, half off beer, the hour leading up to kickoff.
Yep.
Get people come in a little earlier.
Yep.
I got a feeling that the half-price beers would do it.
Maybe.
Beers don't. Yeah, you'll get some people.
Depending on what they're drinking currently in the parking lot, but yeah.
Yeah, while he's not here, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little worried about it.
Why?
Tyler in a auditorium or a team meeting room, which is a nice team meeting room, with a bunch of other fans that are probably some going to be listeners, and they're going to have him all jacked up. And he's in a situation where he could potentially be given a mic to ask questions.
Yeah, he's going to be given one.
I just
you
don't
don't think you're concerned? Like, what do you think? He's going to be too aggressive? You think he's?
Well, I definitely think he's going to be aggressive.
That's what you think.
He's going to be fine.
I
don't think there's any wrong. I don't think there's any wrong.
Oh, you don't think there's anything bad can happen?
I don't think there's any wrong statements. No. Like he can go out there and say, "Blow up the Astrodome now, please." Like I don't think there's any wrong statement.
Yeah, I mean it's a safe
Yeah.
space for him, but
because I don't think he's going to go and cut a promo on them. Well, I don't think he's going to.
I think he can probably get a little confident.
Hey, look here. I just want to tell you about all the stuff I got problems with. Here's
hold on, Larry. I'm the media rep here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that.
You don't think he's going?
I think Tyler's going to handle it well. Again, no wrong statements there. Then they may not go with it. Odds are they probably not going to go with what Tyler brings up. But Chris is holding it down for us. You hear him every night on Area 45. You'll hear them tonight as well on Area 45 after Texans All Access. Last night, they let us know already the big story. They had Bob Nightingale on. Bob Nightingale said that he expected him to be the starting right fielder, and that has come about. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. Sources tell Chandler Roman, the Athletic, the 22-year-old phenom and centerpiece of the Kyle Tucker trade, played just 32 minor league games prior to his promotion, and later it was reported he will start in right field in opening day. And I don't know if last night, I believe the decision was probably already made before last night, but if you missed it, they played the Space Cowboys, their first game in Dyken Park. And if this was the thing that solidified it, it might have been because he came up with yet another extra base hit last night.
Cam has had as good a spring training as anybody. He and Jeremy Payne are the two best springs. And there's a ball down the right field line. Fair ball. That's going to score at least one run. Jeremy Payne is on the move. Tony Perez-Chico waving him home. And Cam Smith heading for third. He is going to start out his Astros career in this stadium with a 2 RBI triple. And he is fired up.
And he forced Todd Callis to pick it up, too. Todd Callis didn't think he was going to be getting after it like that on the Space Cowboys. Astros game 2 or 3 days before the regular season starts. but up forced Todd Callis to pick it up a bit. But I'll be honest, Clint. Now that it's come down to it, even though we've sat here and watched it all the way from start to finish, I am still, Clint, a bit surprised that they didn't push the business over what potentially they view, and I agree, is best for the team right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's like right now, I think a lot of people, if we're honest, really don't know where Jim Crane and Dana Brown, where their head is at, right? Is it in the now, the be where our feet are, and let's go win a World Series, or is it planning for the future? Obviously, it's some kind of, with the Tucker trade and the Bregman moving on from Bregman. Obviously, they're probably straddling that fence a bit, trying to accomplish two things at once. But I think it's normal to think at this point in time, like, man, the smart business decision is the right way to go. But if, as I've said all along, if the end game is to have the best possible right fielder you could have, the best version of Cam Smith that you could possibly have, come late season when it starts to mean a little bit more, let's get through those rough patches now. Let's control what we can control, and if he's going to go face adversity, if he's going to struggle, let's get through that the first month and a half of the season and not wait till after the All-Star break, have that month and a half struggle, and then all of a sudden go into the playoffs, you don't know who your right fielder is. You still don't know anything new about Cam Smith. I understand that there's value in both avenues. An Astros fan hoping like hell, which now is come to fruition, he's on the opening day roster.
No, he is. And the reason, one big reason why I'm surprised is the way that the Astros have operated in the offseason was like, we're going to be a team that makes the smart deals and moves. Like we're not going to just spend as much and do that. Like that, those days have changed. We're going to trade a Kyle Tucker, and we're going to bring in prospects, and we're going to try to do that. And I would have thought, to go right along with that, Clint, it would have been the thought of, hey, if we can wait a little bit, we get a full extra year before we got to pay him, potentially big money. But they decided to go with what's best for the team right now, and I like it. I'm excited, intrigued. He's going to be the right fielder. Another part to this, Clint, before we get to the other big news with the Astros, is we talked about this a bit. They are definitely they're definitely going to be working around defense a bit here, because you have two inexperienced players playing the corner outfield position. You have a left fielder who is a second baseman and is new to the position. We've seen have some struggles and has played it for, a month or so. And then we have a right fielder who is an infielder, a third baseman who has started to play right field here of late. And they are clearly like, hey, we got to put the lineup in here. They're making the defense. We'll see what happens late in games, because I think they're going to have to make some decisions. I would not imagine late in games that they would have that as the outfield, and we'll see some Chas McCormick, maybe even some Zach DeZenzo. We'll see. But I do find that interesting, that this seems to be more about the best lineup than about the best, team completely.
Yeah, it seems like they're approaching this thing in O'Dirty's way of thinking, with the defense doesn't really matter in Major League Baseball, especially in the outfield. So, I like the thought. I'm not a fan of the Altuve thing. I think by the All-Star break he'll be back at second base.
That's the second time you said that.
I do like the approach of hey, let's make some moves to try to keep our best bats in the lineup to give us some flexibility. I like that approach for damn sure. Even if you do have to sacrifice a little defense to make it happen. Now they may be sacrificing a lot of defense, given the experiments that they're rolling with. But we shall see. I like the thought. I like the effort.
Yeah. Also within this is other good news. Christian Walker, who has had the oblique issue, took seven, not several, but 7 at-bats in a minor league game today, and will travel back to Houston tonight. He is expected to be on the opening day lineup. In the opening day lineup Thursday, this coming from the captain, Joe Espada. So Christian Walker is expected to play first base, and they should have the lineup that they would plan to want to have. I cannot wait to see how the lineup shakes out, to see where Cam is in the lineup, how this thing, the sixth, seventh spot right there. But Christian Walker, that's big that he is ready to go. That's the number one guy they signed in the offseason and wanting to have him out there. Right?
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing for this, in terms of him being on the field and in the clubhouse and with the team on a daily basis, we've talked about it a million times. Like this guy's got like next Astro leader written all over him. Veteran, pelts on the wall, obviously a work ethic that's respected league-wide. But all of that is for none if he's not on the field. All that's for none if he's having to rehab and he's in Sugar Land, he's not on the field with the team and traveling with the team on the plane, things of that nature. So yeah, I mean it's obviously best case scenario. You got your first baseman that's going to be your starter. Obviously, great to have him, but this goes beyond just the production on the field with Christian Walker. So good to hear that he's at least going to be back for opening day.
Framber starts game 1, obviously.
Yes.
Opening day. Hunter Brown game 2, and it's just been reported Spencer Getty will get the ball game 3. So he is going to be the third starter right now.
I was listening to old Bogachevic, or how do you say his name?
Brian Bogachevic.
You know what I'm talking about? The old Astro that does the TV.
City home. Yep.
Boy, they were doing a special little piece. We're kind of running down several players, but not running down, like going down the list of several players and kind of recapping. Boy, and he got talking about Spencer Getty and kind of, just laying out last year what it really meant, kind of how he came on strong and some of the struggles and, working with that more pitches. And when he figures out how to work all pitches and not just have those pitches, he got me good there. Obviously, Framber and Hunter Brown. Spencer Getty, I think, is the one wild card this year that could be absolutely elite if things come together. And then you got those three at the top that are pretty damn good. And hell, Ronel Blanco's got to fit in there somewhere, throwing a no-hitter and
his year last
pitching
year,
as well as he did last year.
Replicate that.
Yeah.
That's big.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they're back at it. They had a 9-game winning streak snap in their last game on Sunday against the Nuggets. They'll be back home as they're 8-point favorites facing the Atlanta Hawks tonight. So get on out, Toyota Center. They are trying to hang on to the 2 seed. And Tyler Milner will be out there.
Let's go, Rockets.
Tyler's got
courtside. Do you think he can get on TV?
Busy night. That's right. He's got floor seats. He has floor seats. Tyler Milner has floor seats. Now, again, I said this earlier. I feel bad for Tyler. We talked about it yesterday.
You feel bad for him?
I'm just saying it. Yesterday, he's got the Josh Reddick thing going. And now today, he had always planned. He told us that he was going to this game, but then he was surprised by his friends. He's going with his old Baytown buddies, he said. And they surprised him and said, hey, we got floor seats now. But that didn't, I don't believe that came with hey, we got floor seats. I'm picking that up. That came with, hey, we got floor seats. Like, we can't turn it down, but
Here's
this is how much
this
is what's going to cost. Like, hold on, man. You can't, like, I have been to a lot of NBA games, and when I say a lot, I've been to one. But I would imagine regular seats to jump to floor seats on a team that's doing some winning. That ain't just like oh man, this thing went up about $30-$50. Like this is a serious ass thing, and I tell you, man, and as far as I know, Tyler is still going. Obviously, that that maroon money he got.
Ain't nobody got no money like Texas A&M.
But damn, man, I don't know, but we might have an issue. What you mean we jumping up and we just jumping up and I'm paying? Oh, is that what you got? Oof. Hell, you gotta let me know before the day of.
Yes, yeah, but when you talk,
I'd have been out. I'll be honest with you.
That's what happens to folks that run around talking about maroon money, deep pockets kind of deal. Like they don't even check with you. They just say, because you talk about moving to the floor. That ain't no $100 jump. That's add a zero at the end.
Of that 100.
I mean, that's going. Well, it's definitely like you're going from $150 to $200 ticket to potentially over $1,000 ticket, depending on where they're at. I mean, if you look at some of these.
If we see Tyler tonight, we'll know what that jump was.
I mean, you can look on one of them ticket apps and see what the court side at the Rockets.
But I feel bad for my man Tyler because I'm like, hold on, man, whoa, hold on, we doing what? And then you feel bad because everybody else is like, yeah, oh, great, let's do it.
Yeah.
I've been sitting there like, fellas, I'm out.
Fellas, can't help you.
I can't do this. I can't roll on this. What the hell are you talking about? Actually, man, fellas, I'll be there. I'm just going to hold on to my ticket. Hold on to this ticket I got right here. I mean, damn. How you going to jump up for floor seats and really sell it like, oh, man, guess what, fellas? Guess what I picked up?
It sounds like an opportunity presented itself, and they just said, yeah, man, we got to make this move.
We got to make this move, Tyler. Go ahead.
And Maroon Money Deep Pockets, they figured he'd be in.
He is. I'd have been out. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I don't know that any of your friends would have made that move without consulting you first.
They'd have tried. Oh, yeah. Right. Like, hey, man, I'm down if you got it. Where I'm at right there. I'll throw you a little bit on it. I'll give you a little bit of an upgrade on what I was going to pay, but not now.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, quickly, the news of late last night and earlier today, USC phenom Juju Watkins has suffered a torn ACL in her right knee. It was a nasty scene last night as she got hurt second round of the tournament against Mississippi State. And she's going to undergo surgery, and I think this is a big hit. She was, to me, the star of the tournament, and there was, again, I don't ever want to compare anything to what we saw from what Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, but in particular Caitlin Clark, what that happened in the tournament the last 2 seasons. But it wouldn't have been a surprise that the interest would have been in the ballpark of that with Juju. She is already somebody that has been a fan favorite in L.A. A lot of celebrities come out to see her games, even last year as a freshman. And there was a matchup between her and UConn and Paige Beckers. They already played a great game earlier this year in which USC won. That would have been another big-time matchup between those two and those two programs. So this hurts a lot, I think, not only to Juju and USC, because they're probably done at this point in terms of winning it all, but I think women's college basketball had another chance to have a really, really, really good showing if she was going to be around.
Yeah, look, it sucks to lose a player that's toting the load for really all of women's college basketball as it pertains to the tournament, the notoriety, the attention that it's going to get. Her and Paige Beckers, you mentioned, those two right there being on that collision course. It was on everybody's radar. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to sit down and watch random college, March women's basketball, but I'm damn sure watching that matchup. If you were
to watch USC,
absolutely, 100%. I mean, every time you turn it on and they talk about the women's tournament, that those two teams facing off at some point is appointment television.
But that would have built because let's say she wins, and then there's South Carolina waiting.
No question. So yeah, look, I mean, I said it earlier, man. Watching her play, for me personally, I love the handle your business in that quiet assassin like a flash. Ain't a bunch of talking. At least from my perspective, there's not a lot of just straight ball. I'm all about ball. Get on the floor, get off the floor, kick ass while I'm there kind of deal. And she had that vibe about her, man. And so it always sucks to see any collegiate, any athlete in general, go down like that. But to see one that was, man, just so important to the women's college basketball game.
Yeah, really, it was tough last night. You could tell it was very, very serious from when it happened. That didn't look like they were going to get out of that with some sort of a sprain. That looked very, very serious, and it turned out to be. All right, coming up as we continue on the drive, now that we know the Texans' offensive line situation as it is right now, any of y'all wishing Laramie Tunsil was still here? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. Now, I do it on a daily basis. You look damn good while you're doing it, and look, you're surrounding yourself with greatness. I firmly believe in you are a product of those that you. If it is the world's most refreshing, the one that's made unbelievable amount of respect to all of us, for all of us beer drinkers. With a lot of my Coors Light,
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as I said on the other side, shout out to Chris Santiago for coming in, stepping up, as Tyler is handling his business for the fans.
Tyler's spread thin now. I mean, Chris, you're coming in clutch. You always do, man. Tyler's got a lot on his plate. Man, he is amongst town. You know, he keeps the heights rolling at night and the drive by day, and now he's adding the damn fan council.
Yep. And big time for him. It's huge. But Chris Santiago always there to help us out, and we appreciate you. But I wanted to get this from the good people and yourself as well, Clint.
Oh, you don't include being the good people?
Well, yeah, I mean, but I mean, you get to talk first.
Oh, okay.
Now that we see the direction of the offensive line, and we were one of those who were big into I think a thing that the Texans got to do is move on from Laremy Tunsil. It's not that he can't play anymore. It just it feels like that is a move that needs to be made. Now, I'm going to tell you what right now, as we sit here and we see what they've done, and they've done a lot of in and out movement. Right, Laramie's not the only one that's not here from last year. Right, Jack Mason's out of here, and Kenyon Green's out of here. They've brought other guys in, but now that you know what the Texans are doing with their offensive line, some of you are cool with it. Many of you probably have some concerns that range anywhere from small to very major. Would you still be a supporter of the move of moving on from Laremy Tunsil? Is how we're going to respond to changing the offensive line?
Absolutely, 100% without a doubt. The answer is yes for me.
Really? Still?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if this is the Laremy Tunsil move it improves all levels of your offensive decision makers, if you will. Like it's I'll argue that the Laremy Tunsil move allows D'Amico Ryans to be a better head coach. I think D'Amico Ryans, I think if he sat down across the table from us and we had a little truth serum there, I think D'Amico Ryans would tell you that he mismanaged Laremy Tunsil, if you will. Allowing Laremy Tunsil to be Laremy Tunsil, and ultimately show up when he wants to show up, be involved when he wants to be involved, literally be able to step to the media and talk the first time he speaks to the media and thank the general manager and the head coach for allowing him the time he needed to get his body right as he prepares to get ready for training camp a week or week and a half late, whatever it was. Like that just – it's hard for, at that point, D'Amico Ryans to hold everybody else accountable.
Yeah.
It's things like, mentioned it earlier, Kenyon Green having to run a lap at practice during training camp in front of all these fans because he had a false start, and then you got Laremy Tunsil over there who can't stay his ass on sides during the season, and you're paying him a boatload of money. I don't see him running laps, right? I mean, I think that the move was made to allow D'Amico Ryans a better handle on the entire team, not just the defense, the ability to hold guys accountable, set standards, and move in a certain way. I think the move was made to allow Nick Caley a clean slate to, again, hold guys accountable and coach guys and all the same way and not exclude 78, exclude the highest paid player and how you hold guys accountable. I think Cole Popovich, the assistant O-line coach, jumping up to allow him a clean slate to coach that offensive room the way he wants to coach that offensive room and not have a more powerful voice in that room than he himself or the offensive coordinator himself. I think that move was made. And I think everybody in the organization that makes any level of decision or contributes offensively for the Texans is in a better spot with Laremy Tunsil not here.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't at this point love what they've done
Agree with that.
Because it feels like to me that they're banking on let's coach these guys up and coach these guys up with two guys who've never been in those roles before, right? I'm not saying they can't, but Nick Caley and Popovich have never been offensive, like the head offensive line coach and the play caller and OC. But I think to the point, on to the lines that you're making is, like they just needed to be able to get into cultures, that words you want to use, but get into what it is that they expect and what they're looking for. And I just thought that Laramie Tunsil, who I think, as I've said before many times, can play in the league, absolutely can be he'll probably be an all-pro somewhere in the league, but I just don't think it was the fit of what they wanted to do. Again, it is closer than what I thought it would be, right? Because I just in my mind thought, all right, they're going to move on from – if they move on from Laramie Tunsil, they are at least probably going to bring somebody who is Pro Bowl caliber, right? Because you move on from him, you've got funds anyway, you move on from him. I would have thought that would be. Right now, what it seems like the plan is, the best player they've brought in is Cam Smith. Not Cam Smith. I got Cam Smith on my mind. Cam Robinson, who's got some warts, obviously, with the Vikings and the Jags moving on past him. And the thought is moving your right tackle inside and Titus to guard. I'm not a fan of that. But I do think, as you're saying, it was more critical to just kind of change the philosophy.
Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of the Nick Caserio offense. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, it sure seems like D'Amico Ryans is running the defense, and now we are on this Nick Caserio train of running the offense, and I'm not a big fan of that. But with that said, walked to me and said, "Hey, are you willing to go down the Nick Caserio, do more with less, spread out the value across the board, type of offensive approach?" If we shake loose Laramie Tunsil, I'd say hell yes, absolutely. And that looks like where we're landing. Now, I thought wholeheartedly D'Amico Ryans would be the trump card here and would make sure that money was spent and proven offensive talent was brought in at the interior offensive line positions. Clearly, that's not the approach here. And it seems more like, from the offensive line coach to the offensive coordinator to the approach across the board on the offense, it seems like you're more in line with a Nick Caserio ran offense. And even with that said, again, I am stoked. I would not go back and do it any different in terms of parting ways with Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, someone texted in, I agree with Clint on LT 100% for all the reasons he is stating. What about the continuity on the O-line, with Robinson being probably a one-year signing?
Yeah, I don't think continuity is a problem moving forward. I think when you've got buy-in and participation and accountability, among a group of, let's call it 10 professionals, I think continuity, chemistry can be built in the weight room. It can be built in OTAs. It can be built on the field in practice and training camp. But you can't wait to rock and roll. Like, standing on the sidelines in sweats is not going to allow you to build that continuity that you talk about, like the communicate, something as simple and basic as the communication issues. You can't fix bad communication if you're not present. Right? Something as simple as that. Whether you're talking about training camp or you're talking about practicing on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, whatever the hell it was, those things should be a thing of the past. Like, if you moved on from Laramie Tunsil and you still don't have guys at the OC position and the O-line coach position that can hold guys accountable and get buy-in from everybody, then you got a coach problem at that point. Yeah. So hopefully that all of that is better, just based on Laramie Tunsil not being allowed to have all these exceptions and move to the Laramie Tunsil vibe.
Yeah. No, I completely understand and agree with that. It's a tough move. I don't, as I said, I don't love the way they have gone, but it still makes
interesting path.
It has. All right, coming up, even though T-Mill dipped out, he still has his best bets for you. Still working. We'll give you the best bets, try to make you some money, see if he can recover from a 1-5 night last night. See if he can recover from that. And Jimmy Butler. Man, they have been on a roll with Jimmy Butler. Do you wish the Rockets pulled the trigger on Jimmy Butler now that you've seen what he is doing? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, Mo Carey.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As Tyler is, he's probably getting after it right now. Actually, it starts at 6 o'clock, so he's got to get over there. But Tyler's going to look out for you, the fans. Going to look out for you, the fans, today, baby. I hope he did go buy a yellow legal pad to really sit up there and take notes.
He's not a yellow legal pad guy, I don't think.
I don't think he is, but he might have been. He was acting like he was going to go with it yesterday. But
I hope he's not thumbing Instagram like that last meeting we was in with him.
Well, yeah, I hope not either. I think that was for a reason. But I don't know what they come up with this year, right? In the past, they've had the jerseys. They've had a lot of input on that stuff. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see what the big thing is right now.
What they can do is lower the food prices, kind of like what the Atlanta the Falcons.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday with Arthur Blank. Yeah, another person who looks like he sleeps in a coffin. He's
damn near there, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm just saying, man.
Hey, Chris, that's what the text line came up with. It said a combination of saving folks money on cold beer, as well as getting them in the stadium early. So you slash prices 1 hour leading up to kickoff.
You know, like a happy hour?
Hour leading up to, that's right, 11:15 to 12:15, whatever time kickoff is, 12:05, whatever the hell time it is. That hour right there, half-price beers.
I'm for it.
I think it would work.
It would.
I think it would work.
Now, I may be off on this. I think potential conversations could be about what would you guys like in a new stadium?
You think it's going to be all? That's a good call. Maybe geared towards the new stadium.
What would you like in
the new president?
New president, like yeah. What would you like in a new stadium? Or what would you like in a renovated NRG?
That's a good guess right there.
Because I'm trying to think of the big thing that could be.
Santiago said he got ideas.
I bet. Yeah, I do too. First one starts with it.
They need to make a little section, kind of like how in Dallas they have the Texans Live. That's what they need to do.
Hey, make that the Dome Live, man.
They do a lot. There's a few things, but I wonder if that could be some of the conversation. We'll see, because Tyler will let us know. We expect a thorough report tomorrow.
Why do you think so many people are adamant about tearing the Dome down? You think it's the actual structure, or do you think it's the way in which it's existed? I
think it's just such an eyesore.
It's just there.
That the thought is, do you do something with it, or do we just get rid of it?
I would have lost
past the do something with it. I think people are just.
I would have lost a boatload of money betting. Like I would have thought we're talking like 90-10. I thought it would have been don't tear it down. Gut it. You tear the walls out, leave the domes. Well, yeah. How many? Like they couldn't do it in Dallas because they moved Texas Stadium to Arlington, so you didn't have that option. It totally blew the thing down and the history that was there. And I'm not saying that you have to save this history, but when you have it and it's a covered structure, there's so much you could do if you could save it. I'm just saying in Houston. Now I know the young generation don't give a rip, but I'm talking your mid-30s to your 70-year-olds, I think would be 90% like, no, do what you can to salvage it, do something really cool with it, and make it all work.
No, it's just what it hasn't been operational. Like I believe that, like when people came for Katrina, I think it hasn't been used since. So it's been that long, and. Like, and it's crazy to think something so historic and sports history so historic, like nobody would be like, yeah, let's tear down. I'm not saying it's quite in this range, but I think to people in Houston it might be. Let's just tear down. Let's just rip down Wrigley, man, and just do something else. Like, just the history that everything that is carried with it. Yeah. You wouldn't think that, but people are so over it and looking at it, and
it's turned into it. Yeah.
It's just like, let's just get rid of it And the thought is, I don't even want to pay what it would cost to renovate it and make something else out of it. Let's just get rid of the damn thing and make a bigger parking lot.
Oh, I think it would be, especially if it were raining or something. I mean, it's weatherproof. I think it'd be badass. Like he talking about, like that live area out there with TVs everywhere, a big huge walkthrough with bars and restaurant all in the same. It'd be sick.
But people are just over the damn thing.
Yeah, well, again, I'd have lost some money, boys.
But I get a sneaky feel. Tyler, he's already told us he's not sitting front row.
Yeah, he's not front row. He's in the ruckus, he said. And he's not – we're not talking about – I thought he was talking about the Rockets game. He's talking about the damn fan council meeting.
They do look like they're in comfortable seating, though. Really enjoy it. Yeah, this would be big work. But I do think – got a sneaky suspicion it'll be that. If they can tear down the house that Ruth built.
No, they can tear down anything, but my point is like there's no – like especially if you're just going to renovate NRG – right?
Yeah, it's not like they had to tear down. I know you're from New York.
Place.
I was going to say they had to tear down. And
I'm not from New York.
You're not from New York, but you have some ties to New York.
Yeah,
I think they had to tear it down and build right.
I believe so.
Right in the same area. I think the parking lot is actually where it was built. To your point, they don't have to do that with the Astrodome. Right?
Yeah. I just think it'd be a really, really cool tie, man. And maybe I'm an old head. Maybe that's the old head in me coming out, but. And I tell you what, them young heads would learn to love it the first time that it was raining like hell, and you had to walk out of that stadium to a bar, and you could do it undercover for 200 yards.
Yeah, somebody just simply text in pole dancing in an age-restricted area in there would be nice as well. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's big enough if you so choose. It's big enough. It's covered. Did y'all know the guy that owned the Astros originally? Did y'all know he had a house in there? In the Astrodome?
No, I didn't.
Google that. Look that up.
No, I think
not right now, Chris. But look. Let me look.
It is real.
My man had a house in the outfield. Now they ended up tearing it out and putting seats there. But my man had his house out there.
Lamar Hunt has a house inside of Arrowhead. They got a.
Well, that could get dangerous if you're single.
I believe the Blue Jays have like a hotel.
Yeah, they got a hotel. Yeah, they got the Hunt family has like a spot into like a space. Inside of Arrowhead.
This was overlooking the damn Astrodome. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, John Harris.
Rock and roll.
There it is, John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. They will hold it down as they always do. And then Area 45 behind that as well with Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago will be back with the crew tonight. So stay tuned for that. I'm sure they will let you know about the Rockets tonight as they get back on it against the Hawks and keep you updated on everything there. So hang out with the fellas 7 to 11 tonight.